AWS, since its launch back in 2006, has been creating giant waves in the cloud market, from finance and media to entertainment, energy, and even manufacturing. AWS 200 plus services power the global tech industries. Even last year, in 2024, AWS kept its spot at the top with a solid 31% in the market share. With such a strong market share, it's no surprise that we have over 55,000 job openings available for AWS within the Indian market. However, according to Misha Yuchenko, author of Cracking the Amazon Interview, only 20% of the candidates who reach to the last round receive job offers, which means that only 1 out of 5 candidates reaching the last round is able to land a job. But why? One answer: skill gap. A skill gap is the gap between the skills employers expect from their employees and the skills employees actually have. So if you want to win the AWS job race, you have to close that gap. But how? That's where the video comes in. Our team of industry experts who have worked at Amazon before have put together this AWS full course, which is specifically designed to address the skills that employers are demanding right now. If you watch this video all the way till the end, I can guarantee you will be ready to start applying for entry-level AWS Cloud Engineer positions. But before we get started, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss out on any updates from us. Now let's look at the topics that we'll be covering in this particular video. First, we'll start with the AWS basics. What is AWS? What are data centers? The difference between cloud models and the type of virtualization AWS uses. Then we'll dig into essential cloud models like IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, plus public, private, and hybrid cloud. From there, we'll talk about the AWS infrastructure, focusing on AWS Regions, Availability Zones, and understanding public and private networks. Next, we'll deep dive into network concepts. We'll cover IP addresses, VPCs, Customer VPCs, Subnet calculations, routers, and route tables. We'll walk you through how to attach them and make sure you have got a solid understanding of peering connections, NAT gateways, and all their types. Finally, we'll tackle security concepts like security groups and NACLs and how to use them in the real world. We'll wrap things up with the hands-on EC2 and AMI work. So without any further ado, let's jump right in.
AWS was introduced in 2006, and since then, they have been the largest player in the public cloud market. According to Forbes, AWS grew $4.3 billion revenue just in the second quarter of 2021. The top 3 companies who offer cloud services in terms of market share are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. AWS by itself covers 32% of the public cloud market share. So what exactly is AWS? Amazon Web Services, or AWS, is a cloud service provider owned by Amazon. It offers cloud services in compute, storage, database, content delivery, networking, and other domains. Most of the offerings from AWS are infrastructure as a service offerings, but it also offers PaaS service such as Elastic Beanstalk and Lambda, which are popular and highly used services. AWS offers you all the necessary tools you would need to set up your IT infrastructure without paying any upfront. For example, Netflix, the world's biggest premium video streaming service, is completely hosted on AWS for its application needs. The world's largest e-commerce company, Amazon, is also hosted on the AWS infrastructure itself. When you see such big players in the respective fields rely on AWS for their infrastructure needs, you as an individual user can trust and be inclined towards AWS for your cloud needs. AWS offers a wide range of services that can be categorized into the following. We have compute and network services, storage and content delivery services, security and identity services, database services, analytics services, application services, and management tools. Now we have few applications of AWS. What are they? Let's look into it. The first one we have is storage and backup. That's Amazon's cloud storage is an easily accessible and useful services for business. Next we have enterprise IT. That's Amazon Cloud Services offer the ideal solution to enterprise IT's time-consuming pace. Mobile, web and social applications. AWS can launch and scale various applications like mobile applications and SaaS applications. Big data. AWS and big data work well with each other to come up with the power and infrastructure necessary to meet the needs of high-end intelligent software. Websites can be hosted on AWS Cloud. It is also good for hosting CDNs and DNS and domains. In gaming, AWS makes gaming applications easily available to the worldwide gaming network and provides gamers the best experience in online gaming across the globe. Now, how much salary does an AWS engineer earns? In India, it earns on an average basis 7 to 13 lakhs per annum, while in USA on an average basis, he or she can earn $137,000. The reason why Amazon is so huge is because of AWS along with its retail arm. The cloud service has a very high revenue and is growing rapidly. Now, did you know that AWS IaaS Cloud is 10 times greater than the 14 competitors of AWS combined? Now, this speaks volumes about the strong capabilities that this service possesses.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So now let's start making our mini project with AWS. So for that, obviously we'll need a prompt. You can go to my GitHub page over here and click on prompts. And there are 3 different prompts that you can see here. We'll take the first prompt and we'll read it while I paste it here. Now, assume as though I'm completely new to AWS, so could you provide the list of the basic AWS services that I can start with as a beginner? Also, can you let me know the projects that I can build using these services from the basic ideas to advanced ones? So now what I'm asking ChatGPT to do is, like I said before, there are a lot of AWS services, so you don't need to know all of them. If you're a beginner, then obviously there are some basic services that you must know of, such as your EC2 is there, S3 is there, RDS is there. So you need to know about these services. So that's what I'm asking ChatGPT to list me out the basic services. Then we'll use these basic services to create a very simple, very mini project. Now, depending on your expertise, you can either create a beginner project or you can just directly jump onto the advanced projects. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay. Absolutely. AWS is a vast ecosystem, but as a beginner, you should start with the core services that will give you a solid foundation. Here's my starter pack. So I have EC2, S3, IAM, RDS, DynamoDB, Lambda, CloudFront, SNS, SQS. That's already a lot. CloudFormation, CloudWatch, VPC, Route 53, Elastic Beanstalk, and autoscaling. So there are 15 services that AWS has listed out for me, which as a beginner, I should be aware about. So the projects that I get to build. Now, obviously, you have 2 options here. Either you can start copying them one by one, paste it on YouTube or on any other online education platform and try to learn them one by one. Or if you get a hands-on project, if you actually apply these services, you would understand how they work. And this will help these services stay in your mind for a long time as compared to just going through the documentation or reading a couple of bunch of theories or definitions about these services. Now, let's look at the mini projects that we have. We can make a static website hosting, which is very simple using S3 and CloudFront. You can make a personal blog. You can make a simple file storage and sharing app using S3 and IAM. Or you can make a basic serverless function that responds with hello world when triggered via API gateway. You can make a monitoring dashboard with set up an alarm that triggers an SNS notification when an EC2 instance goes down. Okay. Then we have intermediate projects, which is more complicated using a URL shortener, Lambda DynamoDB API gateway, image processing, chat application, serverless, to-do, multi-tier web app. Okay, let's do one thing. If you're not an absolute beginner, if you have some basic idea about AWS, then I would recommend you to select any of these projects. Don't directly jump to the advanced projects until like you have a solid base of knowledge. But if you're just starting out but you have like a basic understanding of cloud, then it will be better to integrate databases with it, because if you have done programming in any particular language before, you'd know that when you start integrating databases, it can get kind of complicated and hard for you and difficult for you. So if you're an absolute beginner, then my advice is to not start with a database. So let's ask ChatGPT for that. Can you give me the list of projects without integrating a database? The reason why I'm asking ChatGPT to not give me a database is because if you integrate a database, then the thing is, if you're an absolute beginner, then I am assuming that you must not have much knowledge about AWS's interface in general, and you must not have worked with any service to begin with. So when you are integrating a database, even if you go through documentations, there are certain things that you will have to fix on your own. And if you have absolutely no idea about the interface, no idea about the services whatsoever, then how can you fix the errors? That's why I'm saying don't use a database if you're a complete beginner. But if you have some experience, then you can go with databases. Okay, so we still have static web hosting, personal, serverless, hello, and simple send notification. Image resizer, we have serverless. Okay, let's try doing this one, serverless URL shortener. Now the next prompt that we have is, let's build a project. So copy that, paste it here. Now let's build your project name. Why did I write name? It's not supposed to be that. It's name. Okay, let me save that. All right, it's name. Okay, so guide me through the step-by-step configuration. You have to say this step-by-step through every minute configuration, because sometimes ChatGPT has a tendency to just omit certain changes and it would just assume that you know it. And then once you start configuring it in the AWS interface, you would actually get confused. So that's why I have written that step-by-step guide me through every minute configuration. Also make sure to give names of whatever services we are going to be creating with the AWS service. Now this is the important part. Also tell me why and how we'll be using these AWS services here. It's very crucial for you to understand why you are using a certain AWS service, because the ultimate goal of me to be helping you build these projects is why and when to use an AWS service. So we'll ask ChatGPT so that you can get a better understanding about it. You can select any of these projects from here. I think I selected this one. Serverless, no, not this one. Serverless URL shortener. There are 3 services we'll be using: Lambda, API Gateway, and S3. Okay. So replace this with the project that you have choose. And there we go. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Okay. So without using a database, let's build a step-by-step. Okay. So a serverless URL shortener is pretty much self-explanatory, the name, but still, a user submits a long URL. AWS Lambda generates a short URL and stores it in an S3 file. So when someone visits the short URL, Lambda redirects them to the original URL. API Gateway handles the API request for shortening and redirection. Okay, that is a lot of work. Let's see how and if we can get this done. AWS Lambda it runs a serverless backend, handles URL shortening and redirection. Okay. So AWS Lambda runs a serverless backend. S3 stores the mapping of short URLs to long URLs in a JSON file. Okay. API Gateway exposes IAM, and CloudFront is also there now. IAM manages, oh yeah, we need permissions obviously. CloudFront is optional, speeds up. Okay, we're not making a global application, so I don't think we need CloudFront as of now. Let's take an S3 bucket first. S3 bucket. Then what? Go to the AWS S3 console, create a bucket, set the bucket name serverless. Okay. Yeah. Create a bucket. Now one thing you need to make sure is that bucket name should be unique globally, not just for you, for everybody. It should be a unique name that nobody has ever chosen before. So I'll just put a couple of numbers so that it becomes that. I don't think uncheck block all public access will restrict access via uncheck block all public access. Uncheck block all public access. Okay. We'll create the bucket. Fine if you say so. Create bucket. Okay. I acknowledge that. Okay, fine. That's okay. Next, what? Create a JSON file. Since we're not using databases, we'll store the URL in the JSON file. Create a JSON file urls.json with an empty object. I'll need to create a just this. Okay. I'm not quite sure where this is going, but what was the name of this thing? urls.json. Okay. Now you're a JSON file. Upload it to the serverless URL shortener. Upload it here. Let's upload. Upload. Add file. Okay. There's my URLs file. Nothing else, right? Yeah. Upload it. That's it. Okay. Let's just upload it. It's uploading. Create an AWS Lambda function. Okay. Let's create an AWS Lambda function. Function name is URL shortener function. Copy that. Author from scratch. What's the runtime? Runtime is Python 3.9. Okay, I'll keep Python 3.9, which is not there. Create a new role with basic Lambda permissions. Okay, let's see. Create. Do we have Lambda? Ah, there. That's it. My role name. Lambda role. I hope that's correct. Grant Lambda access to S3. Update IAM for go to IAM console role. Okay, now we need to go to role. Still creating. Okay, let's wait for this to get created. Okay, it's done. Let's go to IAM. And what? Search for this role. What was the name? Lambda role. Okay. Roles. There it is. Find the role assigned. Click attach policy. Create inline policy. Okay. How do I do policy? Should I do it here? Modify permission. I don't think it's a permission. It's more like a policy. Can I not edit it directly? Ah, attach policy. Oh wait, no, it was not attach policy. It was create inline policy. Yeah, leave. Create inline policy. Now this. See, this is what I'm telling you. Sometimes it gives you stuff and you can only do it if you are actually familiar with AWS's interface. If not, you will get confused. So, okay. Next. Now what policy name? URL shortener S3 policy and save it. And create it. Okay. Go to Lambda code, paste this code there. Do I need to replace something? Everything is same. Click deploy. Okay. There's the code in Lambda. Paste it here. Deploy. Is it deploying? Yeah. Successfully updated. Next. Create API gateway. Create API, HTTP, API, okay. API gateway. HTTP, okay. API name is this one. Next, what is this? Create post endpoint. Create route method is post. I can't. How do I do this? Configuration routes is optional. Review and create. Oh, routes. I can't. API gateway uses routes to. Okay. Instead, can we use REST API instead of HTTP API? Because it's a lot more simpler than this. Okay, let's go back. Let's create a REST API, where is it? Build. Okay. URL shortener. That's it. See, I told you this is much more easier. Step 2. Create the shorten URL endpoint. In the API gateway, create resource, shorten. Okay. We need to create a resource. Create resource. This one. Do I need to allow course? I don't think so. But let's do it anyways. Actions, create method, select post. Okay. Actions. Where is actions? What am I supposed to do? Oh, I need to create a method. Okay. A post method. Integration type lambda function. Okay. Integration type lambda function. And I'm checking in this thing also. Create method. Click save and then okay. Click create the redirected endpoint. Actions, create resource. We already did. Short code. Okay. I need to create another resource as well. Okay. Is it supposed to be like... No, it's supposed to be like this. Click actions, create method, get. In here, I need to create a method, get. And integration type and everything. Lambda function is... There's only one lambda function, redirect function. Did we create a redirect function? I didn't see it though. It's only URL shortener. There is no redirect function. Oh, it is there. There is a redirect one also. Okay, wait. We need to create another one, which is redirect function. Python. Do we need any role? Create another lambda function. I suppose they're not talking anything about the roles and stuff, so create function. Let's wait for it to get created. Yeah. We have the code. Let's paste it here. Deploy. It's deployed. Okay. Okay. We were here when we are supposed to create a method. Get method, lambda proxy integration. Now we should have a redirect one also. Create method. Now what? Click save and then okay. Actions, deploy API, deployment stages, prod. Okay. Deploy API, it should be prod, deploy. Copy the invoke URL which looks like this. Shorten a URL, post / shorten. What am I supposed to do? Redirect a short URL. I didn't understand what this is happening. Send a post request. Acha. Okay, got it. That's our invoke URL. So I need to, okay, let's open Postman for this. I need to send a post request to this and hope it shortens the link. Okay, we need some link also, right? We'll take GitHub link. Let me create a new one. We're gonna make a post request to this link. It should be / shorten. Okay. And the body should include a URL, and we should get a shorted URL. Okay, let's see. So I will take this and put it here. It's okay. Now let's see. And we're getting bad gateway. Let's see what went wrong. The dreaded internal server error. Something broke, but I'm not telling you why. Yeah, it is very annoying. Something broke, but I'm not going to tell you why. Don't worry, let's fix it. Okay, check the CloudWatch. This is what I was trying to tell you. If something goes wrong, CloudWatch is your buddy. Now let's hope that CloudWatch has saved our logs. CloudWatch automatically saves logs sometimes. So let's hope that it has done it so that we'll know what went wrong. Missing permission for S3. If the error is access denied, you forgot to give Lambda serverless URL shortened, it is there. I don't think we gave this. We didn't give this permission. Let's see. Log groups. Yes, it is there. Okay, thank God it's there. Let's take that and I don't know what failed, but let's just copy the whole thing. Paste it here. Now tell me what's wrong. Your issue. The S3 bucket does not exist. Oh, wait. I know. We changed the name of the S3 bucket. God. And we didn't upload it. We didn't change it. Yes. We must have used it here somewhere. Serverless URL, not this one. That's the name of my bucket. There. That's the issue. It's still referencing, but your actual bucket is this one. Serverless URL shortener bucket. Which function is referencing to that? There. Let's update it there. We have another Lambda function. Let's just take that one also. That was, okay, this one. We have deployed it. Okay. You are also referencing the same bucket. There you go. Okay, let's deploy it. Nothing else, right? Okay, let's see. Again. Nope, still not working. Let's go back and see now what's wrong. Let me just copy paste this. Still we're not getting it. I don't know why I checked this. Bucket does exist. Click the region. Why are you creating so much problem, bucket? It's the same thing. Hard code to bucket name for debugging. Modify your Lambda function to print the bucket name before calling S3. Oh yeah, good job. Which one is this? Shortener. Okay. Hard code. Which Lambda function am I supposed to change? You're supposed to change the URL shortener. Okay. This one. Okay. Now I know what's wrong. IAM role policy problem. Where is IAM role? Lambda role. Okay, I'll have to open it. Add permission, attach policy. It will be S3 full access, which we didn't give. Add permission. Okay. Send it again. Still not working. Now we have the permission issue. The error is clear. Okay. I am, yes, S3 read-only access. I have to redeploy it again. Okay. I did attach it, S3 full access. Okay, I'll just redeploy it again, both of them. Deploy it. Are you not deploying? No changes to deploy. No changes to deploy. It's not deployed. Okay. I don't think we got the response. Were we not supposed to get a response? I just got this. But you're getting an yeah, why? Obviously it's empty. Check the file. Let's go see. Can I open this? No. How do I oh. It's empty. You can add a sample. Why do I need to do this? Okay, let's do one thing. Let's re-upload this file. Can I edit this here? I'll have to re-upload it. But why? Update your Lambda function to log the retrieved data from S3 and the should my urls.json file contain data? What am I doing? Contain data. Isn't it supposed to store the shortened URL on its own? You're absolutely right. Okay, fine. Initial state should be this. Checks the Lambda function receives a URL. It checks file in the S3, retrieves any existing URL. It generates a shortened version. Okay. Is empty. It will work as long as the function is designed to start with an empty object. Make sure your Lambda function is properly updating. Which Lambda function is this? URL shortener. Okay, so this is your URL shortener. Let's update it again. Deploy it. Okay, now let's try to send it. Starting indices must be integers, not strings. Okay, that's a very weird thing to get. Okay. Finally, we have our shortened URL and hopefully it should be updated in the S3 bucket as well. Let's go. Let me just reload it and then let's go check it out. Open it. Oh, you saved it? Okay, that's also not bad. All right, there you go. And apparently in the beginning, let's go to the start. Okay, so in the testing part, ChatGPT had said that send a post request and we should get this response. And if we open this, we should get redirected to that. Okay, so now if I try to copy this URL, apparently, if I open this, I'm supposed to be redirected to this, right? So according to you, if I open this shortened URL, I should be redirected to the original URL. Open the shortened URL in Google Chrome. Let me add that also. Okay, let's see. Where is it? Good catch. While the code is generating, it doesn't actually handle the redirect part. We've only covered the process of generating and storing, but we haven't set up any actual redirection logic. Okay. You'll need to create another API gateway. Okay, so right now, if I just, so as of now, if I just give any URL, it will get shortened, but it won't be able to, I mean, okay, fine, won't be able to do it. So we'll need to configure another API lambda for this. So as of now, if we give it any particular code, say if I give it this particular prompt, it will give me the shortened version. Now you have the code over here for how to implement the redirect logic as well. And I would leave it up to you guys to implement the redirect logic. Meanwhile, I will share this whole chat with you guys. Export it. I'll upload it to my GitHub page so that you guys can take it from there. There it is. Download data export. I suppose that should be here. I will upload this file to my GitHub and you guys can access it from there. Now additionally, there are a couple more prompts that we were missing. We've done the second one and let's look at our last prompt. Now that I have a thorough knowledge of the basic AWS services, let's move on to the more advanced sections of AWS. Tell me about the advanced projects that I can build using AWS Cloud. Similarly, the same way as you did with your AWS basic projects, you can still go around and make advanced projects as well. And here we have a bunch of them: scalable real-time data processing, Kinesis plus Lambda, Route 53 S3 EC2, SageMaker again, Lambda API gateway, and also try integrating databases here. And the most important thing I would ask you guys to do is document your every step. So right now we made the application, but I didn't document it. But I would highly recommend you guys to document it. Like every single time you're like, okay, I had to attach this particular policy, I forgot about it, or I updated the bucket name, but I forgot to change it later. If you kind of document it, or even if you write it down using a pen and paper, it would actually help you a lot with your brain processing, with your understanding. It will largely benefit you. So please try incorporating that. And similarly, we have a bunch of other project ideas that you guys can do. And I'll just add this one also to the advanced projects. Oh no, I don't have to share this. Okay. Meanwhile, I'll export this one also. I'll just export the whole thing together. Confirm export. And I should get another email. Yeah. I'll download that. Go to the folder. I don't want this one or this one. Not this one. I'll extract it here. Okay, I need to convert this HTML document to PDF. I'll convert this file. Download it and upload a file here. There. Let me see how that looks. Okay, so you get the entire chat over here. I've uploaded this on GitHub and you can take it from there. Alright. Now that was it for the hands-on part.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Today in this session, I will tell you guys which certification to choose if you are from a particular background, right? So you can expect by the end of this session that you will know which certification is exactly for you. So without wasting any time, let's go ahead and start off with this session with the first topic, which is why should you go ahead and choose AWS certifications. So guys, you choose AWS certifications for better job prospects in the AWS domain. So whenever you have, let's say you're working in the IT industry and you know AWS till some extent, but getting an AWS job basically nowadays requires you to have an AWS certification. The reason for that is how hiring managers, or that is how HRs who are recruiters basically differentiate you from a non AWS professional. So the way people shortlist resumes on Naukri or any other job portal these days is by typing in keywords. So they type in AWS certified to basically filter out people who know AWS. So why do you need certifications? You need certifications to have better job prospects in the AWS domain. Second thing is, you might be in a comfortable place right now and you might be thinking what to do next, right? So skilling yourself up with the cloud domain or an AWS cloud provider such as AWS would do wonders to your career if you want to go ahead and become an architect at some time in your career, right? Or let's say you want to become a CTO in some time in your career. So with certifications, with the right certification and the right technologies, you can expect a better career growth. Third thing is for staying up to date. Now I have a lot of friends and I know a lot of people who must be among you also, who basically get certified just to stay up to date with all the technologies which are working in the world right now. It might be that you don't want to do a career change. It might be that you are an expert in that technology, but just to be up to date with all the technologies which are being used in the IT industry right now, just to be up to date with it, you do the AWS certification. And apart from that also guys, if we talk about cloud technology, if we talk about to the extent to which cloud is being used these days, I guess each and every IT professional or a person who works in the software industry should go ahead and learn cloud. And the reason for that is most of our technologies that we are using today is going to be on the cloud. If not today, it will be there tomorrow, right? So you need to learn about each and every cloud provider, understand its pros and cons in order to become a professional who understands which application should be deployed on which cloud, and so that when you become an architect you can also suggest it to companies. Having said that, now what is the AWS certification exactly, right? So we have discussed why it should be done, but what is it and how can you achieve it? Let's go ahead and discuss that. So an AWS certification is basically it's a certificate that you get from Amazon, right? So Amazon certifies you that in their technology you are basically proficient enough to that level of certification. Now, when I say level of certification, there are various levels in AWS. You have associate, you have professional, you have specialty certifications. But let's not get into that as of now. We'll do that later. But basically, what AWS certifies you is that you are proficient in their technology up to the level of the exam that you are giving, right? And there are various roles also to which they provide certification for example, they provide for architect, they provide for developers, they provide for system admins as well, right? So based on your profile, based on your experience, they give you a certification that yes, based on your job profile, you can do all the work that you do in your company, in your profile, on AWS as well. That's what they certify you for, right? And for getting a certification, what you have to do is you have to write an exam. So AWS, how it certifies you is by giving you an exam, and if you are able to pass that exam, they certified you with their certificate. And what they tell you in that certificate, like I said, is that you are proficient in that particular profile. Now, what are the different categories of AWS certification, or what are the different profiles which AWS basically tests you on, right? So you have first level 1. So level 1 is a foundational certification, and this foundational certification is basically very generic. So it will be like, can you use AWS? If you say yes, then this foundational certification is something that you should be able to crack. Okay, foundational certification does not test you on specific services. It tests a generic awareness of the AWS ecosystem, and if you're good with that, you can go ahead and do the foundational certification. Now this certification is optional, right? Because most of the people that I know, they don't actually go for the foundational certification. But let's say you are a person who is from the support background, or if you are a person who is uh, let's say looking for a job where they are asking for an AWS certification, but you don't know much about AWS. So you can try your hand at the foundational certification, which will not ask you much. It will just ask you about general awareness, which is required while you're working with AWS. Now, this is level 1. Now you go ahead, and there is level 2 also, which is basically the associate certification. Now this is where the game starts, right? Now this is a certification that you will need to be certified in before you can go to level 3. Passing level 1 is not mandatory. You can skip foundational certification, but if you want to go step by step also, and you are new to AWS and you want to start learning it, I'd recommend you go ahead with the foundational certification, so you also get an idea what are the types of questions which are basically asked. Now, when you reach to level 2, then we are basically talking about associate certifications. Now, what are associate certifications? Associate certifications basically tell you that you are proficient enough to do a particular job of the specific certification that you're doing. For example, like I said, in associate you have three kind of certifications. You have solutions architect, you have developer, and then you have system administrator. So all these three certifications, any of which that you get certified in, AWS certifies that you are perfect fit for that particular job that you get certified on. It could be a solutions architect, could be a sysops, or could be a developer certification. But the game does not end here, right? So this is an associate certification where someone says probably a junior architect or a junior developer or a junior admin you can become. But let's say you are already working in AWS, you have this kind of experience. Now you want to go ahead in the career as well when you talk about AWS. So there's level 3. Now level 3 are professional certifications. Now professional certifications are for people who know AWS already, who are working in a job profile which involves AWS skills, but now you want to go to the next level. You want to become probably an architect of a company or a CTO of a company, or probably you want to head the cloud team. So in that case, you will be basically focusing on the professional certification, and the kind of profiles that we have in professional certifications are two. One is the DevOps engineer profile, and second is the solutions architect professional profile, right? So as the name suggests, if you want to become probably become a team lead of a DevOps team, you can go ahead and get yourself certified in DevOps engineer certification, Or let's say you want to become a head architect, or let's say you want to become an architect of the all the software components which are there in a company or a team. Then you can actually target the professional certification. Now I would like to reiterate what I said over here. Now when I say you want to become a architect of a company, right, and you want to glance at what all each software component is doing and how it should be structured, right? Only having a professional certification will not guarantee you that job. You also need to have the required experience which is required for that particular certification. For example, you would need around 5 to 10 years of experience in the technology domain, so that you understand each and every technology perfectly, right? But with a professional certification, you also get a nod from AWS that yes, this guy has the required experience to become an architect, especially in the AWS domain. Then after this you have level 4 also, which is basically the specialty certification. Now this specialty certification is a little different from the associate and professional certification. Specialty focuses on a uh, particular domain inside AWS as well. For example, it could be just big data services, or it could be just networking services. So which services you want to, or it could be also security services that you want to get your specialty on. So for example, you have cyber security engineers, right? You have computer network engineers. So if you are a person who's a network engineer and who wants to pursue his network profile, and he just wants to be inside the network only, AWS offers you a certification where you can show off your skills in networking on the AWS domain by doing a specialty certification of a network engineer as well. Similarly, you have it for big data. Similarly, you have it for security as well, right? Moving along, so these were the levels of certifications that you can do, right? So I told you foundational is an optional certification that you can do. Then you have the associate certification. If you don't do an associate certification, you cannot move on to professional. So this is a prerequisite which is there, right? And then you have professional certifications, which are basically uh, for a better career growth once you are an associate. And then you finally have the specialty certification, which are for hardcore people in a specific domain, for example big data, networking, security, etc. Now let's go ahead and talk about the types of AWS certification. So now we have defined the levels of AWS certification. Now let's discuss the types. So let's say you're a guy, and the first thing that you would be doing when you start off with AWS is you would go ahead and do the foundational certification. But like I said, it's optional. If you want to do, you can go ahead. This particular certification will probably give you tech support roles, or yeah, so it is good for tech support roles who are newly budding into the cloud domain. This is good for the foundational certification is for that. But let's say if you are aiming higher, you can go ahead and do associate certifications, wherein you have certified solutions architect, certified developer, certified sysops administrator. So as a certification point of view, these do not have any prerequisites, right? But in order to crack these certifications, I would suggest that you need to have some IT background, right, or some Linux knowledge, to basically, because these certifications are hands-on based. These are not theoretical certifications, right? So if you have done hands-on only, then you would be able to answer the questions that the exam is going to ask in these kind of certifications, right? So if you're not doing any hands-on, and if you're just reading books, you're just reading about services, these certifications will actually not be cracked. So you need a hands-on exposure in all the services that you're learning, and then only you can touch or crack these associate certifications. And these certifications basically serve as a prerequisite to the professional certification. For example, let's say if you want to become a DevOps engineer, you want to become a professional DevOps engineer, then either of these three associate certifications you can have. Either you should be an associate solutions architect, or a developers associate, or a sysops associate. Sysops is nothing but system administrator. So if you are a sysops associate only, then you can go ahead and do the DevOps engineer profile. Now, if you want to become a solutions architect professional, The only prerequisite is, and the only thing which will work is the Certified Solutions Architect Associate. So let's say you are a certified developer. You cannot appear for a professional Certified Solutions Architect certification, because the prereq for that is that you need to be a Certified Solutions Architect Associate. Only then you can apply for Certified Solutions Architect Professional certification, right? But if you want to become a DevOps engineer, any of these three will work. Similarly, when you move along, you have specialty certifications as well. Now, these again don't have any prereqs, right? But then, let's say if you are from the big data domain and you want to implement it on AWS, so you should be specialized in all the big data services which are there in AWS, and this is the exam which is going to test you on that. Similarly, we have advanced networking, and then we have security. So if you're good with networking and also the networking services in AWS, you can opt for going to this particular certification. Or let's say you are in the security domain and you're good with the security services in AWS, you can go ahead and opt for this specialty certification. Right? So these were all the different certifications. Now let's go ahead and do a deep dive into each of these certifications by first discussing which certification is for you. Right? So which certification is for you in case of foundational? So a foundational guy would basically be a guy who is an entry level professional into the AWS domain, right? And if you want to apply for tech support jobs, then this kind of certification will help you. The second kind of certification is the associate certification, and there are no prerequisites for this kind of certification. Like I said, if you want, you can skip foundational, and it basically tells the recruiter that whatever profile you got the certification in, that is solutions architect, developer, or administrator, you're proficient in becoming one, right? And because you have cracked it, it will also guarantee that you also have had hands-on exposure to all the services which were basically asked in the exam, right? So this is what associate certification is for, and this should basically be targeted by people. Let's say if you are if you want to become an architect in the future, then you should go for solutions architect, right? If you are already a developer and you want to still continue as a developer, then you should opt for the developer certification. Now what it will test you on is, let's say you develop an app, right? So let's say the data that you are basically, you're asking for some images in that app. So if those images have to be stored on AWS, you will have to use the required SDKs so that you can upload it on the AWS infrastructure. Now, AWS developer certification basically checks your knowledge on these SDKs that are involved, right? And if you are able to use those SDKs, then you can get the AWS certified developer certification. Similarly, a SysOps administrator should know how to administer an architecture which has already been developed, right? How to maintain it, how to do routine maintenance tasks. So of all these things you're proficient in the AWS services, you can become a SysOps administrator. Now there might be some friends over here of mine who are neither an administrator nor a developer nor are they an architect, and they want to basically switch to the AWS domain and want to become a cloud professional in the future. So for you guys, I would recommend the solutions architect profile, because that does not expect you to do coding, that does not expect you to know hardcore Linux, but what it basically would expect you to know, and that you will learn while you're learning for that certification, is how to design architectures, resilient architectures for applications that are developed by your company, right? How to deploy them on AWS is something that you will be learning. So for those people, I would recommend the solutions architect certification. So we were talking about the associate level. So for associate level, there are no prerequisites, like I said. You can go ahead and apply for the associate certification for these three profiles: solutions architect, developers, and SysOps administrators, based on the criteria that I just told you, right? Then the next certification that you have is the developer certification. So developer certification, like I said, it will check your debugging skills, it will check your SDK knowledge, right? There are no prerequisites to this, but this should basically be opted by people who are already developers and are wanting to develop on AWS service and would like to get certified in these, right? The third kind of certification that you have is the SysOps Administrator certification. Now these are for people who are already administrators, right, and now want to skill up their skills by moving on to the AWS domain, right? So this will check your skills of doing maintenance tasks. This will check your Linux skills, and if you're good with them, you will be able to crack this certification. The next role that we have is the professional role in these certifications, right? So you have the AWS Certified Solutions Architect Professional. The prereq for this is that you should have the associate level solutions architect certifications, otherwise you will not be able to appear for this kind of a certification exam, right? And this should be done by people who are either junior architects in a company, or people who have the architect certification, are architects, but still want to have a certification so that next time when they do a job change, then they can have more credibility in their resume. So this should be basically opted for those kind of people, right? So if you are already an associate solutions architect, go ahead, become a professional solutions architect. You can read about how to become one by going through the exam guide, which I will also talk about in a little while, right? Now the second kind of professional certification that we have is the AWS Certified DevOps Professional Certification, which basically asks for a prerequisite of either being a developer or a SysOps admin or a solutions architect. And this should be done by people who are basically looking out as a DevOps engineer, who want to become a DevOps engineer in a particular company, right? And DevOps engineer obviously is a very senior profile. You can expect a CTC of around starting from 10 to even 30 lakhs per annum in the DevOps engineer domain, right? So if you want to become a profile like that, and obviously the CTC you get is based on how much you know, right? But the gateway to that is by having this certification, which is the DevOps Engineer Professional Certification by AWS. Okay. The next kind of certifications are the specialty certifications. For example, you have the Big Data Specialist, which will basically check your knowledge on big data and how to solve the problem of big data using AWS services. And as a part of prerequisites for this, you can either have a cloud practitioner certification or any associate level certification, right? So there is no prerequisites as such, but if you are a cloud practitioner, so that will help you in becoming a specialist, because a practitioner would basically certify that you have a general awareness of the AWS services, and then once you have that, you can actually apply for specialist certification, so that you don't have to get into all the services that AWS has to offer in terms of, so that you don't have to go ahead and get into all the big data certifications, right? Or all these solutions architect services you don't have to know, you just have to know the specific big data services which are there. And as a cloud practitioner, you just have to know about all the generic awareness of AWS. Okay, so this was about the specialist certification of big data. Second one that you have is a network specialist. Now in this again, you just have to have the cloud practitioner service certification, right? And once you have the cloud practitioner certification, you just have to know the services that are required as a network engineer in AWS. You don't have to know all the services, right? So if you want to become a network specialist, just get to know, or just get to appear for the cloud practitioner exam and then move on to your specialist certification. Similarly, when we talk about the security specialist certification, you just have to appear for the cloud practitioner and then just show off your skills of your security domain in the AWS services, and only then you can go ahead and become a security specialist guy in AWS. Okay. Now moving forward, guys, now I've just told you about how you can go ahead and appear for certifications. Now let me just go ahead and tell you guys how you can know what all to prepare for in a certification. So just type in AWS certifications on Google. The simple search will basically give you results like these, right? Now just go to the AWS certification page, and here you can see you have an option of scheduling an exam, and then you have an option of preparing for an exam. So let's say you are done with the preparation, you can go ahead and schedule an exam and you can pick a date that you want to appear for. Since now you want to prepare for an exam, let's go down, and these are the services which are there, right? So as you can see in specialist, they have also added now Alexa skill builder and machine learning specialty, which is good. So this I think is recently added now, which again basically points to if you're a machine learning engineer and want to become AWS certified in all the machine learning services that AWS offers, you can go for this certification. And let's say if you Amazon has its own device, which is the Alexa device. It's an IoT device. So if you're building skills for that and you are in a job profile wherein you just develop Alexa skills, so for that also you can get a certification in the specialty domain. Okay, coming back to the point. Now let's say you want to become an AWS Solutions Architect Associate, right? So just click on over here. You will get this tab, and over here you will get the option of download the exam guide. So either you can so obviously you will download the exam guide, which will basically be this, right? And the second thing you can also do is you can also have a look at the sample questions which will be asked in the exam, right? So this is how the exam guide looks like. So you have the recommended AWS knowledge. So here you can find out all the things that you have to learn in order to crack this exam, right? Also, you also get a breakup of all the things that you have to learn and how much of it will be asked in the exam. For example, how to design resilient architectures, 34% of your questions would be about that. Performant architectures, 24% of your questions would be about that, right? So all these domains you will have to learn, and what to learn on all these domains, these are the things which are mentioned over here, right? Now looking at these, you will not understand as to what exactly are the services that you should target. There are 130 plus services in AWS, but which one should you target in order to crack this exam? You will not get an idea from here. So for that, we have done the homework for you. So let me just go to Intellipaat.com, right? And before going on, now this is true for each and every certification which is there. For example, let's so I just was talking about solutions architect. Let's talk about sysops administrator. So I'll click here. You'll get a sysops page listed here. Then again, you'll have to download the exam guide. Now this is the required skills for becoming a sysops administrator. These are the domains, right? And in these domains, these are the things that you have to learn. But you will not know exactly which services to target. So what you can do is you can just go ahead, go to Intellipaat.com, go to AWS, let's say Solutions Architect, right? Just search for this particular course, and then over there we have mentioned our course content, right? Let's say this is the Solutions Architect course. So this is the course content that we basically offer, right? And these will basically give you an idea about specifically what you have to learn. For example, we have listed, we're teaching you EC2 in the first module, then we're teaching you about storage volumes, then we're teaching you about auto scaling, load balancing, VPC, S3, and then databases, then management and application services, IAM, right? And then about configuration management using Opsworks and CloudTrail. So if you go through these, you will get to know exactly the services that you have to learn, and that would be it for the certification that you want to crack. Similarly, we also offer a course on sysops. We also offer a course on developer. You can just go ahead, check out the skills, and those are all the things that you want to learn. Now, for some of you who think you need help in us learning you these things, making you learn these things, you can also have an option of enrolling in a course with us. So you can go ahead, enroll in a course with us, and we have industry professionals who are already AWS certified, who are working as architects, working as developers, working as system administrators, who are going to teach you, right? These are not trainers, these are already people who are working as professionals in top MNCs, and these are the trainers that we hire who are going to teach you their skills that they have learned throughout the experience that they have, right? And we come in by controlling the course content over here, right? So this is the course content that we have created, which the trainers will be teaching you from, and that is how you will get prepared for your certification exam. We also conduct mock interviews. We also give out your resumes to companies that we are tied up with, so that you get the right job opportunities that you are looking out for.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Do you know what Amazon Elastic Block Storage is, or EBS? What if you had a storage that could be expanded or shrunk according to your needs, and you could also plug in the storage to multiple devices? Well, this is exactly what EBS is. It is like a virtual hard drive in the cloud that provides storage that you can scale and tailor according to your requirements. Hence, you can keep on adding data without the fear of ever running out of storage. But before we get any further into this video, make sure to subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel and click on the bell icon to never miss out any updates from us. Also, if you want to know more about AWS from industry experts, make sure to check out Intellipaat's AWS Solution Architects course from the link in the description down below. This is going to be our agenda for the day. So, let's dive right in with our first topic, what is EBS? Well, let's break it down with the library illustration for better understanding. Imagine you had a library filled with hundreds of books. Our library needs shelves to store our books. According to our requirements, we can either increase or decrease the number of bookshelves to accommodate our books. This is exactly how EBS works. We can increase or decrease the storage capacity according to the data we have. Similar to our library, EBS also keeps our data safe and accessible even if the virtual computer it's attached to is turned off. Just like books, our closed library remains safe. Coming to technical term, EBS is a cloud-based, persistent and scalable storage service provided by AWS for use with the EC2 instance. For a deeper understanding, I would like to give you a quick inlet into what actually is an EC2 instance. An EC2 or Elastic Compute Cloud is a virtual server provided by AWS. These instances provide scalable cloud computing resources which can be customized according to our needs. And what exactly are computing resources? Basically, these resources are nothing but CPU, memory, storage, and networking capabilities that are provided by a particular EC2 instance. Now, what happens if we accidentally lose all this precious data from our EBS volume, or we accidentally delete an EBS volume? Well, for this, AWS provides us with snapshots. A snapshot is a point-in-time copy of an EBS block. It is used to back up the data inside EBS. These can be used to restore the lost EBS volumes as data. The data stored inside snapshots are incremental. Now, what does incremental mean? Let's take another example. Say, in the first snapshot, I am saving 10 GB of data. After making a few changes to my data, an additional 2 GB is added into my existing data. Now I create another snapshot to store the changes. Traditionally, this new snapshot must contain 12 GB of data considering the previous 10 plus the new 2 GB, resulting in an additional 22 GB of total data. But due to the incremental nature of EBS snapshots, only the additional 2 GB of data will be stored inside the new snapshot instead of the whole 12 GB of data, saving us almost 10 GB of data. So that is the whole purpose why the snapshot feature is existential for. I hope this illustration helps you understand the EBS snapshots. Now moving ahead, let me take you into further discussion about EBS volume types. But before we understand volume types, I need you to understand the concept of IOPS and throughput. IOPS, or input output per second, refers to the read-write operations a storage device can perform per second. Think of IOPS as how quickly a storage device can start or complete individual tasks like fetching or writing small bits of data. It measures the speed of individual operations or transactions. For example, say we go to any online store and we want to browse the latest collection of tops available. So now the system needs to read and display the data from the servers in the minimum amount of time possible. High IOPS ensures these queries are processed quickly, providing faster response time to the user. Throughput, on the other hand, measures how much data can be transferred through a system at a given time. It tells you how fast a storage device can move large amounts of data continuously. Say we go to another website where we have to view images, stream videos, or download some content. Then the server needs to transfer large files in the minimum amount of time possible. High throughput ensures these files are delivered quickly, improving overall user experience. Let's come back to our EBS volume types. EBS offers various SSD, solid state drive, and HDD hard disk drive services. Let's look at the various types of services offered by EBS, starting with general purpose SSD, GP3 and GP2. As the name suggests, these are like the all-round option. They offer a good balance of speed and cost for most types of applications. You can use them for things like running websites, applications, and databases that need a decent performance. Now, GP3, the newer version, more customizable in terms of how much speed IOPS you need versus how much space storage you require. Then GP2, which is good for a general use, provides bursts of speed when needed, suitable for a wide range of workloads. Second one, provisioned IOPS, SSD, IO2 and IO1. When you absolutely need fast and consistent performance, especially for databases that handle lots of transactions or critical applications that cannot afford slowdowns. IO2, the latest and most reliable option, provides very high performance with high durability and low latency, best for mission critical applications. IO1, similar to IO2 but slightly older, still great for applications needing predictable performance with specified IOPS. Third one is the throughput optimized HDD, SD1. If you want to work with big data or need to process large amounts of data quickly and cost effectively, it's ideal for scenarios where speed and throughput, how fast data moves, matter more than instant access to small bits of data. Last but not the least, cold HDD, SC1. When you want to store a lot of data but don't need to access it very often. It's like storing stuff in a warehouse rather than keeping it in your office. It's cheaper but slower to access. Great for backup archival data like old records you legally need to keep but rarely access, or any data that's cold, meaning not frequently used. Now let's move on to the most important part. Why do we need EBS? Think about it. Why do we really need EBS? We could have just saved our data inside our EC2 instance itself. To understand this, let me take another example. Say you have a laptop which you use for your work. The laptop has built-in storage where you can save your files. Now let's say you work on important files that you need to access from multiple locations from multiple devices, and you want to ensure these files are always safe even if your laptop gets damaged or lost. To solve this problem, you use an external hard drive, say a pen drive in this case. This pen drive is portable, so you can connect it to any computer you use. It also keeps your data safe and secure, ensuring that your important files are not lost even if the device itself has issues. This is how EBS works as well. Although we can store the data inside the EC2, to store the data permanently, we need EBS. Remember, EBS stores data locally, which means the data blocks can only be accessed within specified availability zone. Hence, your EBS block cannot be accessed globally. Now, let's get into the implementation part. We are going to create our own EBS volume and attach it to an already existing EC2 server.
Now, to create your own EBS volume, you need to log into your AWS account. From there, go to the search button and search for EC2. And there you can see the EC2, the first link, click on it, and then you will be redirected to your EC2 management console. From there, on your left side, if you scroll down, under the Elastic Block Store, you will see volumes. Click on that, and it will take you to the volume section. Now in the top right corner, you can see Create Volume. Click on that, and here comes the volume types, the ones that I explained to you. So now we're going to be creating a very minimal website. So for that, let's just go with general purpose SSD or the GP3 option. You can keep any size you want to. I'll be keeping 10. And then make sure your EC2 instance is the same one, is in the same availability zone as your EBS volume. And that's it. You can click on Create Volume. Now if you refresh this page, you can see that this is the volume that we just created. Now, if you go right here, you can see that it's available, but it's not in use yet. That's because we haven't attached it to our EC2 instance yet. That's what I talked about, the availability zones. So for attaching this volume to your EC2 instance, they should be in the same availability zone. So now click on Actions and click on Attach Volume. Now it will take you to this page, and here you can select your instances. Now there are 2 instances which are created in the same availability zone. You can select any one of your instance, select any device name and attach the volume. And if you see here, it's in use. It's attached to our EC2 volume. That's it. So now if you want to see where your volume is created, you can go to Instances and select the particular instance to which you attached your EBS volume. Click on Connect. Select the RDP client. Now you can just open your RDP, connect to it. Now if you want to see your EBS volume, you have to go to this Create and Format Hard Disk Partitions. Now here, if you scroll down a bit, you can see this, which is online and unallocated. Click on it, New Simple Volume. Now if you go to your PC, this PC, and now you can see a new volume D of size. This is the volume that we created. So that's how you create your own EBS volume.
This is it. Now you know what an EBS volume is and have also created your own EBS volume. Once again, if you want more content like this, hit the bell icon and the subscribe button to never miss an update from the Intellipaat team.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Amazon Cognito offers authentication and authorization features for your web and mobile application. Authentication is who the user is. It's the part where the application tries to figure out who you are. Authorization, on the other hand, is what the user has access to. As in, certain users might only have access to specific AWS resources in your environment. To put it briefly, Cognito safeguards our web applications. But why do we need Cognito? We can just manually safeguard our websites too, right? If you try to manually authenticate users to your website, you'll have to manage a lot of things, including storing all the user credentials, encrypting the password, securing the communication lines, implementing MFA or multi-factor authentication, account recovery, password resets, and so much more. Worst part, this data is going to pile up eventually, and soon you will be buried in a pool of unmanaged data. But don't worry, because this is where Amazon Cognito, or the gatekeeper, comes to your rescue. But before I tell you more about Cognito, make sure to subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel and click on the bell icon to never miss out on any updates from us. Also, if you want to learn more about AWS from industry experts, check out Intellipaat's AWS Solutions Architect course from the link in the description down below. So, this right here is going to be our agenda for this video. So let's start things off with what is Amazon Cognito. Cognito can quite easily solve our earlier dilemma by offering security features to protect user data. Passwords are securely hashed using strong algorithms to prevent unauthorized access. User data is encrypted and transmitted securely over the internet using SSL/TLS protocol. SSL or Secure Sockets Layer and TLS or Transport Layer Security provide secure communication over a computer network, usually between a client and a server. For now, all you need to know is we need SSL and TLS to ensure that our sensitive information such as passwords, financial transactions, and personal data remain protected from various cyber attacks. Coming back to our topic, to provide another layer of security, Cognito also supports MFA, account recovery, and password resets.
If you have explored the user authentication area before on AWS, you must have come across IAM or Identity and Access Management at least once. IAM is also a way of authenticating users. So, why do we need Cognito? This brings us to our next topic. Cognito handles the user-related aspects of our application, such as user registration, sign-in, sign-up, MFA, etc., and the management of users. Whereas IAM is used for setting and managing permissions for various AWS resources, ensuring your application's back-end components have the necessary permissions to function securely. In a nutshell, you should choose Cognito if your application primarily deals with user authentication and management, as Cognito naturally becomes a better choice due to its built-in features for user management and integration with various identity providers. Whereas, you should choose IAM when you need to manage permissions for AWS resources and services, especially in scenarios involving internal users such as employees and administrators. Now, let's understand some of the key components of Amazon Cognito, namely user pool, identity pool, and sync. User pool is a user directory. Think of it as a register that contains all the user credentials such as the username, password, etc. User pool manages user registration, sign in, sign out, verifying email or phone numbers by sending verification code, handling forgotten passwords, and changing existing passwords. Additionally, it also secures and encrypts passwords, supports features like MFA and CAPTCHA, and provides password policies and token-based authentication. Password policies refer to the set of rules that a user must follow while creating or updating a password, such as the minimum length, use of alphanumeric characters, requiring lowercase or uppercase or numbers, etc. User pool also supports identity federation, meaning you can combine user pool with third-party authentication services such as Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple. Identity pools in AWS Cognito allows you to grant your users access to other AWS services by providing temporary AWS credentials. Consider a situation where you're getting authenticated from one of the identity providers. Once you get authenticated, you will get an authorization token from the provider, which you can send to the Cognito identity pool. The identity pool will verify the token with the identity provider and issue you temporary AWS credentials, which you can use to access the desired resources. Then comes sync, which allows you to sync user data across multiple devices. Alright, now that you have a basic understanding of Amazon Cognito, let's move on to the hands-on part. For this hands-on demonstration, we'll be creating a React web application and we are going to use Amplify. Amplify allows you to build and manage web applications with backend services such as storage and authentication. We will be using Amplify to integrate Cognito into our website. There are some more of Cognito's features that we'll be discussing during the hands-on. So with that, let's jump right in. Okay, now let's proceed on to the hands-on part. So for this hands-on part, we'll be creating a React app inside of which we're going to integrate Amplify and Cognito. So to start with, I've given the link to my GitHub account in the description. You can go there, click on commands for React. We're going to run all of these commands in our React file. Let's create a folder, React Cognito. Create a new terminal here. You can go to terminal, new terminal. We don't need PowerShell. We need command prompt. All right, now let's run our codes one by one. We just need to copy from here and paste the code over there. Alright, so right now, let me just tell you, this is going to take some time to install. Meanwhile, let me tell you what we are doing right here. We're basically importing all the tools that we need from the Amplify. Amplify is basically a service that AWS provides, which offers you tools so that you can create your websites, your full stack websites. It offers you tools so that you can facilitate backend with your storage and authentication services. So where you can integrate it with S3 buckets and such for storage. But in our case, we need authentication. So we'll be integrating it with Cognito. It provides us tools so that it integrates directly with Cognito. Okay. Now let's just configure our Amplify.
It's going to open my AWS account. Okay. Now I have already logged in so that I don't have to log in again. If you haven't, you can go right here and log in. But now that you're here on the console, check one thing, that it's your region. For me, it's US East 1 because it's going to ask you right now. Let's click enter. There it is, US East 1. Okay, now it's going to ask us to create a user in the IAM console. And it's also providing you the documentation as to how to create the user. Okay, so let's just create. I'm going to call it React user. Okay, let's just call it something else. Cognito user. Let's just attach policies directly. And if you come to the documentation also, you can see it here, the administrator / access amplify. And it's right here. If you can't find it, just go and search for amplify and there it is. Click on next. Okay, create user. And now if we go to this Cognito user, security credentials, we need access keys, because if you come back to VS Code, you will enter and you need access keys. Where will you get access keys? You need to create them. Command line interface, because we are using VS Code. Go next. We don't need a description. Access key, here it is. Copy, paste. Secret access key, there it is. Again, copy, paste. Profile name, let's just go with Cognito user itself. Okay, so user is set up. Now we can safely close this. We don't need that. Now we can create our React app. I'm going to go with the standard My App. Let's just wait for it to get installed. Okay, so now that our React app is installed, let's just navigate to our folder, My App. Now we need to initialize amplify. Copy that command, paste it here. Name, let's just go with My App. Yes, the information is correct. AWS profile, Cognito user. So, no, let's just go with no. It's a small project. Okay. Now let's just add Cognito. This amplify add auth is basically amplify add authentication. Okay, so the social provider is basically this Google or Facebook or Amazon. If you want to integrate third party, like if you want to sign in using a third party website like Google or something, if you want to authenticate through there, then you can go with a social provider. But right now, let's just create a very simple project. But in the same project itself, I will show you how to do it. But for now, let's just make it quite simple. Default configuration. Let's just take email. Yes, we're done. Okay. Now the next steps is amplify push. All right. So this step is basically, like you told amplify your requirements that, okay, I don't want a social provider. I want the default configurations. So there are certain default configurations that you can see when you create a user pool from the UI itself. So it's going to just like whatever. Okay. Let's just click on yes. So whatever configurations that you gave right here, the default configurations, now Amplify is going to go to the AWS cloud and it's going to develop all those applications for you. Okay. So now let's install all the UI components that we're going to need for React. Now, before we move on to the next command, which is npm start, we need to make a few changes in our code, because right now in React, it's going to just run the default code. We don't want that. We need the code for, our Cognito. So that's why we need to modify this code. If you see here, this authenticator, this is going to provide you with a default template for your code, so that it's going to provide you the default login sign up page. So you don't have to do anything about it. But for the home page you need, so that's why you need to copy the app.css as well. Okay. Now that everything's set, let's just start our app. Okay. Yeah, so here we are. We need to create an account. This is the default page which has been provided to us by Cognito itself using Amplify. Now let's just navigate to our AWS dashboard again. There's the pool that we just created. And right here you can see that there are no users created yet. That's because we haven't created any. So let's just create one. Now it's going to send you a verification code to the email ID that you provided. You need to go to your mail and take that from there. For the confirmation code, click on confirm. And we are logged in. Now if you come back here, reload this, there is our user that we just created. Okay, now this was a very simple way of doing these things. But now if you want to integrate the third-party providers such as Google, Facebook or Amazon, that is going to be a bit more complicated than this. So if you want to tag along, let's go. To start with, we need to go to Google Cloud Service Providers. Now, why do we need to go here? Because if you come back, sign-in experience, this identity provider. Click on that. Here you can see all of these identity providers that you can add in your project. We're going to choose Google for this demonstration. Here we need client ID, client secret. We need to set up Google Federation with this pool. Now, if you want more information, there's a documentation regarding this. Amplify itself provided it. This is the documentation. I'll leave the link in the description down below. So if you want to, you can go and have a read through it, but I'm just going to show you how to do it. So firstly, you need to create a project. You need to navigate to API and services. Right here, you need to go to OAuth consent screen. External, create, app name, okay, example app, supported email. I'm going to copy that because we need to use it down below as well. Authorized domain, you need to give something like amazoncognito.com. Email address, save and continue. We don't need any scopes here. No test users. Okay, back to dashboard. Okay, now let's just go to credentials. Now we need to create our client ID. Let's create it, OAuth client ID. Our application is a web application. Let's just again go with example app. Authorized JavaScript origins we'll add later. And this is going to give you with your client ID and your client secret. Copy that. Put it here. We have the client secret as well. Now, this particular part you need to be very, very aware of. So in the code that I am giving you, there are 3 scopes that are mentioned: profile, email, and open ID. This is very crucial because if any of this is wrong, it won't work. So please be very sure that profile, email, OpenID, keep that in your mind. Let's just give email right here. Add entity provider. Okay. Now, before this, we didn't give a domain. So let's just create a domain first. Create a Cognito domain. I'm just going to call this Intellipaat Cognito. Let's just create, okay, it's already there. 2. Okay. This is there. Cog. Okay, this is there. Okay. So that's our domain name. Now let's just add the callback. Okay, callback URL you need to take from here, your local host. Paste it here. Sign out also you need this. This is redirecting basically. Identity providers, let's just select both. OAuth. Okay, what is OAuth 2.2? Now, OAuth is basically a protocol which masks your credentials. It's like you're providing your credentials to it. It masks it so that the websites who are accessing your credentials, they don't see your actual credentials. Like when you're logging in, they don't see your actual credentials. It masks it. So there are 2 types of it, authorized and implicit. So the basic difference between both of them is that, in authorized, in implicit one, the access token, it's visible inside the IP address itself. But if you take authorized one, then it's like it masks the access tokens. So that's why let's just go with authorization code grant. OpenID, scopes, let's just leave it there. Save changes. If you scroll down, no, you need to come back first. There are 2, right? So we need to configure the same for both of them. Again, same process. Callback. Sign out, identity, Cognito and Google, auth is authorization, OIDC, OpenID. Okay, save changes. Now I believe, alright, but now there's a problem. If you directly click on continue with Google, it is going to show you blocked. Why? Because if you remember, I told you we will fill these authorized JavaScript origins form later, which we haven't filled till now. So let's just go right around and fill it. So for that, we need our domain name. Let's just go and get our domain name first. There's our domain name. Copy it from there. Authorized JavaScript, let's add first. Okay. For this one, you need to make sure that OAuth2/IDP response, you need to add this. Click on save. Okay, saved. Let's just go back. Let me just select any one of them. Okay, are we redirected back here? We're not logging in because if you remember in our code, we have not yet provided that, okay, when the Google is like, when you authenticate from Google, you can go to the login page. We haven't provided it in the VS Code yet. That's why we're getting redirected to our localhost page only. But if you go back in here, you can see the email has not been verified yet because it's not integrated in our code yet. But it is an external provider, so let it be. Now let's just add it to our code as well so that it can be reflected on both the places. Okay. So for the code again, you need to modify it. And again, I've provided the code in the GitHub repository itself. You can copy it from there and add it here. And then there's another file, you can locate it, AWS exports.js. In here, there are a few modifications that you need to make in this OAuth client. Okay. Now the domain name we just copied, so I believe it should be there somewhere. I'll just go and take it from there. Okay, so the domain name, we know where to get it from. There's a domain name. Paste it here. Make sure the HTTPS you don't need it there. The OpenID profile email, make very, very sure it's there. Your redirect, we need localhost here. Here as well. Okay. Your client ID, we need to take it from Google. Where it is. Still some error in our code. Okay, there's another one. You need to also change the app.js code from this federated ID. Okay, it's showing here, but if you click on that, it's not going to take you there because there are multiple problems. Right here, we didn't add localhost. So let's just add that first. Here we specified for Cognito, but we didn't specify for localhost. That's why we're getting the error. And again, you need this OAuth 2 IDP response. Okay, click on save. Let me start it again. Let's now try to sign in with Google. Still not working. Invalid scope again. Let's just go and double check if our scope is correctly written here or not. Email and profile. Let me just double check that again. Email and profile. Okay, yeah. Save changes. Okay. Now if you click on sign in, let me just take one of my accounts. And we are logged in. Okay, let's just log out. And if you come back here in the users, you can see the external provider that we just Google, like we use Google to sign in. You can see it right here. So that's about it.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
Okay. So I am going to ask you one first question. What is AWS? What do you understand by AWS? So what is the full form of AWS, guys? What do you understand about the AWS? Is somebody going to tell you AWS? So what is the full form? Is it Amazon Web Service, correct? So let me write down it. A means Amazon. W means what? Web. And S means what? Service. Now, what is this Amazon, guys? What is this Amazon? Company? Organization? What is this web means? Web means internet. And what is this services means? If you're going to break this AWS into three different words, you are going to understand that what this Amazon is going to do. I am going to speak it, it is clearly mentioned that Amazon is a one company which provide some services which we are here to learn which services they are offering. How they are offering the services? They offering the services via internet. Clear, guys? Amazon is the company which provides some services via internet. How I am saying that it's provide the services? Let me take a Google example. Everybody using Google. Everybody understood about the Google. So if you all are using google.com, what google.com offer you, guys? Which service google.com offer you? What is google.com? Search engine. It's provide you search engine facility, correct? And how they are offering the search engine service? How they are offering it? Via internet. Great. So if they are offering search engine via internet, similar way, Amazon is offering some services. Which services? Do you hear about this? So they are offering some services, that is infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. Okay, we are going to cover it. Don't worry about it. So how this Amazon and Google works? First of all, we need to understand that. So if I wanted to access google.com, so now tell me, if Google is search engine, what is the search engine? Can I say application? Can I say application software? Something is there in the back end. Everybody agree na? Now tell me, if you install the Zoom call, right now we are using Zoom call, might be somebody using web browser to connect or somebody install this software. So you require some method or software to access and communicate with me. To run this Zoom call or the web browser, what is the minimum requirement? You required CPU, you required RAM, you required storage, and you required network. And these things, CPU, RAM, storage, network, which device offer you? Laptop offer you this, your mobile phone offer, your desktop offer this, and your tab offer this. Correct or not correct? Agree? So if we say that, hey Rohit, we at least we require CPU, RAM, storage, and network. So now tell me, if search engine is a application and the software which we accessing through internet and google.com offer it. So are the search engine which is running in a backend, it's required a CPU memory storage? Tell me guys. It's also required CPU memory storage. So are the CPU memory storage are used running in some laptop? They are running in a server. So you can consider that in a layman, in a very simple words, laptop is equal to server. You can consider, but laptop is a smaller capacity, server is a bigger capacity. Means if we have a 2 core here, we have 34 cores, 50 cores, 60 cores, depends upon the size of the server. If we have a 32 GB here, in this case you have 128 GB, more than that as well. It depends. So for the normal understanding, we can consider that laptop is equal to server. Why I am saying that? Laptop, but server doesn't contain screen, server doesn't contain keyboard, and it doesn't have a mouse. So it's just purely CPU, RAM, storage, and network. If I'm going to use server in the future, you need to understand I'm talking about the CPU, memory, and storage. Now, if you, I'm going to ask you that, hey, could you please open your browser and access the google.com? Did you ever think that how this google.com work and how you are able to connect? So if I have this laptop, now in this laptop, first of all, you required a connectivity, correct? If you have a Wi-Fi, tell me guys, are you able to access internet in this laptop? Assume that you open the Amazon or Flipkart, you just order the Wi-Fi router. If you order the Wi-Fi router came to your house, you plugged into the power supply on it. Did you get internet? So what is the required to get the internet? To get the internet, you required internet service provider. Like in my case, it is Airtel, might be in your case Geo or local vendor, or we required LAN cable, anything we can. So we required what? Internet service provider. And that internet service provider, if you see very carefully, if you see your internet connectivity, you find that there is a one cable coming from outside inside your house, and that cable will be attached to the Wi-Fi router. And then only you are able to access the internet. So this is the major player who going to provide you the internet. Without internet service provider, you are not going to get access. Like mobile phone. In the mobile phone, people say that, hey, I'm getting internet, but somebody providing you the internet, na? Your telecom service provider providing the internet. So assume that I'm just talking about the internet, how you are going to access the internet. So if we require the internet, what do you require? You go for some vendor who is providing the internet service. I'm not sure in your case who is providing it. Might be Jio is there, Tata is there, Airtel is there, local vendors are there. You're going to coordinate with them. They will come at your house, and they, if you find that there is a one cable coming outside from the outside and coming inside your house, correct? And it's going to attach to your Wi-Fi router. And through this Wi-Fi router, you're connected to your laptop, your mobile phones, other using your Wi-Fi user and password. Now, in this laptop, if you're going to open the browser, now people are confused and might be confused. Hey, Rohit, why are you teaching these things? This is very, very important. You need to understand how you're accessing the cloud. So now tell me, if I need to open the google.com, first of all, I need to open the browser. Once the browser is open, you write a google.com. Then the request will be going to send where? The request will be going to send the Wi-Fi. After that, it's going to send to the ISP. After that, it's go where? It is going to the .com, basically domain provider, or we can say DNS, name servers. I'm going to explain this name server in detail in the Route 53 section when we are discussing about the DNS. In this name server, the detail of your backend website is written. Once your traffic reached here, it will going to get what? As I mentioned that this search engine is going to run somewhere in some servers, correct? There is some server running where your search engine is installed as an application. and then you are going to connect to this particular backend server via which you are able to access your search engine. Clear? Now, my next question is, if you are using laptop, is this laptop is a physical device? If it is a physical device, do you require some place to place it? Some location, some physical location required or not required? Similarly, if we Google already have some server, physical server where the search engine is running. So that means they have a physical server, and to place this physical server, they required some location, not location. Yes, na? So the location, like right now I'm sitting in a one room. That is a study room, correct? In that study room, I have a table where my laptop is placed. Similar way, the Google having some physical server where search engine application is installed. If this is a physical server, they need a physical location, and that location is known as data center. Clear? So whenever you are accessing any website, you need to understand that in the back end, there is some physical server running. There is one physical server is running, and that physical server located in some physical data center. I'm hoping this concept is clear. Now my next question is, what is data center, guys? Everybody talk about more or align with the data, correct? Because in the name itself, we are written as a data and center. That is why more people are talking about the data. Okay, now let me explain it. Because in the back end, everything is a data center. Everything is going to run in a data center. Now people are going to ask me, hey Rohit, nowadays we are using cloud. Why are you teaching the data center? Without data center, the cloud is also not there. Without data center, the cloud is also not there. Assume that you have one room. You all have a one room, correct? In this room, you have 1000 laptop running. Let me take a laptop example so that you can understand it. Just assume that there are multiple servers or laptops are running in a backend, correct? So laptop is equal to server, we already know. So that means I'm talking about the server. There is multiple servers are running. So I will say server device, servers are there. Now, assume that this server is going to run 24/7. Why I'm saying that it is going to run a 24/7? When you walk up any time in a given time in a day, if you try to access google.com, are you able to access it or not? You are able to access it now. That means the backend server where the search engine is running, it is running 24/7. If it is running 24/7, that is why you are able to access it. Assume that you have a laptop and 1000 laptop placed in a single room. If you are using your own laptop and try to run your laptop for more than 8 hours, did you feel some heating issue? Fan noise is there, something is there. And assume that if there is a 1000 laptops are running 24/7, did the room temperature will increase or not increase? Increase now. So if it is increase and the temperature will start raising, so if the temperature go above some certain limit, then there is a hardware failure chances are there. Laptop might be crash due to heat. Similar way, in the data center, there are thousands of servers are running, and if they thousands of servers are running, they produce heat. To maintain that heat, what we required, guys? Normally in our day-to-day life, what we required, guys? Air con, ACs, cooling system. Correct. So if I say that I am going to place a air con here, air con AC, whatever you wanted to call it out. So what I required? I required a cooling system. Or I can say air con AC. Now tell me guys, are this single AC is sufficient? What is the reasoning behind no? Why it is not sufficient to run one AC? Okay, now tell me. Assume that AC is working 24/7. In your house, aircon is working. And normally, aircon also required maintenance windows. If something happened to that aircon, then what are you going to do? You're going to, like, for example, you have a Samsung AC. You're going to call a Samsung team. Hey team, I am facing aircon issue. Could you please come and repair it? Then Samsung will be going to give you the time frame. Hey, we will going to visit. It will take 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. Part is not available. So during that period, if AC is not working, when the AC is in maintenance, did you think that these servers are going to work properly? No, na. So at least two cooling system we required for high availability. If one goes down, I have a alternative solution via which I can cool my data center or that room we are talking about. Correct, guys? So how many air cons you required? At least two. Now, guys, tell me what else we required. Did your laptop require power supplies? Do your laptop required power supplies to run? Or without power supply, it is going to work? Required power? How many power supplies is required? One or two? At least two for the high availability. We required DC generators and UPS system if something goes wrong. In my case, my Wi-Fi is connected to the UPS. Why I connected my Wi-Fi to UPS? Because laptop already have a power backup. If electricity goes, still my UPS provide power to my Wi-Fi so that I can deliver my training or I will continue my meetings. So at least two is required. Now, guys, if this server A wanted to communicate to server B, these are two laptops. Laptop A wanted to communicate to laptop B. How they are able to communicate, guys? Did we require network devices? Like if I'm going to say that LAN cable is there or Wi-Fi, it is attached to the Wi-Fi and it is attached to the Wi-Fi, then they will connect. So what is this Wi-Fi? It is a network device. So we also required a network device. Now, next question. Did your laptop contain storage? Or if you wanted to take a backup, you need external storage, yes or no? So we also required a storage device. Did this room required some location, some building, something? Its location is required. We can say room, one building, two building, depends upon the size of the servers, how many servers you have. Now, you have 1,000 of laptop. Did you going to alone handle this 1,000 server or you required somebody to monitor, handle it for you? You required somebody now to manage them. We required team. So we required either somebody say NOC team, somebody say DC team. So we required some team manpower to manage the complete data center, as well as we required security. Security for what? Securing your complete building and infrastructure. And combination of this all is known as data center. So data center is not just containing data. Data center is not just a server. Data center is not just a network. Data center is combination of this all thing. And then it, yeah, firewall and everything will be there. Clear? So let me open my blog, which I write. If you see this picture, I'm hoping it is visible. This is the data center layout. Okay. If you find here, there are two generators. There are three UPS systems. There is a cooling rack systems are there and server rack. I'm going to talk about server rack. What is this? And we also have a monitoring room where the team will be sit and monitoring the complete data center. So that is the infrastructure. It is how the backend infrastructure is look like. If you scroll down a little bit, you're going to find that there is a Almira-like structure is available. This is your server rack, and this is your network rack. Now people are going to say that, hey Rohit, why we require this Almiras? Assume that if you have a 1000 of laptop or server, you require somewhere, you are not going to put them in the ground. You require some mechanism to store this number of devices, yes or no? So how the server will be going to run? Server you can consider as the UPS unit. If you are having desktop now, so these are going to place like this. Server is going to place like this. In this rack, it is going to mounted onto the rack, correct? I'm hoping it is understood, guys. Network always doesn't mean Wi-Fi. I'm just taking a simple example, like we guys are everybody using Wi-Fi. That is why I take a Wi-Fi as example. Network means the cabling system, router, switches. There are multiple different devices are available. Okay. There are in the data center, there are racks are available. Rack you can consider as a Almira. If you see this is a Almira like a structure where you're going to place your clothes, your laptop, anything you're placing it. This rack or Almira is used only to place your server devices or network devices. Why we are using this Almira like structure? To manage and properly install and mount the server. We are not going to lie our server on the ground. So we need a proper management system where you are going to place your mount your server, as well as the cooling system, because there are multiple way of cooling. Either the air cone will be sucked from here and go out, or either there are multiple cooling systems are available. Somebody is top to down, bottom to up. There are multiple ways the cooling system will be going to work. If now somebody going to ask you what is data center, you are able to understand and give the answer. Now, my next question to you guys. My next question is, what is cloud? Now, you need to understand. If you're going to ask me what is cloud, I just going to say that cloud is nothing more than accessing data center via internet. Why I'm saying that? Because data clouds provide you what? Storages, servers, network. So cloud is just a term. It's just saying that it's just enable you to access your data center via some software and tool through internet. Nothing more than that. So if somebody going to say that I am using AWS, I am using Azure, I am using GCP, they all are accessing data center, which is running and running in the backend in some location managed by the service provider. Like if we are today we are start learning AWS. So AWS, Amazon is handling this data center for you. We are just accessing that data center via the console AWS providers. Not more than that. So now you understand why I'm discussing the data center first, because you need to understand how cloud works. First, physical server, data centers, internet connectivity, and why I'm saying it is internet is there. Now tell me, in this example, Google example, if you are having this internet service provider, using internet service provider, in your house you have internet, then only you are able to access Google, correct? So if we are able to reach to the Google data center via internet, that means this Google center is also connected to the internet. Simple logic, na? If they don't have internet, then how we are able to access it? So the Google data center is also connected with the internet. They using some service provider. Same way, AWS is also using internet. I am also using the internet. Okay, now tell me, in the back end, whenever the cloud service provider provide you anything, all the things, like if we say the EC2, let me take one EC2. EC2 is a server, virtual server, or we can say VM, virtual machine. In AWS, if I need to create a EC2, EC2, it is a virtual machine. Virtual machine means it is running on some physical server. Correct or not correct? If there is a physical server in the back end, this physical server is running somewhere. Somewhere means what? Data center, DC. So how we creating this EC2? We are creating this in EC2 via internet through AWS console. That is why I'm saying that cloud is nothing more than just accessing the data center via internet. I'm hoping this is clear. Before going on a dig down more about data centers and other topic, first of all, I need to clarify one thing. I use high availability. One term I use that is mean is HA, high availability. Internet is not same. Okay, now come here. We are going to talk about HA. What do you understand by HA? Low downtime, always available. Correct, that is a high availability. Let me take one simple example so that everybody on the same page. Now, I'm giving you one use case. There is a one location. This is a rural area. Rohit is planning to go. A forest area you can consider. In this forest, in this area, Airtel will be providing their service. No other service provider is available. And in this area, Jio will be providing their telecom service. And Rohit need to go in this complete location. Rohit need to travel here. Rohit need to travel here. Ask of Rohit is, please tell me, I am planning to travel to this location and I need to be available 24/7 on telecom. Means I am able to receive call or I am able to call somebody 24/7. This is my request. So how are you going to resolve that? So can I consider there is a one phone? Mobile phone is required. Two SIMs are there. Okay. I will say Airtel SIM, Jio SIM. So R it is a fully available solution, guys. R it is a fully available solution if I have this. It is not. Why it is not? If this mobile phone stolen, broken, misplaced, did this Airtel and Jio will going to work without mobile phone? When during the travel, Rohit misplaced this phone. So are you going to consider this a fully highly available solution? No, na. How we going to achieve it? You're going to suggest Rohit, hey Rohit, you going to bring two mobile phone. One you are going to keep in your bag, one you're going to keep in your pocket. So that you have a highly available thing. If one goes corrupted, stolen, broken, anything happen, you have an alternative. Yes or no? Are this mobile phone only going to help them? No. At least Airtel SIM here or Jio SIM here. Why extra two SIM? Because if this phone is stolen or misplaced, this Airtel and Jio SIM also misplaced because it is a part of this mobile phone. At least I require two more SIMs, one Airtel, one Jio. Correct or not correct, guys? Or this is the fully highly available solution now, guys? Or still something is missing? Yes, still we have missing something. Whenever we talk about high availability, we are not just considering that I created two server, my things are done. No, we also going to think power cable. How many power cables? At least two. If one is not charger, your power cable, if it is not working, I have an alternative. In this area, assume that there is no electricity. Then what you require? Rohit required power bank. At least two. If it is not working, I have an alternative. So what do you mean by high availability? High availability means to design your solution with the minimum downtime to reduce the single point of failure. Is somebody going to ask you what is high availability? Now you are able to explain them. Each and every layer where you find that there is a single point of failure, we need to mitigate that or we need to remove that. Great. Now, if I'm going to ask you when this cloud came in picture, in which year this cloud came in picture? Okay, now let me explain you the complete data center. So everybody understood about Gmail is cloud or what? It's a form of cloud or not? Gmail, which you're using. Everybody agree it is a cloud. It is a SaaS solution we are using. G Drive is a cloud, correct? How many people are used Yahoo Mail? How many people use AOL? I'm not sure how many. So Yahoo Mail is what? Is look like a Gmail? Is a similar concept. Before Gmail, Yahoo introduced it. Yeah, AOL is also introduced like the same thing like we are using Gmail. When they introduce 1993, 1997. So can we say that cloud is introduced in 2006 when AWS introduced it? Or we can say cloud is already there. Gmail is a cloud. Same thing Yahoo Mail is launched in 1997, like a Gmail is offering us a mailing service. So it is already there. The cloud is not a new term. It is used from very beginning when the internet world will be started, when your websites are started. Why I'm saying that? Because when you accessing a website, what that mean? That mean through that URL, you are accessing the data center. Correct or not correct? So when the domain name systems are introduced, the domain name system are introduced in 1983. Domain name system. And the first website which is registered in 1985, that is known as symbolic.com. This is the first website registered worldwide. Via 1989, there is 1 lakh website is already hosted on the internet. If there is these many hosts, means servers are already placed on the internet. So are you going to consider that in 2006 there is a cloud will introduce? No, na. In 1989 onward, we are, or we can say 1985 onward, we are accessing our websites, which is also a small form of cloud. Okay. Yeah, the terms will be 1952 you can consider, but actually uses are come in this year. Without internet, there is no cloud, but the term or concept will be it's very old term and old concept. And these are in a generation 1 data center. I'm considering them as a generation 1 data centers. After that, we have a generation 2. That generation are created by me, which is 2000s. Okay. What happened in this? The company introduced the virtualization. CPU and memory, and this era, correct? Virtualization came in picture. What is the virtualization, guys? If I'm going to ask you somebody, what is virtualization? What do you understand about the virtualization? People are say that it is not a physical, it is a virtual. That is true. But definitely we require a physical device over where we're going to create a virtual thing. Without physical thing, we are not able to achieve this virtualization. And all the cloud which we are accessing, it is based on the virtualization technology, software defined data centers basically. Okay. Now, let me explain the virtualization. As per my understanding, technology, can I say it is a technology? It's a technology, na? Because previously there is no virtualization. In 2000s, we received this technology that allow you to use a single hardware or physical server, I can say that. Hardware basically talks about the physical thing. It's not virtual, physical. Laptop is a physical feel. Hardware is a physical. Okay. To get multiple machine, or we can say VMs. So single server is used to provide you multiple virtual machine. What it mean, Rohit? I didn't understand that. In the normal term, when you buy a laptop, guys, how many operating system are installed in this? Only one operating system, correct? So are you going to consider this is the single server or laptop? If the same machine you use to installed multiple operating system, like if I installed 4 different operating system here, this operating system act as a individual machines, and this all the 4 are installed on this hardware, and they are parallelly accessible. They are parallelly accessible. I'm not showing one is working and another is stopped. No, all the 4 or 3 or 2, whatever you configure, it is accessible at same time parallelly. That is going to be considered as a multiple VMs. And that is a technology which help you to install multiple operating system in a given same time. Parallelly, we can run all the 4. That is what virtualization technology. There are 2 type of virtualization is available. One is hosted, one is bare metal. Correct? There are 2 type of virtualization is there, hosted and bare metal. So first of all, we are going to discuss about the hosted one. To explain you virtualization, let me open the Excel sheet. Okay, now, so let's talk about the virtualization. So we are now discussing the hosted virtualization. So as we mentioned that we required hardware. So can I say that we required hardware? So let me do one thing. Let me make this as our hardware. Hardware means what, guys? Physical machine. But in physical machine, what basically we are talking about? To install operating system or to install application, what we require? CPU, storage, RAM, and network. Correct? These things are required. So everybody on the same page. CPU, RAM, I'm writing, or we can say memory, you can write down, storage, and the network. So whenever I'm going to say the hardware server, you just need to consider I'm talking about this thing. So first of all, what the first step you're doing? You start booting. By default, there is operating system installed. So what we required, guys? We required operating system. And why we required operating system? What benefit operating system give you? Are this operating system helping you to communicate with the hardware? It is converting your thing in a binary format 0 and 1 because machine only understands 0 and 1. Power is on, power is off. Correct? Power is on or power is off. Machine only understand that. Hardware only understand that. So this operating system help you to convert your language into 0 and 1. It's act as intermediator. What else is provided? It's also provide the booting capability, boot from this physical hardware. In your storage, there is a booting area created. Whenever you install the operating system, whenever there is a process of booting are there, in it is going, and there are process of booting because it's not a booting class, so I'm not going to explain that, but we have a booting process. Clear? So there are two main functionality OS is giving. One is the booting capabilities. Second is converting your thing into machine language binary. Yeah, graphic interface is there, definitely. Okay. Now, so what we required, we are going to install operating system. Done. Everybody have a operating system. Now, guys, tell me which tool or software currently I'm using to explain you this virtualization. Excel, correct? So whatever I'm going to write, it is only going to present on this Excel application, yes or no? If I'm going to close this, everything is gone, correct na? Just keep this thing in your mind. Whenever you're using some software, the boundary of your doing thing is a software boundary. There is no impact happening at your OS level, correct or not correct? If I'm going to minimize it, whatever I'm writing, it is not impacting my operating system or my physical hardware. It is only in this software boundary. Same way, when the virtualization came in a picture, there are some software defined by the companies or built by some companies. These software are VMware, Workstation, Oracle, VirtualBox, Microsoft Virtual PC. These three software I am aware, and this software is basically known as hypervisor. This software is known as hypervisor. Where this software will be going to install? This software will be going to install on top of your operating system. So what you need to do, guys? First, you're going to power on your hardware. Your operating system will start. Once your operating system is up, then you need to open the hypervisor. Either you have a virtual box, either you have a workstation, or either whatever the tool or you using it. Hypervisor is a application via which you are going to do the virtualization. Is a application or software. In a simple term, I'm explaining it. Now, if I am going to open this hypervisor, so whatever I am going to do is a software now. Whatever I'm going to do, it is only going to present on this hypervisor software. Yes or no? There is no physical impact on the hardware and at operating system. So let me do one thing. Let me open the virtual box. I have one virtual box software, virtual. So let me open the Oracle virtual box. So this is your Oracle virtual box software. Now tell me, this software, virtual box software, I already installed, I just open it. There is a simple different boundary created for this software. In the backend, you can see there is Excel is running, and this is the new boundary created. Correct? Now, if you feel that there are two different machines are I created, this is the Linux server, and this is also Linux. Both are the power of stage because I didn't create it. I'm just showing you a demo. Now, if I need one more machine, I just need to create a new. Now tell me, guys, where I'm clicking this thing, where I'm clicking. It is, I am clicking on the software level now. I am not doing anything at a OS level. Correct or not correct? Everything, whatever I'm clicking and modifying and doing, it is inside the software. Which software? hypervisor software. Where I'm doing the virtualization inside the hypervisor software. If I close this hypervisor software, whatever the virtualization I done, it is also closed. To run the virtualization, I need a software to run, and under that software, my operating system, whatever the operating system I'm going to create, it will going to present. I'm not going to create, actually, I'm just going to show you how we are going to work. So once I click on the new, it will open the new tab. I need to just mention the name. So if I'm going to install the Linux, I will write a Linux server 2, whatever the name you want to provide. After that, I also need to provide the ISO image. What is this ISO image, guys? Any idea? It is an operating system. Correct. Nowadays, people are buying laptop. There is a pre-installed operating systems are there. Correct. Pre-installed operating system are there. So you might be somebody is not aware how we are installing it. Previously, when I start learning computer on my school, I use floppy disk from where I can boot my PC. Floppy disks are there. After that, we have a disk where the operating system are available. Nowadays, we have a ISO image. It is a copy of your operating system. So I just need to download whatever the like if I need to install Windows, I need a ISO image of Windows. If I need to install Red Hat Linux, I need a ISO image of the Red Hat Linux. Once I have that ISO image, I need to just select that. I don't have right now. I already deleted. So I'm not going to select that. After that, which operating system you wanted to select? Linux, Mac OS, Windows, whatever the operating system you need to select, you need to choose it. Which version? According to your version, you need to select that. After that, what you're going to do? Click next. The first phase is selecting the operating system. What is the second phase, guys? What is this? Memory. How it is mentioning that I have this total number of memory. It's talk about my physical RAM. Let me open the task manager. What is the total size of RAM memory I have? 16 GB. Same 16 GB is appear where? It is appear in my software. If I'm going to choose one RAM, whatever the RAM I'm going to allocate it, or it is going to remove from here? No. There is no impact at my physical layer. The RAM should be available at 16 GB. Only this memory utilization will be increased if I start the VM. Clear, guys? Because the software are going to start consuming it. Whenever I'm going to run any application, if you see there is a memory utilization is going on, correct? Out of 16 GB, 13 GB 0.9 is already utilized. Which things they are utilizing? Some application I'm using that is utilizing. Same thing, I open the hypervisor. If I'm going to allocate it 1 GB more to this hypervisor VM, so it is going to utilize the CPU utilization, sorry, the RAM memory utilization here. Correct or not correct? And there is no other impact happen to my physical layer. Only the utilization will increase. Nothing else will be going to happen. Now, from here, I can give the memory size. How many memory I need to allocate? You can extend, change it, and you can give the memory sizing. In this case, I'm just assigning 2 GB, as well as I have the CPU cores. Every CPU have a core. So I can assign how many cores? I can assign 1 core, 2 core. It is going to increase your CPU utilization. And click next. And then it is size of the storage. It will going to create a virtual disk. Click next. It will give you the details. What thing you are going to install? Like if you say that it's going to talk about memory, it will talk about your processor, it talk about your disk, it is talk about your Linux, and ISO image I didn't provide, so it is not going to start booting or installing. So once finish, there is one virtual box are created here, guys. Server 2 we created. Now I am hoping it is clear. So inside this hypervisor, you created 3 different VMs, and this VMs will be, you can install Windows here, you can install Linux here, and you can again install Windows here. And all the 3 will be going to run parallelly. I think somebody asked me how we able to achieve it. Via this hypervisor tool, you can achieve it. And once you close this, all the virtualization will be closed, whatever we done. So it is only on the software level. Now, how we going to do? If you remember, I assigned some CPU core. So same thing, I'm going to assign CPU core, and I also assign some RAM, correct? Same way, we can assign to our all the 3 VMs. If we're going to create a 3 VMs, whatever the location according. And after that, we are going to install operating system. If you remember, I installed operating system. 3 different operating systems we can install. And this one single is known as one VM. This is going to be considered as one VM. In a same machine, we are able to create 3 different virtual machines. If I'm going to consider it is a VM1, VM2, and VM3. Now, hypervisor is installed where, guys? In top of this operating system. Hypervisor is installed where, guys? Hypervisor is installed on top of host operating system. This is your host, physical is your host. In this operating system, you install the hypervisor. That is why it is known as hosted virtualization. And this hosted virtualization is used only for testing environment, development environment, or for learning purpose, or very least critical application you're going to run. Okay. Core is a CPU. In one CPU, there are multiple core. Let me open the core. Just hold on. Let me open the task manager again. Let me go to the CPU. Did you see here cores? This is my CPU. In my CPU, I have a core processors basically. I'm again explaining it. What is hosted zone? Hosted zone, how it is deployed in a hosted zone. The hosted zone, hosted virtualization is, what is virtualization? Hypervisor we are talking about. The hypervisor is installed on top of the operating system. And when it is installed on the operating system, it is known as hosted virtualization. Clear, guys? And it is only going to be utilized for the testing, development, or learning purpose, or if you have a very least critical application, you can run here. It is not recommended to use for the production use case. But in this case, did you guys are seeing single point of failure? Where is a single point of failure in this use case? Where are the single point? Okay, one is the operating system level, hypervisor level layer, as well as the hardware layer. There are 3 layers. We can say that we have 3 layers, because to access the hypervisor, it need to pass from hardware and then operating system. And our role is to remove the single point of failure. Okay. Now, I need to remove this operating system layer for the 2 purpose. One, it is a single point of failure. If operating system corrupted, my hypervisor is not going to work. Correct or not correct? Operating system is corrupted, hypervisor is not going to run the second. When you run the operating system, it is going to consume some CPU, RAM. Yes or no? Unnecessary of utilizing your resources. To remove these things, to remove this single point of failure, as well as reduce the CPU and RAM utilization, we have also one more technology which is known as bare metal virtualization. In the bare metal virtualization, what we do, guys, this operating system layer we removed. Now people are saying, hey Rohit, how it is possible to remove it? The companies design new hypervisor softwares, which is known as VMware, ESX servers, Citrix, and V. These are the new software they design. There are multiple. In this software, what company done? We have a virtualization software previously. Why they created this new software or new technology or new thing? In this software, they also include two capabilities. Operating system provide you two capabilities. One is booting. Second is what? Machine interaction. This both OS level capability, they combined in this software which they built. It's include hypervisor plus OS capabilities. If this hypervisor itself have a OS capabilities, what that mean? That means we don't require operating system. Operating system are what you booting capability. If this hypervisor itself a booting capability, why we required OS? Did we require operating system? No, na. So via which they remove the OS layer and we directly able to install this hypervisor on the hardware. But it is not like a full-fledged operating system, small capabilities. And these type of virtualization is known as bare metal virtualization. And this bare metal virtualization is used for the critical mission critical applications. Okay. Hardware part, we can say that basically these are working in a cluster, because I'm not going to talk about cluster right now because people are not aware about the cluster concept. These are going to be a 2 or 3 cluster hardware will be going to form together, and these are going to work in a single cluster form. If one goes down, we have an alternative hardware. So I'm not going to talk about that now. If it is clear, so we already covered virtualization generation 2. Now I am also going to consider this generation 3. Generation 3 data center. In generation 3 data center, in this virtualization, we are able to create cluster. If one hardware goes down, we have an alternative hardware to support with, as well as it will give you the more powerful performance as compared to the hosted one. It is give you the higher performance, increase the security, stability. It also give you the mitigate you from the hardware failure. Now, generation 3 data center, SDDC. Did you hear about SDN? Did you hear about SDS? First S and this D, in every case, you can consider as a software. D stand for define. DC means data center. N means network. S means what? Storage. Now guys, tell me, you are using G drive. So G drive is what? It is a software defined storage. Yes or no? You are using your storage via some software, na? Correct? SGDC. There are multiple vendors are available. Even though AWS, Azure, GCP, which is known as public cloud, is also giving you the software defined data center. Why I'm saying that? Let me open the console. So everybody familiar with this console? I think everybody able to log in into this part once you created your account. Now, I am going to create server. Okay. I am going to create a server. So this is the server is known as EC2 in AWS. I'm just going to show you, I'm going to explain EC2 in a detailed manner when we're going to talk about the EC2. If you click here, I am able to create my operating system. Now guys, tell me how I am doing this creating of server. I am using this URL, and this is like a one software I am accessing. Correct or not correct? AWS is also offering you software defined data center, because in the back end there is a data center is running. If you're going to create a virtual machine, that means you're creating a server which is going to run on the physical server which you are located in the data center. Software defined data center is also available as a private cloud. You can say that there are multiple vendors available which help you to install the software on your data centers, and via which you are able to access your hardware via some particular software. And if you remember, this generation is basically 0010, means 200, 2000 to 2010. And during this era, AWS introduced, correct? During this era, the AWS introduced. What next, guys? What generation 4 data centers till now? When I'm saying this year to till now, I'm only talk about the AWS point of view. Automation came in a picture in Feb 2011. Cloud formation. I'm going to explain you in detail about this. Don't worry about it. Cloud formation will be introduced. What is this cloud formation? It is known as infra as a code. You just write a code via which you are able to create your AWS services. And serverless technology is introduced. What is this serverless, guys? What do you understand about the serverless? Serverless. In the name itself, it is means that without server is actually there is no server. Basically, when we talk about the serverless, there are two parties are involved. One, you and the service provider. Your responsibility is just write a code. Okay, your responsibility to just write a code, correct? Function as a service, lambda, correct? Code. To run this code, what you required, guys? CPU, RAM, storage. Without this thing, you are not able to execute your code. Then why we are saying serverless? As a you, for you, there is a no server. You just send this code to your service provider. The service provider have running their physical machines. This code will be going to execute on this physical server. For the service provider, there is a physical machines and servers are running. For you who write the code, for you there is no server. You just focus on the code. Clear, guys? So serverless means there is no server. No, without CPU and RAM, you are not able to execute anything. But you are not worry about your servers. It is handled and managed by third-party vendors like AWS, Azure, or other service provider. Clear, guys? And I'm going to cover this Lambda in detail in the Lambda section. So let me do one thing. Let me open the console. And I'm hoping everybody is created their own account. Let me explain you what is this. Did you see right hand side? There is something is written In your console, you might be get your name, your ID, whatever is written here. In my case, it is written info.rohit Malik. That is my account name. If I click here, you can find that few information is written. You find the account ID. This account ID is assigned unique to you. In my case, my account ID is this. This is assigned only for me. It is unique for me to this particular account. In your case, you have a different account ID. I'm hoping it is clear. If you want to see your bill, you need to click on here, bill section. Once you click on bill section, this page will be appear and it will talk about your billing. If you see here, my last month bill is this month and current bill month is this month. So billing information you're going to get from there. After that, you find something here. In my case, it is written as Singapore. In your case, you're going to find something else is written. Might be Hyderabad is written, might be Mumbai is written, might be New Virginia is written. What is this? These are going to be considered as a region and AZ. Okay, so there are different regions are available. These many regions are available. Okay. After that, you can find this button, setting button. If you click here, you can select the theme. Now you can going to select the dark theme, light browser. So it is just talk about the your setting. If you wanted to do customize something, you can do that. After that, you can find the question mark here. In this question mark is basically if you need a support from your support team, you need to raise a ticket with the AWS, you can raise a ticket. As well as if you wanted to find some documentation, click on this documents. All the AWS related documents are there. Proper books are there. If I'm click here, EC2, EC2 is a server. So which server you want to create? If you want to create a Linux server, please user guide, read this user guide. If you want to create a Windows server, please read this guide. So proper guide and book are available. After that, you find the bell icon. It is for your notification. If AWS have any notification, anything, it will going to display here. And then we have this. This is known as Cloud Cell. So I'm going to open it. Right now, my environment is preparing in the backend. What is this Cloud Cell? Is a one server will be going to created. Linux box will be given to me. If you see, via which I can use the command line CLI to access and modify anything in this AWS account. Right now I'm clicking here and here. It is a GUI. If you want to use command line, you can use this Cloud Cell. I'm hoping it is clear. You can close it. After that, if you find that recent visited, in your case might be this is blank. So don't worry about it. It doesn't mean that something is wrong. No, it's talk about whatever the recent services I access and whatever services you going to access in the future, it will going to represent here. Right now, I just access billing and cost, correct? Via which I show you my billing. So we just revisited the billing. That is why it is appear in the recent visited. And before that, I access the EC2. That is why EC2 is appeared here. So whatever the service you're going to open, it is appear here. Now, if you see here services section, you can find that whatever the services offered by the AWS. These many are the categories they created. If you go for the containerization, there are container services are available. If you go to the compute, these are the compute services offered by AWS. So there are multiple services are available. When you start learning something, you can directly write the service name like I am writing EC2. So the EC2 will be appear here. And once you start learning, you can familiarize and remembering this name. And by clicking this, you are able to access the EC2. Same thing if I want to access VPC. So where I need to write the VPC, I just need to write on the search tab and VPC will be appeared. VPC is basically network in AWS. I'm hoping now you able to understand the console little bit and you are able to go here and there. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
So now we are going to start PaaS and SaaS. Okay. IaaS, PaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. What is infra as a service? Okay, let's talk about data centers. We already know about data center. For example, if you want to run one application in your own data center, which thing you required? First of all, let's talk about hardware, correct? Without hardware, there is no data center. We have network part, we have storage, we have server, correct? After server, what we are doing, guys? We have a physical server. We need to divide this physical server into multiple different server. What is the technology name? Hypervisor is the software, but technology is known as virtualization. So it is done. Once the virtualization is done, what we need to do? For example, okay, let me ask you one question. Which virtualization technology or the type we are going to use for test environment or dev environment? I'm talking about test environment and development environment. Hosted one. Great. Why hosted one is chosen for only for development, testing, and learning purpose? Why this hosted one is chosen for development, test, and learning purpose? Low in cost, easy to handle. What else? Your resource utilization is also, because in this case there is a one layer which is operating system layer which is going to utilize some resources, and that is why you are not able to use complete resources. Means when I'm say resources, you are going to consider that I'm talking about CPU and memory, and there is a single point of failure which is operating system. Great. And why we require bare metal? More secure and what? High performance. We are getting high performance. Great. Okay, now in this case, when we are talking about we are going to do the virtualization here. So which virtualization I'm talking about? Bare metal. I'm talking about bare metal because we are talking about the data center, and you build the data center for what? For your production environment. Basically, the major task is our for the production environment. Definitely we are able to do use for development as well, but we are more focused on the production environment. Now one more thing I'm going to ask you. After this, after if you guys going done the virtualization, what we need to install? Operating system. After virtualization, hypervisor is there. Great. And to run the one application, what thing you required? You required middleware. We required middleware or not? And now people are confused here. What is this middleware? If, for example, you build one code. If the code you build is for the Python code, PHP code, so are you guys going to require Python or PHP should be installed on your system to run or execute this code? Tell me, guys. Understood? So whatever thing is required to run your code or application which you build, it is you can consider as a middleware. After that, do we require data? Yes, we require code data, or any related data, user data, whatever the data we required. After that, what we required? We required the core application. Our application will be going to run. Whenever we talk about data center, this all, who is going to manage this all? Who is going to handle this all? Means your network, storage, server, virtualization, OS, middle layer, data, application. Who is going to handle it? Your application team, your storage team, your network team. But who is the owner? The owner is the organization who own this application. Whose responsibility? I'm talking about the data center currently. If I own, if I am a one organization, I am going to say that I am not going to use a cloud. I am going to create my own data center. That data center is, who is the owner? Rohit is the owner. Organization who is building this data center, definitely they hire the third party vendors to provide support, like hardware team they hire, server team they hire, storage team they hire from the third party. But who is owning this data? Who is owning this complete infrastructure? Whose responsibility to handle it? In this case, when we talk about the data center, the responsibility with organization or you who own this data center. Clear, guys? Currently, I'm not talking about the cloud. Currently, I'm not talking about anything. Yeah, vendor will be there, but there is a contract between you and the vendor with the some SLAs. If the vendor is not meeting with the SLAs, so whose responsibility that you are going to ask vendor, hey, why are you not meeting this? And then you're going to change your vendor, correct? So it is our responsibility, organization responsibility to handle each and everything in the data center. Now, if we talk about infra as a service, so let me copy the same thing. Why I'm copying the same thing? Tell me, because to run the application, we required all the things which we discuss in the data center. Okay, what is the full form of this? It is known as infrastructure. Okay, infrastructure as a service. Great. Now, if we say that I am using infra as a service, service is what? If you remember, we discussed about Google offer you the search engine, and that search engine you are using as a service, which is maintained and handled by the Google, correct? Right now, what we are saying that infrastructure as a service. In this, which part is the infrastructure part, guys? Can I say this network, storage, server, and virtualization is the part of the infrastructure? Correct? And how I am accessing it? I am accessing it as a service. That means that somebody else, third party, like cloud provider we have, like Google, GCP, Azure, they are going to handle it. They are owning the data center, they are owning the hardware, they are owning the virtualization software. What I am going to use, I just come and start my operating system. So until the virtualization, until this part, this is going to be handled by the your cloud provider. And operating system installation management is our part. Middleware is installation and configuration is our part. Data and application, bringing application is also our part. What is the examples for the infra as a service? In the AWS, EC2. EC2 is what? Virtual servers, correct? EC2 is an example of the infra as a service. In Azure, what we have? Similar to the EC2, we have virtual machines. And in the Google GCP, what we have? We have a compute engine. Okay, I'm hoping it is clear now. 1, 2, 3 things. Okay, now let's talk about our next one, which is known as platform as a service. In this case, when we talk about platform as a service, as per you, which thing is handled by your service provider and which thing is handled by you? When we talk about platform means what? First of all, the platform as a service, full form, let me write down the full form. Okay, middleware and operating system is also handled and created and by your service provider. You just need to bring your application and your data. Rest everything will be managed and handled by your service provider. Okay, what is the examples here? In the AWS, we are going to consider Elastic Beanstalk. In GCP, we have App Engine, and in Azure, we have App Service. This is the full few examples. Now, if it is clear, what is the SaaS means? What is SaaS? Software as a service. Now, guys, you need to tell me which thing you are use as a software. Our Gmail is a software. G Drive is a software. So each and everything is maintained and handled by your cloud provider. You are just accessing your application directly. You are not bothered about who is maintaining your application, where my application is running, where my data will be stored. Because your mails come, are you going to consider where your mails are or where it is stored? No, you just enter your username, password, and accessing it as a software. Correct, na? So everything is managed and handled by the service provider. Okay. Example for PaaS I already given, but let me again explain you. In AWS, Elastic Beanstalk. In Google, GCP basically, App Engine. In Azure, we have a app service. Okay. Software as a service, there are, if you know the Salesforce, so Salesforce nowadays offer the SaaS solution as well. If you work on the Google, so work space in a Google. If you are aware about Microsoft, in the Microsoft we have a 365, and we daily life we also using Gmail, G Drives. These are all the example of the SaaS. Now I'm hoping you are ready to understand and you already grasped this information. What is data center? What is infra as a service? What is platform as a service? What is software as a service? Salesforce you can consider as a CRM. Okay. Now CRM, if you're going to ask me what is sales CRM, customer relationship management, is a platform. Okay. Now let me open the whiteboard and we are going to discuss about the other thing, which is what is public cloud. As per you, what you understand about the public cloud? What is public cloud? And what is private cloud? And what is hybrid? So let me cover it. Let's talk about first private cloud. What is private cloud? In the back end, when we say cloud, there is an on-prem data centers, correct? There are on-prem data center whenever we talk about cloud. If we say that private cloud, what that mean? That mean in the back end, data center or infrastructure is only built for one organization. It is dedicated to one single organization. For example, Rohit have their one organization. It is only dedicated to Rohit organization. It doesn't mean that there is only one single user is able to access it, like Rohit. In my organization, might be there are thousands employees are there, might be 2,000 employees are there, might be only 5 employees are there. And these employees are, according to the use case, they are going to provide the access to them. Clear? But that complete data center is created and assigned to single organization that is known as private cloud. If the private cloud is clear, then we are going to discuss about the public cloud, which you already know. Example is, I need one data center. Okay, I need one data center. Sorry, cloud, private cloud. What I am going to do? First, I need a data center. Either it is rented data center or either it is I am owning complete data center. Depends na. Either I buy the complete hardware or either I rent the hardware. Depends again. On top of that, we are going to install some software. Which software? Software defined data centers, via which I am going to access my on-prem or the data center and manage through that software defined data center. And this software defined data center is example, you can consider VMware. Now, come to the public cloud. Public cloud means what? Now tell me, in the AWS, we are here for AWS. Are you guys are able to create your account in AWS? Are Rohit is able to create their own account? The backend data center, which is created and managed by AWS, and which we are accessing through some software with console, that data center which is created by AWS is accessible through internet. And who is going to access? Anybody can access it who have credit card and capable to pay the amount. It is not designed for a particular organization. Any organization will able to access and use it. Okay, I'm hoping the public cloud is clear. Now, what do you mean by the hybrid? Hybrid is a mix of both. Mix of both means I am using AWS. I created one account. In this account, I created EC2s. And these servers I am deploying my application, app1. I also have my own data center, okay, or private cloud, you can say, or own data center which is managed by me. And here also some servers are running. In this server, the application 2 is running. Now this application 2 wanted to communicate to application 1. How they able to achieve it? Then we need a connectivity between these two. Once we have a connectivity network between these data center and the AWS or GCP Azure, it depends upon which cloud you're using, then it is going to be considered as a hybrid solution where the organization is using both type of environment. Hybrid, there are two things we discuss. One is the private cloud or on-prem or data center, you can consider it, which is dedicated to organization. And the same organization is also using public cloud. But some application running on a public cloud, some application are running on the on-prem. But they need to communicate with each other. They need to send traffic between each other. they required a network connectivity. If they don't have a network connectivity, it is not going to be considered as a hybrid cloud. Once we have a connectivity between these two, it will going to consider as a hybrid cloud. Okay. How we are going to connect it? Where we going to connect it? We are going to cover in the direct connect transit gateway section when we're going to talk about the networking. Now people are asking why the organization is choosing to use this model. Assume that currently you are running in the data center. So because cloud is a new term, na, and company is running from very longer time, correct? They already have their data center. Now they plan to move to the AWS. Are they planning to move complete data center? It depends upon the use case to use case. If your company policies say that very critical information we need to store at our own data center, it totally depends upon organization to organization. Okay. If they have a policy that very critical information need to be run on the data center, but they still need to leverage the functionality, scalability, and new feature of the public cloud. What they do, they move their web facing application into public cloud. Or somebody use what? Somebody, they're running their production environment in data center and they use public cloud as a DR, disaster recovery. If this data center goes down, then they only going to move to the public cloud. I'm not saying cloud is not secure. I clearly mentioned that is according to the organization policy. If they define that, if they think that this whatever the critical information, I'm not going to move to the public cloud. Okay. It totally depends upon the organization to organization. Yeah, for example, banking, insurance. Great. So let me discuss about other. So now assume that if I created by 4 hardware, Rohit by 4 physical server, and he configured the virtualization, connected this server to internet, and ask you guys, hey guys, I created my own cloud. Could you please come and use this, utilize this? Are you going to consider this a cloud computing? If I buy 4 servers and then I offer you all to come and utilize these services, are you going to consider this is a cloud computing? Or I am offering the cloud? So normally, what is the rule of cloud? Cloud rule is accessing the data center via internet. So Rohit is providing this infrastructure via internet. So it is also a cloud concept, correct? But after the AWS introduced their cloud and multiple cloud vendors are came. So National Institute of Standards and Technology decided to create some characteristic. If the organization who is offering this cloud is not meeting this characteristic, they are not going to be considered as a cloud computing. Okay, so we are going to discuss what is the characteristic of cloud computing. And once you understand it, you can utilize it as a what is the benefit you get from the cloud computing as well. So let me discuss it. What is the first characteristic? The first characteristic is on demand, self-service. Second is known as, I'm going to explain it. Just hold on. I'm just writing it. Broad network access. Third, resource pooling. Fourth, we are talking about rapid elasticity. Fifth, we are going to consider a measured service. These are the 5 characteristics are defined when the cloud compute service provider achieving these 5 characteristics, then only you're going to consider it we are using the cloud computing. So first, talk about the first characteristic, on demand self service. What do you mean by the self service, guys? I think everybody aware about the self service. If you go to the McD and you stand at the counter, you place the order, correct? You need to stand in the queue, or you're sitting somewhere and the waiter will come and you're going to place your order. You yourself go ahead and place the order. Either you go to the Starbucks, either you go to the McD. After your order is prepared, then you need to yourself collect it. Can you going to consider the self-service? Clear self-service? Now, on demand. What that mean about on demand? On demand means Rohit now feeling to eat samosas or pizza or burger. If I'm not getting this within 1 hour, are you going to consider this on demand? Today I feel that I need to eat pizza, but after 7 days I'm going to get pizza. Are you going to consider this on demand? No, na. So on demand is what? Whenever I required, the resources are available for you. Let me take an example here so that you can understand it. So many people are working in as a in IT industry. So you know that there is a multiple teams involved. App team is there, server team is there, correct? In the server team, Rohit is a part of the server team. Now, app team is planning to build or host their application for testing purpose as competitor is building that. So they required 8 GB of RAM, 2 core of CPU, and 500 of GB of storage. Basically, what they are looking for server with this configuration. Immediately, app team come to Rohit, to IT team, and Rohit is sitting here and saying that, hey, Rohit, we required server. It's very urgent. We need to build one application. Could you please provide the server? So the person who is working in IT industry, please relate with me. Then what is the Rohit reply? Rohit is going to look at that person and say that, did you raise a ticket? Yes or no? How many people agree? Rohit is going to ask, do you raise a ticket or not? Correct, na? After that, the person say, hey, Rohit, it's very urgent. Could you please done that? Rohit say, I'm busy in the P1. Don't disturb me. Please go ahead and raise a ticket. Person came back. He raised a P2, P1, whatever the ticket he raised, and come back again and saying that, hey, Rohit, we raise a P1. Could you do the change? Rohit say, what is your requirement? He see the ticket. In the ticket is mentioned that he required hardware. Rohit immediately cancel that ticket and close the ticket. Why? Because for the change, what we need to raise? We need to raise a change request. Change ticket, change request depends upon the company to company. Again, Rohit denied and say that, hey, go ahead and create a change request. Again, person come and start creating a change request. Our change request will be immediately available, or it's required some time for approval. Because whenever the CR is whenever the CR is created, we required it approval. It should be go for the approval board. Once they review it, then only it's get a approval. Or to get a approval might be take 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, depends. So how many days it take normally? Approval time. How many days? Let me take 3 days. Okay, now after the approval, the ticket will be go to the Rohit. Okay, and then application team again run to Rohit. Hey Rohit, the CR is approved. Could you work? Rohit open the CR and say that I am going to work as per the ticket SLA and whatever the time is scheduled for the CR. Okay, it is not that I receive a ticket and I am immediately going to work. So Rohit take 1 day to configure it. When they are going to configure it, if there are two cases, if the hardware is available in-house or if the hardware is not available. If the hardware is not available, then there is a different case. If the hardware is already in-house, then Rohit take 1 day to configure it. Then is going to coordinate with the storage team for storage allocation. Is going to coordinate with the network team to network setup. It's going to coordinate with the backup team for backup setup. So can I say that 1 day extra it's required to configure each and everything? 2 days here, 3 days for approval, and then the server will be assigned to the application team. Are you guys going to consider this? It is a on demand. No, na? Now take a second use case. In this case, we have a server available, but might be all the servers are busy. We don't have any spare hardware. Then it is going to consider no hardware is available. What Rohit going to mention? No server is available, ticket close or CR close. Then application team is going to do what? They need a approval. Approval from where? From the upper management as well as the financial team approval to approve the what? To buy a new hardware. And to get that approval, it will take at least 5 days to get the financial approval. Once the financial approval is there, the ticket will be going to assign to the server team or the whatever the who is the buying the hardware. It is not come to the server team, the other team, the who is maintaining everything. So that team is going to open the tender. Tender is what? Looking for the vendor to from which we are going to buy the hardware. It is not like that we just open the Amazon and buy some product. It will take at least 4 days to open the tender. Once the tender is open, the vendor will be going to response back. What they're going to response back? They will going to write the information that in this price point of view, we are going to offer you this hardware as well as what is our support. I am going to provide the support for 24/7, or we are going to offer you 9 to 5 support. Every terms and condition they are going to share with us. And at least 15 days they required to share you the detail. Once the vendor responded, your role is to select the vendor. Vendor selection is also going to take 7 days, but I'm going to consider 5 days. What is the selection of vendor? When you're going to buy a laptop, you're going to first select the operating system. If you finalize the operating system that I'm going to use Windows, then there is a multiple vendors are available. Dell, HP, Lenovo, there are multiple vendor. According to you're going to select one company. Yes or no, guys? Same thing is happening here. After you selected the vendor, you need to do what? PO will be raised. PO will be going to take another 3 days. Purchase order. You're sending the purchase order to the vendor. Like you placing the order into the Amazon. Once the order is placed, are your hardware or laptop is available immediately? No, na. Delivery time will be take. So can I consider 3 days for the delivery? Same way, once the delivery is done, then the engineer will come install that. It will take 2 to 3 days for the installation, network configuration. Server team will be going to work and everything is going to be installed. After that, it going to hand over to the app team. So how many days is take? Whenever we open the tender, it will minimum required 3 months. But if depends upon the credit, if it is very urgent, so within 1 month we will going to close the deal. So are you going to consider this as on demand? No, na guys. It is not considered as on demand. Let me open the AWS console. Let me open the AWS console. Why I'm telling you in this detail so that you are comfortable and saying that why the AWS and public cloud is so popular. So assume that application team need one server, correct? Nowadays, what happened? The product owner have their own budget. The budget is assigned to the product owner. And in between this budget, they can spin the server. If assume that the budget is already over, then they take a approval, and within a 1 day, the approval will be received. Depends. So what he need to do? He just need to, or the team need to do what? Open the EC2. EC2 is what? Server. And start creating a server. I'm going to explain EC2 in detail when we're going to talk about, and they need to create a what? App 2. Then they selected the operating system, whatever the operating system they required. I'm saying Amazon Linux required. And I'm just doing, and then they selected the CPU and memory requirement as per there. If you see here, what is written? CPU, memory. They are going to use the CPU memory. And then after the network setting, I'm just creating to just give you how quickly you can start the server, and click on the launch instance. I'm going to cover EC2 in the detailed manner when we're going to discuss about the EC2. Just focus here, guys, and tell me how many seconds or how many minutes is required to spin one server. Now, see here. Tell me, guys, how many minutes is required or seconds is required to create one server? Which one is better? Is it AWS or the public cloud is better, or creating your own server is better? Cloud is better, and that is why cloud is so popular. Nowadays, you think now why cloud is so popular? The previously data center is there. Currently, cloud is also a data center. But now the organization don't have burden. Which burden? Every 5 year they need to refresh their hardware. Every time they need to pay to the data center management cost. Everything is removed. Clear, guys? Now they're just focusing on their application and their functionality. This burden is gone to the public cloud provider, or who is providing the cloud service. Okay, if somebody going to ask you why the cloud, because it is a on demand, and that is a true on demand. That is a true on demand. Whenever I required, I will create it, and if you see what I am doing, I am going to terminate it. Whenever required, I just terminate it. Nobody going to stop me. Hey, why are you creating this server? Whatever the hour I am going to use, I just need to pay that. I'm hoping you understand the on demand self-service concept. So can I say that it is known as provision and terminate using, means terminate what? Resources using GUI and CLI, both. There are both options are available. Now let's talk about broad network access. What that mean, guys? If you read here, broad network access. In a simple term, if I break it down, it will say that access service. Which service? Which is offered by AWS like EC2 over any network on any device. I can access AWS console from my tablet. I can access my AWS console from my laptop. I can access my AWS console from my mobile phone. As you guys are accessing your Gmail, are accessing a Gmail, do you require a specific network or specific device? No, na. It's just a website. You're accessing through any network. When I say any network, what that mean? Currently, I am living in India. Okay. Once I move out from India, I move to Singapore, I move to USA, I move to Paris. So in any location I travel, still what I need a CPU memory, hardware operating system to run my web browser. Through that web browser, I connect to the internet, and then I'm able to access it. Any country you can travel, still you are able to access your services. Clear, guys? That is one concept. That is the one part. What other part? Assume that Rohit is living in Dwarka, Delhi. In sector, I will take 14. Now, Rohit is very famous nearby location. That Rohit is very wonderful cook. He prepares samosas very well. He is very famous. And there is a one location, Bangalore. Rohit is just planning to open the shop. He just choose two city. One is the Dwarka, sector 14. One is the Bangalore location. So now guys, tell me where Rohit should open his shop. What do you suggest? Are he need to open in Dwarka or are he need to open in Bangalore? So everybody agree Dwarka? Why Dwarka? What is the reason, logic behind it, Dwarka? Because Rohit is famous. Famous means the user base of Rohit is where? In Dwarka. Correct or not correct? Who is going to be user of Rohit? The user of the people who is living nearby where Rohit is famous. Clear, guys? Nobody in Bangalore knows Rohit. So no demand is there. If there is no demand, nobody going to buy it. The demand is in Delhi. So if you can say that Rohit need to open the shop in Dwarka, he opened the shop here. Correct? Now people are living nearby. So they need to travel from their house to Rohit shop. It will take 15 to 20 or 30 minutes to reach here. Not more than that. Depends upon the traffic. Correct? Now, let's talk about the Bangalore. In the Bangalore, there is a one person. He hear that Rohit samosas are very wonderful. So he need to eat samosa. What he need to do? He need to go first to the airport of the Bangalore, which is very hard situation, and it will take lots of time to travel to the Bangalore airport. It will take 2 hours to travel to the Bangalore office. Sorry, airport. And then he's going to board a plane. After the boarding plane is need to land into the Delhi airport and then travel to the sector 14 and then travel to the his shop. Correct? Now, so it's required lots of time in traveling as compared to the people who is living here. Zomato is there, yes, true, but that Zomato is not providing you the fresh food. Okay, now guys, my question here, why I'm explaining you, why I'm discussing it. Now, USA is here, India is a one location. You plan to launch your application either in USA, either in India. You're just planning. Before launching this app, what you guys going to do? You're going to launch one survey and open a small, pilot project in India and in USA. And after getting some result of the survey, you get that 60% is dislike your application, 30% say that I like your application, 10% is going to say no answer, doesn't like, doesn't dislike. In India, 90% people say that we like the product, 10% people say that we dislike the product. Now guys, tell me where you going to launch your application? India, na? Okay, so what that mean? Your user base in India, correct? Your user base in India, assume this, that this company is a US company. They created data center in USA and they start serving the Indian people. Is it the right approach? Is it the right approach? Let's talk about it. Now, this person wanted to eat Rohit samosa, he need to travel. So he required lots of time in traveling, yes or no, guys, to reach to the samosa. This travel time, when we talk about in the web internet, it is known as latency. It is known as latency. Latency is what? The travel time between application and your device from which you are trying to access this application. The travel time between these means you send the request and you receive a response. The time taken to fulfill the request is known as latency. Because this guy wanted to eat samosa. When he's going to eat samosa? When he need to travel to Rohit's shop and then he's going to get the samosa. Clear, guys? And for this user, the travel time is less, user latency is lesser. If the user, this latency is, application latency is lesser, that means the user experience will increase. You get the speed as compared to the Bangalore people. Correct or not correct, guys? Now you understand the concept of the latency. And that is why I'm giving you this example. Okay, now if I say that I need to open the data center in India, and this company is from USA, to open the data center in India, why we require data center? Because they need to host application, and to host the application they require network, server, and every storage. So what they need to do, assume that I am living in Dwarka. I need to travel to the Bangalore or Singapore. What I need required, guys? I require to rent my house first or buy my house. There are two use case. After that, in this house, once I rent it or buy it, I need a air con. I need a bed. I need a fridge. I need a sofa set. I need a TV. These things are required or not required. Similar way, if you're going to build a data center, in the data center you required a location, one building. After that you required a air con. After that you required a hardware, and after that you need a staff. So what you required? You required lots of money to invest. You required a big corpus to invest. True or not true? If I'm going to rent a flat in the Bangalore, I need to give 1 year advance or not? So I need a money to rent it, one complete flat. If I don't have a money, if I'm a startup, then what should I do? Is I able to open the data center in India? No, na. And that is why these cloud providers are came in a picture. Why? That is where the reason came in a picture, and we are going to cover it. AWS and any cloud provider providing their data center and located their data center in different geographical regions. And whenever I need to build my user base in India, I just choose the region, and I am able to deploy my application in India as well. Clear, guys? And that is why these cloud providers are so famous nowadays, and people are moving to the cloud. Now, let's talk about the resource pooling. It's known as economic scale, and it's a cheaper service. Why resource pooling is economic? What is resource pooling? Assume that Rohit wanted to travel from A location to B location. Rohit is standing here. What he need to do? He need a one cab. He booked the cab. The cab price is 400 rupees. From here to here, he need to travel. Okay. Rohit wanted to travel from A location to B, then the cab price is 400 rupees. Then Rohit need to pay this amount. Rohit friend came in picture, Amit. And now Amit saying that, hey Rohit, you traveling from A to B. I also planning to travel from A to B. Can I travel with you? Can we share the cab? Rohit say, yeah, it's okay. Then what going to be happen? 200 rupees this person need to pay. 200 rupees Rohit need to pay. What that mean? That means we are using the same resource, same physical cab, but it is shared by two people. Clear, guys? That is very cheaper. And in this cloud terms, when we talk about public cloud, there is a physical server, guys. Correct? And this physical server, what we done? We installed hypervisors, and these are the VMs: VM1, VM2, VM3. Now Rohit is trying to access the cloud. Rohit created one VM that is known as VM3. We are using public cloud. Same way Amit came in picture. Amit login into the AWS. In the backend, they are accessing same data center, means they are accessing the same physical server. So Amit created one VM in the same physical server. So it is shared with the two person, correct? Now Assis came in a picture. Assis created one more VM. It is in the same physical server. Three different VMs are shared to the three different people. If the rent of this complete physical box is 600 rupees, so Rohit need to pay what? 200 rupees. Amit need to pay 200 and Ashish need to pay 200. I'm hoping now you understand VM virtual machines, correct? Now you understand that how the cloud is cheaper and in its economic in scales. Clear? Resource pooling. Rapid elasticity I'm going to cover later. Is it safe? Yeah, definitely it is safe because we have a virtual boundary. I'm going to discuss how the virtual boundary is created with the help of the VPCs when we're going to cover the VPC. It is safe. It is not like your data will be going to copy here and there because the data is not stored on the physical device. Data will be stored on the SAN device. We are going to cover it in the EC2 section when we're going to talk about EBS. Now, resource measured services. What is this measured services? If you remember, yesterday also I opened this console, go to the billing, and I go to the bill section. I go to the bill section. In the bill section, you can find that what is the bill. If you scroll down a little bit, you can find that it will give you the complete detail, which service consuming how much amount of money. See, these are written. And if you go and open anything, like I'm going to open the EC2, okay? EC2, if I'm open EC2, you need to see where I am charged. In this region, I'm charged. I need to open this region, Singapore. Then I need to check. See here, how many hours I run my server? These many hours. It also provide you the amount of the uses, hourly basis, and the what is the charges I need to pay. I'm hoping this clear, and you are able to measure your service and able to track why I'm getting this bill and how I'm getting this bill. Okay. Now, last but not least, it is a rapid elasticity. What is the elasticity means? It's like a rubber band. Whenever you load will be there, it's stretch. Whenever you release the load, it will again come to the same. Scale up and down automatically in response to system load. And we are going to cover it in the auto scaling section. What that mean? That mean whenever there is a load is there, currently 2 servers are running to serve the 100 user, immediately the load will be increased to 1000 user. So if the load of the 1000 user will be going to access into this machine, what that mean? That mean the CPU and RAM utilization is high, network utilization is high, might be server going to start hanging, like our government sites is very slow because the demand is high, but the backend servers are less capable. What we need, it will require automatically scale the server whenever the load will be there, new server will be added to fulfill the demand. And if demand is reduced, 10 server is there, automatically this server will be deleted from the fleet. That is known as auto scaling. Okay, load balancer auto scaling group is there, and we are going to discuss it. So if you are going to consider what is the cloud computing, if these characteristics are covered, and achieved by any service provider, then you're going to consider that that is actually cloud. Now, let's talk about what is region. Now your AWS journey will be started, guys. What is reason? Now assume that. Now, Rohit is from India and Delhi. Take a Delhi example. Rohit traveled to USA. If now somebody ask Rohit, hey Rohit, where his house is located? Our Rohit is going to give the complete address. Hey, my flat number is XYZ, society name, whatever the society name. Then it's give you sector name. Then it's give you the city. And then it's going to say India. Our Rohit is going to give the complete detail. When he travel to the USA and somebody going to ask, no, na, what he need going to tell? Rohit is going to tell, hey, I'm from India, and in India, my house is located in Delhi. Correct? So, what is this Delhi? Can I consider that this Delhi is a geographical location where Rohit house is located? Can I say that? Similar way, when we talk about the reason in terms of AWS, what that means? That means it is a geographical location where your cloud provider deploy and manage their data center, where they manage and create their data center. Like for example, it is like this. Okay, in India we have two locations, one in the Mumbai, one is the Hyderabad. So this Hyderabad and Mumbai is what? Is a geographical location where AWS data center is located. I'm hoping it is clear. So let me open the console quickly and show you the data center. As we discussed, on the right hand side, you find this tab. Currently in which region I am? New Virginia. This is the region tab. In your case, might be you are in different. If you open here and scroll down, you can find Mumbai, you can find Singapore, you can find Hyderabad as well. Okay. If I go for the Singapore, so now which region I am? I am in Singapore now. As well as you need to see one thing as in front of Singapore, did you see any code is written? In front of the Asia Pacific Singapore, there is a code is written. Like in this case, it is written as a AP South East 1. This is written. This is the code of the Singapore. And AWS will be going to consider and read this region as a code level. So you need to remember, or if you are comfortable, you need to understand which code is it. Why this code is very important. Focus here, guys. This is the URL currently I am accessing. Did you see what is written here? It is the AP South East 1 same code. Why same code? It's proved that currently I am accessing the data centers of Singapore. So whatever I'm going to click here, this all service I'm going to access from Singapore data center. Just focus here again, guys, and let me go here and let me click into Singapore. So now let me choose the Mumbai. Then you find that once I click on the Mumbai, the page will be refreshed as well as the URL will be changed to the Mumbai. Page refresh. Now tell me, guys, what is the code? Code will be changed to AP South 1. It's proved that previously you are accessing for the Singapore data center. Now you redirect to the Mumbai data center. Clear? Now if I'm going to create a EC2, this EC2 will be going to create in the Mumbai because I am using the Mumbai data center URL. Now, if the reason is clear, let's talk about what? Let's talk about your AZs. AZ. What that AZ means? The full form of AZ is Availability Zone. What that mean? Why we required it? Availability Zone. Now, let me open the LinkedIn profile. Reason is depends upon many factor. First factor is the cost. First factor is the cost. Second factor is the what is your user base. If you remember, I talk about the user base. Example I given, correct? Where your user, you need to create your data center nearly. Now I'm saying why the data center is very important. Because data center I mentioned, cost is very important. When I am living in Bangalore or I am living in Delhi, are the rent price are same in Delhi and Bangalore? No, na. Are the electricity price are same? Manpower price is same? I'm talking about India only. And here we are talking about countries. Singapore, India, USA, Paris, they are different. So if there is a different country, that means every region have a different price to run the same data center. If there is a different price to run the different data center, that means the price will be vary from region to region. If you are using EC2, like you create one server, the price of this server might be different in India and it might be differ in Singapore. It will differ for USA. Clear? Second factor. One, where your user base. Second, depends upon the cost. Third, major factor, depends upon your organization policy. If your organization say that each and every data need to be stored in the particular location, you need to store that. And you need to utilize that data center. As well as, if you remember, few years back, India banned some applications. India banned some application or not? Chinese application. Why they ban it? They say that, Indian government say that, because Chinese apps are not storing the Indian user data into the Indian country itself. They are moving India data to the Chinese data center, and that is the bigger concern from India. Similar way, you need to check what is the organization, whatever the country level policy, accordingly you need to choose your data center or the region. Now, let's talk about the AZ factor. What is AZ? Now, let's talk about, take one example. Rohit is living in Delhi, as Rohit mentioned. Are you aware Rohit has one house or two house or three house or four house? No, na. Might be Rohit have two houses. Take this example that Rohit have two houses. Correct? And these are located in two separate location in Delhi. These two houses are located in two separate location in Delhi. Why they located in separate location? Assume that the electricity of this location goes down for next 7 days. So Rohit is owner of this house as well. So our Rohit is able to travel here and stay here for next 7 days? Yes, na, because Rohit is the owner. But what Rohit required? So if the air con is here, Rohit also required air con here. If the refrigerator is here, Rohit required refrigerator here. If the sofa set is there, Rohit required sofa set here. If bed is there, Rohit required bed here. Is it duplicate copy or not copy? The duplicate copy Rohit required to stay comfortably, correct? Similar concept applies in the AWS. When we talk about AZ, that means there are multiple data centers are available. there are multiple data centers are available in different location in the same region. We say that one region, like I'm consider Mumbai. Okay, so there is minimum how many AZs are available? At least 3 AZs. In any region you go, you can find the 3 region AZs are there. 3 AZs means 3 different data center in 3 different location. Clear? The distance between this location is up to 100 kilometer. Up to. Now you're going to say Mumbai is very small, Rohit. How the 3 data center will be there? They use Mumbai as just a symbol. Nearby Mumbai, they have a 3 different location where the data center is running. There are 2 regions are available in Srinivas in India. One is the Hyderabad, one is the Mumbai. That means in Hyderabad, they have a 3 data centers at least, because 3 AZs are there. In Mumbai, they have a 3 data center at least. That means they have 3 availability. I'm hoping it is clear, guys, why the 3 AZs are required. If this AZ goes down, we have a alternatives. I am hoping now you understand the concept. It is mandatory that AWS have 3 minimum AZs. That is the AWS configuration. Either we are going to use it or not. It depends upon us as a solution architect. We need to guide customer. Hey, you need to utilize 2 AZs. It is not automatically your data will be going to sync between these. No, data will be not going to sync automatically. Then that is why we as a solution architect came in a picture, guiding your customer in the right direction to utilize and build your application in a highly available form. These data center is available. These AZs are only available for building the highly available solution. If you wanted to create one server here, you also going to recommend the customer that you need to run one more server for the high availability in different AZ. Why? Because if this AZ goes down, you have a alternative AZ available where your data will be going to run. Why the distance is up to 100 kilometer? Assume that in this location something happened, some riots happen, fire happen, building collapse, earthquake is there, something happen. You have an alternative space so that we can minimize the downtimes, and AWS is minimize the downtime at the hardware level, not the application level. Application our responsibility. Now, let me open console and show you how you're going to identify the AZ. Now I am going to request, please open your console. I just wanted to show you one thing so that you guys are able to understand it, because I think maximum people are aware about we have a AZ. Please write here EC2. Once you write the EC2, the EC2 is appear like this. I'm requesting to please click here. Done. EC2 open. Scroll down little bit. Come to this zone section. And I'm requesting to choose this Mumbai as well. I forget to ask you. Please choose the region as Mumbai, because we all need to be in the same region. Now, did you see this zone name? 1, 2, 3. As region have a code, similar way, AZ have a code. This AZ code will be defined how? The AZ code will be defined with the region code plus A, B or C. And if there is other AZs are there, then A, B, C, D, E, F. It is going like that. Now, this is your AZ code. Did you see this zone ID? In my case, in front of this A, this is written. Are this ID is same for you? I am 100% sure somebody have a different number here. Somebody, I'm not sure everybody. Somebody. Okay, now focus here why it is different for the different reason. There are multiple people saying it is a different. For somebody it is same, for somebody is a different. Now you need to understand. This is the AZ code. This is your data center code. Correct? If you all are with the same code, might be somebody have a different configuration here. And why AWS changing this mapping of the AZ code with the data center code? Why they are changing it? It is a human tendency that whenever we are going to create, we are going to choose the first AZ. Correct? Yes or no? It is a human tendency now to choose the first AZ because we are testing it. If we all the data center mapping with this zone data center is same, that means what? We all are going to create our resources in the same data center. Tell me, guys. And how many data centers we have? 3. Other 3 will be keep idle. Yes or no? Other 3 is keep idle, na? So it is a great approach to do that. No, na. So how the AWS going to mitigate that issue? They need to distribute the load equally between all the data center. So what they done for individual users, they do the mapping differently. For my case, this mapping is look like this. For your case, might be AZ2 is written here, then AZ3 is written here, and AZ1 is written here. Depends. Clear, guys? I'm again repeating it. This is your AZ code. This is your data center code. And the mapping of AZ and data center code are differ by user to user. Why they change it? Because we are as a human and we are using the what we are going to do. We are just selecting the first AZ. It is the human tendency. So if I am selecting the first AZ and testing my environment and everybody you are using the first AZ, so where our resource will be utilized? In the backend, some data center we are occupying the resource and the data center is mapped this one. If this data center is same for everyone worldwide, so what going to happen? Only this first data center will be occupied more, utilized more. Other data center will be sitting idle. Yes or no, guys? That is why the mapping of this data center are AWS doing different user, different mapping so that they can distributing the load between different data center. Now, we say that we have a AZ. So let me go for the whiteboard and let me create. This is our AWS. And let me create this AWS. And inside that, I have a 3 AZs. 1 AZ, 2 AZ, 3 AZ. We discuss about 3 AZ, AZ1, AZ2, AZ3, and this is your region. Now, guys, you need to understand one more thing. AZ have a data center, correct? This AZ depends upon the size of the hardware. Might be they have only one building, might be they have 2 buildings, might be they have 3 buildings, but in the same location. In this case, might be they have a 2. Just depends upon the size of the building, space of the building, because they need to place thousands of the servers. It's not that only one building I'm talking about. Might be in the backend there are multiple buildings are there to occupy the space, and these buildings are interconnected with the fiber optical cable, as well as these AZs are also connected with the fiber optical cables with the high availability, so that the traffic will be go here and there. and the distance between these two data center is up to 100 kilometer, basically 60 miles. Now, I'm going to ask you one thing. This is one building. In this building, I have one flat here at 10th floor. I have one flat here at first floor. Are you going to consider these two different data center? Consider there is a data center is a highly available solution. Are you going to consider these two data center or one data center? Why we are not going to consider as two different ACs? Because it is a part of one building. If electricity goes in this building, both the houses are impacted. If flood is there, both the houses are impacted. If something happened to this building, both the houses are impacted. Same concept applies to the ACs. That is why ACs are separately with each other. So now you guys are very comfortable with the ACs, you are comfortable with the region, you are very comfortable about the basic concept of the cloud computing. What is cloud? Everything is clear. Now we are going to start our journey for the networking concept. And from onwards, we are going to dig down more about learn. First, we are going to cover the basic of the networking. Then we are going to start with the VPC subnet. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the public network, private network. This two concept is really very important when we are going to design any solution. What is public network and what is private network? To explain you this two concept, I am going to take a very simple example which you are able to see in your house as well. Okay, which you are able to see in your house as well. So let me do one thing. Let me first quickly create one. So this is my house. Assume that Rohit is living here. In this house, what Rohit have? Rohit have a Wi-Fi. So Rohit have a Wi-Fi connectivity. Rohit also have a laptop. And Rohit also have a phone. So let me take this older generation phone. These three devices Rohit have. Now, Rohit, these devices are connected where? These devices are connected here, guys, to the Wi-Fi. Yes or no? Connected or not? Connected now? Now, who else are able to connect to Rohit Wi-Fi? The person who having the Rohit Wi-Fi password, correct or not correct? Are your neighbor is allowed to connect? I'm not talking about hackers. I'm just talking about the normal people like me. Okay, they are not authorized to use it because they are not aware about your password. Correct. So can I consider this network which you form is a private network? It is only belong to you. Agree everyone? Why I'm saying the private network? Did you anyone get a chance to open the command line and run one command? ipconfig. When you run this command, you're going to find that one IP address is assigned to your system. If you find here Wi-Fi, so right now my device is connected to the Wi-Fi, correct? Every device is connected to the Wi-Fi, either mobile phone or either laptop, both are going to connect to the Wi-Fi if we have a Wi-Fi. So this Wi-Fi responsibility is to assign one IP address to you. What is IP address? I'm going to explain you. Just hold down a moment. So this is the IP address is assigned. So this IP is assigned to my mobile phone and this IP is also assigned to my laptop. And this is given by this Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi going to create one network. What is network? Network is nothing more than collection of the IP address via which you are able to communicate. So this is going to become your private. Same way, Rohit is living with, not with, nearby, there are 2 or 3 houses also there. One is belong to Amit, one is belong to Ashish. This is belong to Amit, this is belong to Ashish. Okay. Now, so can I say this network is belong to Amit and this network is belong to Ashish? Everybody agree? Now, guys, they all are getting the internet. They are all getting the internet. Who providing the internet? Service provider, internet service provider. In this area, only the Airtel is providing the network. If AWS is sorry, not AWS, Airtel is providing the internet. So ISP is there. So now tell me, are they Wi-Fi is connected here or not here? Connected. Now tell me, are this area where you connected is a public or private? It is a public network. In your house itself, there are 2 network. One, the IP address assigned by the Wi-Fi. One, the IP address assigned by this ISP to your Wi-Fi router. This will going to become a public and one is going to become a private. In your house itself, you have a 2 network. If you're still confused, let me take a simple example. Let me give you one simple example. One more. Let me take a 3 building. One building here. Okay. Let me take a 3 building. Second building and third building. 3 buildings in one city. This is a shopping mall. This is a office. And this is the hospital. There are 3 buildings in one city. Office, I will say Amazon office. Shopping mall is what? There is a multiple shops are there. Now, guys, if you wanna to go into this shopping mall, are anybody going to restrict you? Are anybody going to restrict you? No, na. You can go inside any shop. Nobody going to restrict you while you're entering it, and you go out. Or anybody can go into this shopping mall. So can you say that this is a public building? Yes. No. If everybody clear with the public building, clear. Now come to this Amazon. There are 2 persons. One is Rohit. He providing trainings, AWS. So he thought that I'm training the people. Let's go and visit the AWS site. I just wanted to see the how AWS office look like. There is a one guy more, Rajkumar. Rajkumar is working with AWS. So Rohit is travel and come to the main gate. Is Rohit is allowed to go inside? There is some security guy sitting. He say, hey, show me your ID card. Where are you going? You're not authorized to go. Why you're entering it? Rohit say, hey, I'm teaching the AWS. Na? Could you please allow me to go and just wanted to see the office? They are saying, no, you're not allowed to go. Rajkumar came. He just saw the ID, showcase the ID card. He is allowed to go. Are you going to consider this a private building? Only the authorized people are allowed to go, or it is a public one? Correct? Great. Now come to the hospital. Are you allowed to come inside? Everybody is allowed to go inside the hospital. Nobody going to stop you. There is a one reception area where you can visit. Correct? You are able to go to the washroom. You are able to use the store, buy medical store. Are you authorized to go to the operation theater? Are you authorized to meet the doctor without appointment and paying the bill? So can I say that this building is, this portion is a public portion and this portion is a private portion? Correct or not correct? Same concept applies in the AWS in your house as well. Now I can understand that you are getting this concept of the public and the private networking. Okay. Let me explain you IP address as I mentioned. What is IP address, guys? What do you understand by IP address? For example, there are two person. Rohit is here and Amit is here. Amit is living in Bangalore. Rohit is living in Delhi. Correct? Now Amit wanted to send one parcel to Rohit. So what Amit required, guys? It's a both public and network. You can say hybrid, but it's not like a hybrid one. The term it is used as a public and private. Amit required address of Rohit. Address means complete address, flat number, your house number, sector, state, city. Everything is required with the pin code, whatever the pin code Rohit have. And it's hand over the parcel to the courier. And the courier will be travel to the airport, then travel to the Delhi, and then go to the Delhi main center and go to the near location of Rohit and out for the delivery, and Rohit is received. Now tell me the Rohit address which Rohit given to Amit, are it is unique worldwide or not? Did you find any address similar in the same city where Rohit is living? Not possible, na? Correct? How you going to identify and send something to Rohit? You required address. You required address. Same concept applies when we talk about networking. We have laptops and we consider there are multiple laptops are there. Now A wanna to communicate B. In the network, there are 4 servers are there. Laptops are there. How A is identified that I need to send the B the traffic? What he required? He required IP address of this laptop. What is IP address? IP address is the similar concept which we used in normal day life like address. Address is what? Address is the Rohit address where Rohit is living. In the same way, in the network is a combination collection of the IP address. Same way, this IP address is what? Is the address of your device connected to the network. And for the networking, this IP address is the base. Now tell me, if Rohit currently living in Delhi Dwarka, if it is moved to Noida, if it is moved to Bangalore, is Rohit address will be going to change or not change? Change na? Same concept applies in your laptop. Currently, you connecting to your laptop at your home. Your IP address is assigned with the Wi-Fi is different. When you move to your office with the same laptop, the IP address is assigned to your laptop will be changed. This Wi-Fi you consider as a one city. This different Wi-Fi you consider as a one city. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
There are two type of IP address are available. One is the private IP address. One is the public IP address. Even though you all are connected to both, if you open your CMD command line tool, if you're using Windows and type the IP config, okay, and if you see the Wi-Fi adapter, you find one IP address. This IP address is assigned by this Wi-Fi router, okay, and this IP address is a private IP address. Clear, guys? As we are only able to connect with our internal device, like your mobile phone. Yesterday we discussed now. I given you 3 houses I created, and I show you that there is one Wi-Fi, there is one mobile phone, laptop in each 3 houses, and each 3 houses are considered separately a private network. Now, I say that I have a private IP address, means private network. Did I show you that I also containing a public IP address, even though you guys are also containing it? Like this Wi-Fi, which we are talking here, is connected to ISP now, and from this Wi-Fi, your laptop is connected. You're sending your traffic with the private IP address to the Wi-Fi. Now, how Wi-Fi will able to send traffic from Wi-Fi to ISP? This is the question mark. That is why ISP, like Wi-Fi, is providing you one IP address, correct? Similar way, this ISP is providing IP address to this Wi-Fi router, because this Wi-Fi router is connected through the cable to ISP. Clear, guys? Your Wi-Fi is providing you one IP address which is assigned to your laptop, that is going to be considered as a private network IP address. Same way, ISP, from where the cable is coming outside and coming in your house, that cable is attached to your Wi-Fi. If it is attached to the Wi-Fi, definitely the ISP is going to provide some IP address here. And it is connected to where? ISP is what, guys? Public area. And we need to connect through ISP and going to send the traffic to internet. That is a public area. So which IP address you going to receive? You're going to receive a public IP address. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Any doubt? Once you click here and read it, what is my IP address? Okay, I'm going to repeat it, don't worry. Did you see here? It's showing me that your IP address is this. But if I'm going to repeat it, just hold on, just give me 1 second. And if you see here, when I'm opening the command line, you find this IP address. Where this is attached to my Wi-Fi, who provided me this Wi-Fi, are this IP address are changed? Tell me, guys, both IP addresses change or not change? Different now. So it's proof that in your house itself, you're going to receive 2 IP addresses. Okay. This from this Wi-Fi, our laptop is connected, and this Wi-Fi is connected where? This Wi-Fi is connected to ISP, which is a public area, and definitely this ISP is also connected to different Wi-Fi. Somebody is also buying it, and it's also connected to the laptop. We already know that this is a public area, public network. We already know that this area is a private network. Yes or no, guys? Till now clear? Okay, now focus here. In this Wi-Fi, you also connected one mobile phone. Now, this Wi-Fi is going to assign one IP address here and one IP address here, 2 different IP address. But these IP address is going to become what? Because it is a part of the private network. So what IP address is going to receive? What address you going to receive, guys? Private or public? Quickly. Private. And if this is a private, where is my IP address? This is your IP address. This is your private IP address. Done? Clear till now, guys? Now tell me, are this Wi-Fi is connected to the ISP, where multiple Wi-Fis are connected from different houses? This is the public area. This become a public area. Tell me. If it is a public area, so that means each and every Wi-Fi or whatever device they are using is connected to ISP, the ISP will be going to provide them a IP, yes or no? Their public IP address. Each and every device which is connected to the internet, they are going to receive a public IP. Okay. In my case, if you guys having two devices, one laptop, one mobile phone, if you're going to open browser and try to write what is my IP address, open the Chrome browser and type what is my IP address, you can find that at the both level this IP address is mentioned. And this is not a static IP address. What is static IP address? Static IP address is a fixed given to you only. Okay. It is a dynamic IP address. Now I connect it to the Wi-Fi. After that, I close it and again start it. This IP address might be changed. Okay, because IPs which is assigned by this ISP, Internet Service Provider, it is very limited in space numbers. I'm hoping it is clear. Generally, by seeing the IP address, how Rohit you are able to identify which is public one, which one is private one? Is somebody going to share you the IP address? Na? Here I have this two IP address. Which one you going to consider this? Normally, it is not fixed. It is not like we are saying this one. Normally, the IP range. Okay, if I'm going to type IP range, you are not able to understand. I will do one thing. I will cover the CIDR. Then we will going to discuss it. Naveen, I mentioned that Wi-Fi will be going to provide you one IP address. If there are two devices are connected, the IP will be different. Like in my case, it is 192.168.124 I will take. And it is going to receive different IP address. It will go in might be received 25, it might be received 26. Both are different. Now ISP is connected here. ISP will be going to assign a public IP address. Now tell me, your mobile phone, your laptop, how these two devices are connected and using internet through this via this ISP? Are these devices are directly connected to ISP? No, na. If they are directly not connected to ISP, via which they are able to connect? They need to send the traffic to the Wi-Fi on the private network. Once Wi-Fi received the IP, the Wi-Fi will be sent the traffic to the ISP via using the common public IP address which is given by this ISP. That is why I mentioned that if you open this laptop or mobile phone and open one browser, then you type what is my IP address, you can to find that both level you're going to receive the public IP same. I'm not talking about the private IP. Private IP is different. I'm hoping it is clear. It is always private or public. We need to understand IPs now. There are basically two type of IPs are available. One is, if I'm going to tell you IP address, I'm not talking about public and private now. I'm talking about the type of the IP address. There is one IP address is known as IPv4 and one is known as IPv6. Correct. In a simple way, ISP provide a public and Wi-Fi provide a private. Correct. Done. There are two type of IP address. Why we're discussing about the IP address? Because this IP address help you to understand the CIDR, and this CIDR is much required to create a VPC. What is this CIDR? First, you need to understand what is this IP address. Once you understand it, then only you're going to say that, yes, now we are in a position to create a VPC. Why I'm saying that? Let me open the console. So let me write or try to open VPC here. Where is my mouse? I'm typing VPC. So let me create the VPC. If you scroll down a little bit, did you find that we need to provide what? CIDR block, correct? And which CIDR block we need to pass? IPv4. And this IPv4 is must have information. This IPv4 CIDR is much have means it is required field. Without providing the CIDR range, you are not able to create VPC. IPv6 CIDR block is optional. Without that also you can create a VPC, but without IPv CIDR block, you are not able to create. Okay, so that is why I am covering what is IP first, then we are going to discuss what is CIDR. I'm hoping it's understood. So let's talk about the IPv4, which is commonly used in all the organization. Yes, CIDR range means IP range. Now, IP. So I'm going to write name here and IPv4 here, or IP address, you can say that. In the name, there are two fields, first name and last name. Commonly, we have a middle name as well, but in a common worldwide standard, if you're going to see, there are two things they required always, first name and last name. Like my name is Rohit and Malik. There are two things. Similar way, when we talk about the IP CID or IP address, there are two things are major part. One is the network part, one is host part. Whenever we talk about CIDRs. So what is this network and host part? I'm going to explain now. Before that, did you find any restriction or length restriction to create a name? Are you able to create a name for 100 character? Yes, na, there is no limit. Only limit is the name should be in between A to G. Yes or no? That is a restriction. Same way, in terms of the IPv4, we have a restriction. Which restriction? The IP address is not more than 32-bit. Now people confuse what is this 32-bit? Everybody aware about bit? 0 and 1. 10 is 1 bit, 1 is 1 bit, correct? So bits are basically 0 and 1, either 0 or either 1. One single bit I am talking about. And here what we are saying that in this case, we have 32-bit. Okay, let me open my console and try to see the IP address. What is the IP address written here, guys? 192.168.1.10. This is my IP address. So let me write down here. Did you find that or observe that there are 4 parts are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 parts. What is the total size of the IP address? 32. So what is the size of each part in the IP address? 32 divided by 4 is equal to 8 bit. What that mean? That mean my A1, this portion of the IP address is 8 bit. This portion is also 8 bit. This portion is also 8 bit. And this is also 8 bit. Now people are confused. Hey Rohit, how you saying that 1 is a 8 bit? It is 192. It is 1. There is a lots of different. Why you are considering is a bit? Did you aware about that I already communicated that machine is going to understand what? 0 and 1. If you passing 1 as a digital form, it only going to understand in the binary form. So how you going to convert this to binary? So normally when we say about 8-bit, so let me write down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this portion is 8-bit. Right now it's a 0, but 8-bit. Similarly, next portion is also 8-bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if I'm going to so on, we have one more. So it will also going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there are 4 part where my IP address will be written. Now guys, either you use some mechanism, some website which able to convert this number into the binary form. There are multiple websites are available. You just enter your digit, it will going to convert into decimal to the binary form. Or let me explain you how you're going to calculate yourself if you are not aware about it. Can I explain it, or it is not required? Quickly I'm going to explain you so that you are able to understand. Okay, I'm going to explain, no worry. So let's take first example, this example. This is 192, this is 168, and this is 1, and this is 10. I need to represent. How I'm going to represent them? So I'm going to take this 192 first. How many zeros are there? 8. Let me write down 8 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Done. Write the 8 numbers, zeros. After that, the first right hand side 0 from here. In this 0, write 1 first on top of this. After that, 1 plus 1, 2. 2 plus 2, 4. 4 plus 4, 8. 8 plus 8, 16. 16 plus 16, 32. And so on. So 64 and then 128. Clear till now, guys? Now you're going to say from where this numbers are come. It is a formula how you're going to achieve this number. Clear till now? Yes or no? It just we need to write down it. Okay. Now 192, it is written 192. Now tell me, to achieve this 192 from this number, which thing you're going to add to achieve this 192? First of all, you're going to say that, hey Rohit, use 128. Yes or no? Can I use 128? So where you going to use 128? Below this, write 1. So machine will be going to read it as a 128. Now minus 128 here. What is the number you're going to receive? You're going to receive 460, means 64. This second one number, write 1 here. Or any other number you required now? We already achieved 192. We required any other number? No, na. So what else? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So this is your binary conversion for your 192. Clear, guys? So machine is going to read this how? Machine will be going to read this like this representation. And if you want to do for another one, like we have a 168, how you going to achieve it? Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, guys, you need to tell me what I need to do. What I should write here in top of this? What should I write here? Can I write 4 or 5 or 6? What should I write in top of this 0? This 0. 1. And after that second 0, what I need to write? 2, third, 4. I think you get the point. Now 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. To achieve this 128, how I am going to achieve it? Which thing I need to add? First of all, I need to add 128. Select 1. After that, did you require this? No. 0. Did you require this? 1. What else you required, guys? 16 is not required. We required now 8. 1. Rest is 0, 0, 0. So it is going to write as 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. And same way, you are going to convert this IP address into the binary form. I am hoping you get the concept now. Binary conversion. Why it is very important to understand? Because this binary conversion and understanding of bit is very, very important for you. Okay, Prince, which thing I need to repeat? How I'm going to calculate it? Correct? So let me write down one IP address for you. Okay, 168. Okay, this is 168. What is the larger number? 128. So I'm going to say I'm going to use 128. 0. What is the number you're going to receive? 40. R64 is less than 40? No, na. So we are not going to use 64. R32 is greater than or lesser than 40? It's a less than. Okay. Okay, great. If got it, great. IP address, we only going to some series we are going to use. I'm going to explain that series. Just hold on, Ashok, after some time. Now, if it is a clear, so this 198, 192.168.1.10, this is a single IP address, correct? We are talking about single IP address. Now, if you open the console and you are seeing that something is written like this, 10.0.0.0./16, correct? You find that this is the CIDR notation. So what does this mean? Whenever you see something, let me explain it. Whenever you find something is written after this hash, you just directly understand that we are talking about pool of IP. Now people say, what is pool of IP? Or you can say group of IP. Now, today you attending my session. You all are the group of student. You are not individual persons. You individual represent individual person, but you club together, you are a group. If I say whenever something written after the slash, you need to consider that we are talking about the group of IP address. So if it is written 10.0.0.0/16, this is the individual IP, but whenever the after the slash something is written, you just simply consider this we are talking about group of IP address. Till now clear? No, I'm going to cover it. So now just understand anything. If 24 is written, 25 is written, anything is written, any number is written, you're going to consider that we are talking about group of IP address. Now, let me take one example. We are talking about 192.168.0.0/24 is written. Rohit, you mentioned that it is a group of IPs, pool of IPs. But how many IPs it's contain? This is the right question or not? You say that, Rohit, there is some IPs group, but how many IPs? If I say we are a student group, how many students are there? Are there 5 students? Are there 100 students? Are there 200 students? Are there 50 students? Or are there 30 students? Clear? So you need to understand how many IP addresses are there. Then how you going to determine it? It is required to understand, na? Because whenever you're going to create a VPC, you should have a clear understanding. Na? Okay, I'm going to assign these many IP address to my VPC. And we are using this notation, CIDR notation. Correct? So what is the CIDR? CIDR is nothing more than pool or group of IP address. In a simple language, I'm telling you, I'm not going on a definition. It's a classless inter-domain routing. Forget about it. If somebody going to ask you what is CIDR, you just simply say that is a pool of IP address and it is a full form of classless inter-domain routing. And it is used to allocate IP address. Okay, clear till now? Now, we need to identify how many IP address will be going to receive. Now, tell me, what is the size of this IP? What is the size of this IP? I just explained you. 32-bit. So everybody aware now it is a 32-bit. So I am going to tell you the simplest example to calculate the number of IP address. Whenever you see any number here, what you need to do, you just write 32. This is the maximum number of the IP address size from the IPv4. Whatever written here, in my case is 24, minus 24 is equal to what? 8. I am getting 8 IP address. No. You are not getting 8 IP address. We need to use formula. Then if you get this 8 number, 2 to the power this number which you receive, you're going to write in top of here. 2 to the power 8, what is the exact number you received? No, it's not 128. 2 to the power 8 is what, guys? Calculate correctly. It's a 256. It's a 256. Clear? It's not 255, it's 256. Why 256? So that means that this range is containing, if I'm saying it's a range of IP, it's containing 256 IPs. It's containing 256 IPs. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Now, I am going to tell you to calculate the IP address. Now, your responsibility. I'm just going to write one IP. 10.0.0.0/22. Can anybody explain me what is the formula, and could you please tell me what is the exact IP address you're going to receive when you see this CIDR notation? Okay, 32 minus May 22, correct? 22 is this, 32 is size of the IP is equal to 10. Then 2 to the power, whatever value is written here, so is 1024. This single line statement containing 1024 IP address. I am hoping you all are clear now. Now, Rohit, it's okay. We understood that 1024 IPs are there. But which IPs? How I am going to determine that which IPs are there? Okay, that is what we are going to cover it now. Now, what is the first IP written here, guys? So what is your first IP will be going to become 10.0.0.0. This will be your first IP address, which is already written here. Written or not written? Written, guys. You already get that. That is your network address as well. In AWS, you are not able to use it, but first you need to understand how many IPs are received. Now, after that, .1, are you going to consider this a separate IP? Then .2, .3, .4, .5, .6, .7, .8, .9, until when, guys? Until 1000? No, up to 255. So you're going to say that, Rohit, it's only 255 IP? No, 255 plus this 0 also, na? So that is why is 256. In one block, one portion, you containing 256 IP. But Rohit, in this case, I have 1024 IP. How it is you going to write? After 255, what going to be happen? 10.0.1. So this 0 will be converted into 1 and then dot, then again start from 0. Then is go 2, 3, 4, 5 until 255. So in this case, how many IPs you're going to receive? 256. So total, how many IPs are there? And so on, it will continue. Now, 0 and this number will be changed to 2. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clear, guys? No, it will going to convert the first block. I'm going to explain it. Just hold down. Hold on a moment. What I'm explaining that I have one CIDR block 10.0.0.0.0/22, correct? This /22 we calculate, we are talking about 1024 IP. Okay, but what 124 IPs are there? The IPs will be start from 10.0.0.0.0. Then it's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on until 255. Why I am considering 255? This one block written how? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Could you please add this all? What is the number you're going to receive? Quickly, guys. Could you please add this 128 plus 256? So we are not able to write 257, 258 because the limit of this 8-bit is only this maximum number. Clear? So if it is the maximum number, that means only this block is only going to hold 256 IPs. Clear? If I am going to use another block, so here also 256, but this 256, this block is 256 now, but this block will again give you 256 because it is considered as a separate IP. So now in this case, after this character will be going to change to 1. Once it's changed to 1, again start from what? It is again start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so on, 255. Once 255 is there, then this 1 is going to convert to 2, 10.0. so on. I'm hoping now it is clear. Now, as in the beginning of the IP address, I mentioned that we are going to talk about network and the host. There are two things. If you read here, could you please total it? If you're going to use 1 here, it is going to count 1, 2, 4. Please add this 255. It's 255 or 256. Tell me, guys. Please calculate. And then I'm going to explain it. 255. Correct? Everybody agree? If 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 is written, are you going to click 1, 1, 1 anywhere? Are you consider this 0 as a number? Tell me, if 0 is written in this portion, how you going to denote it this 0? Are you going to write here, Rohit, this is my binary number 1? No, na. You're going to write this 0, 0, 0, 0. There is no calculation is done. So this is the additional 1. 0 is a 1 additional, na. So that is why is it 256. I'm hoping now it is clear. I'm hoping it is now clear. Great. Now in the starting, if you remember, I discuss about network and host part. Now we are going to talk about network and the host part. So let me use this one. So I'm again going to write one CIDR notation. Okay. So it is going to write like this 0 dot 0 0 0 0 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. This is how it is going to represent. Okay. Now if this is written, okay, let me explain you one concept, then relate with me. Assume that Rohit and Amit both are living in a one society in one city. For Rohit address and Amit address, there is a common thing, yes or no? There is a common thing or not? If you both are living in a same city, and if Amit and Rohit are living in the same city and they are going to write their address, or something is common in both, what is the difference? Only the city, state, these things are common, and it will going to be fixed for everybody who is living in this city, yes or no? Or it is going to change? You guys are living in one city, one gaon, whatever where you living. So that is going to be fixed now. Everyone who is living nearby, it is not going to be changed. Which thing is going to change? Only the where the house address will be changed. Address means house number, flat number. This thing will be going to change. Room number if you're living in a room. Rest is going to be same. Correct? Everybody agree? Same concept applies in network. What is network? Is the same like a city, na? Where multiple people are living. In a network, there are multiple devices are connected. If they're connected into the same network, so these all the devices will be the part of the same network, na? So how are we going to determine which IPs are which network part? So that is why network and host part are there. Network you can consider as a city. Host part you can consider as a house number, room number, flat number. Okay, great. Now, if 24 is written, how I'm going to calculate it? So whatever number is written here, it will going to become your network part. It will going to remain fixed. How I'm saying that? So in this case, start from left hand side. 24, we need to read 24. 8 plus 8, 16 plus 8, 24. Yes or no, guys? 8 plus 8, 16. 16 plus 8, how many? Net 24. So this going to become your network part. What that mean? These three portion in your IP range will be going to remain fixed. It not going to be changed. I'm going to explain you. Hold down a moment. And after removing 32 from, you receive 8. 8 is what? Your host part, which will be going to change. Let me explain you. 8 give you how many IPs? 256, correct? So 10.0.0.0, start writing the IP address 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 255. If you're going to total this number, it will give you 256. Are these numbers will be going to change? No, na. Only which thing is changing? This one. So that is why it is your network part which is going to be fixed, and this part is your host part as your room number, flat number, house number, apartment number, whatever you want to call it, is a host part. I'm hoping now it is clear, guys. If I'm going to write 10.0.0.0/32, then what, guys? How many IPs are there? You say that, Rohit, whenever something is written, it is a pool of IP. So if I'm going to say 32 minus 32 is equal to 0, 2 to the power 0, what you received, guys? 1. Hey, Rohit, why the 1 here? Did you see any IP address written here? Did you see any IP address written here, guys? So if there is already one IP address is given to you, if there is IP address given to you, so are you not going to consider this? So 32 means what? In the CIDR notation, 32 means we are talking about only single IP address, which is written in front of 32. I'm hoping now it is clear. Great. Now, Prince, you try to calculate and tell me 32 minus 20. Okay. And if 20 is a network part, what is the network part? 8 plus 8, 16 plus 4. These are your network part. And this will be going to change until this. Okay. It totally depends. The straightforward formula which I given. Now, so everybody understood what is CIDR? CIDR is just a pool of IP address, and this is the CIDR notation represent this. Correct? Any IP. 0 in a binary. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0 means 0. 0 means 0 in binary, na? Yes or no? Prince. When I put 1, then machine language will be going to start and changing the calculating the number which I am telling you. So until there is no 1 is calculated, then it's all are going to be considered as a 0. I'm hoping it is clear, Prince. I'm talking about the IP address form, because IP address is a 8-bit. So it's going to read the all the 8-bit, and all the 8-bit should be 0. Okay, great. So now, no, there is no position. If I'm going to say that, let me explain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I say that 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. When this machine will be going to consider this as a 1, consider as a 2, consider as a 4. When below this, whatever we written is converted as a 1 or written as a 1, then only machine will be going to read it 1. When I'm type here, it will going to read it as a 2. When you're going to write here, it will going to read it as a 4. If it is written in this state, it will going to read at 0. Got it. Thank you. So now, this is the CIDR range. We know that CIDR is nothing more than just a pool of IP address. And whenever you see something here, we have a pool of IP. Correct? So now we are going to discuss about VPC. Or before VPC, let me give you a simple example so that you don't have any confusion to calculate in the future as well. Because right now I tell you the calculation. So are you need to calculate every time same way? No, you don't require to calculate it the same way. You're not required to do that. What you need to do, let me give you the simplest way to calculate your IP address, which I am using. So everybody aware about, let me start with the 16. Okay. And then go up to 32, or I will do one thing. Let me write here 32. So I'm writing this notations. Slash 32 give you how many IP? Yes, that is known as classless. There is no class A, there is no class B, there is no class C. In the class A, B, C, we have a separate notations are there. But here we are using CIDR, which means classless. We are not going to consider any class formula. We are going to define our own formula, which we are just speak about. Clear? It is a classless notation. Okay, now, so everybody aware about, yes, this IP address is 1. So I'm going to give you the simplest formula. Now, how you going to calculate the next number? Simplest formula is whatever value is written above. If it is written 1, multiply by enter. Same formula 30. Whatever written above, multiply may, and so on. You are going to get the IP addresses. Clear, guys? Easy or not easy? Very easy, na? Very easy. We are not going to discuss calculate it, minuses, and then calculate it. This is the best way to do that. I am doing this way. If somebody going to ask me how many which idea I need to, I just copy and pasted it, and I'm getting the exact numbers. Okay. I'm hoping you are going to use the, as we calculated, if you go to 32 minus 24, if the notation is this one, so it is equal to 8, 2 to the power 8, what? 256. Okay. What is the IP address you received? 256. This calculation is the same. So why should we go in this way? We can use this one. But why I'm telling you? Because at least you are aware about how it is work. How I'm going to calculate 31? Whatever value is written here, multiply may. Next, whatever value you received, like 2, multiply by 2. Then whatever value you received here, you just write here and multiply by 2. You get this number. And so on. Now, we are going to dig down into the AWS stuff. Our VPC portion we need to start, if it is clear and everybody on the same page. Now your cloud journey, actual cloud journey will be start from today. Till now we are just talking about the VPC basic concept. So first topic in AWS, we are going to cover VPC. VPC. What is the full form of the VPC, guys? If I'm going to ask you, what is VPC? Simple term. Try to answer. Try to explain me what is VPC. Full form. Virtual private cloud. Okay. So I'm going to write virtual. P stand for private. C stand for cloud. So cloud, can I say DC? Tell me, cloud, can I say DC? Virtual means what? And we already know that we're talking about the network here. We are talking about the network here. So what we are doing here, we are virtually means software defined network which is private in nature. Clear? Yes or no? Clear, guys? Understanding clear? Virtual means what? We using some software, some technology to virtualize our network devices or the data center which is running in a backend. Correct? And how we are you accessing it? It is a private area for you. Okay. And what is this? Is a cloud means data center means you are configuring your network portion of your data center via software defined or virtually. If it is clear, now, if I'm going to talk about the definition which AWS provide, as per the AWS, this VPC enable you to launch the AWS resource into a virtual network that we are going to define. And this virtual network, you can closely resemble as a traditional network. Which thing I need to repeat? The definition? I'm going to give you in written, don't worry. I'm going to give you in a written. So VPC is what? V stand for virtual. Virtual, you understand what is virtual? Virtual is what? We use some technology, software to virtualize that thing, correct? And VPC is what? Network. So we are talking about the virtual network. So can I say that is a software defined network? And where this network portion will become cloud. Cloud is basically what? Data center in the back end, which we need to virtualize it. We are virtualizing data center network through software defined network. And that portion will be a private area for you. You have a full freedom to create it as a public one, either stay with the private one. I'm hoping it is clear. Okay, I already explained you what is the definition of the AWS, and I'm also going to give you that in the document. But if you're going to ask me, Rohit, if you're going to ask me, hey Rohit, as per you, what is VPC? As per me, what is VPC? Now, let me open the console. Please carefully understand that concept. What is written here, guys? CIDR. Without the CIDR block, are you able to create a VPC? No. What is this CIDR means, guys? What is this CIDR? I just explain you. Is a collection, pool, or group of IP or bundle of IP. Correct? So if we are passing the IP to my VPC, so are you not thinking VPC also nothing more than a collection of IP address? So when you're going to create a VPC, you are not going to receive or reserve any hardware. Definitely there is an option to reserve it, but normally what you're going to get, you're just going to get actual IPs. You're going to get what? Actual IPs. Clear, guys? Why I'm saying that actual IPs? It's just a logical thing you need to understand. If you focus here, I write some notation. Let me write here. Let me write 192.168.0.0.20. We know that this is the range of IP. This is the CIDR range, and we have a IP address. If I'm going to write it in a piece of paper and hand over to you, are you really receive any IP? Are you really receive a IP? No, na. It's just logical. We know. We think that yes, I'm going to receive these many of IP address if I'm going to use it somewhere. And where you going to use this CIDR? I am going to use this CIDR. I'm passing to giving to the AWS to create my VPC. When the VPC is created, these number of IPs address are assigned to my VPC, actual IPs. Clear, guys? Yes or no? That is why I'm saying that is nothing more than it's just a network. A network is what? Group of IPs. Done? Concept of VPC clear? Say yes or no? Simple, very simple. Now, there are basically two type of VPCs are there. There are two type of VPCs are there. One and second. One is basically default VPC. Second is customer, custom, whatever you wanted to call it out, VPC. Default VPC. What is this default VPC? First of all, let's talk about default VPC, correct? So I am requesting 2 or 3 people who wanted to just check it out. Could you please open your console and go to any region, any region, any region, select any region as per you. It's your choice. North Virginia, basically I normally call it a New Virginia. Okay. Right where you going to write? You going to write here VPC. Write it, guys. VPC open. This dashboard open, guys, everyone. Did you see any number here? Everybody seeing one? Okay, let's open it. Did you see any VPCs there? Did you create this VPC? You just created your account. You are not creating this VPC, yes or no? Are you creating this VPC? Go to any region. Why the VPC is there? We didn't create it. It's going to charge me. Hey, how it's created? Whenever AWS assign you the account, whenever you created an AWS assign you a account, AWS by default will be going to create a VPC. And that by default VPC CIDR is 172.3100/16. Check at your system as well. Did the CIDR is same for you as well? It will going to be remain same. It is designed like that. Okay, and that is it's known as default VPC, which is created by AWS. Why they created a default VPC? Why they required it? Why we required it? Because, for example, you just created account, and after that some time, no, the CIDR range will be remaining same for default. Okay, assume that you just created a AWS account and you are not aware how to create a network, and you just try to run your EC2 or any services. So you required some base to be ready now. Without network VPC, you are not able to create EC2, because in the definition of the VPC written, VPC enable you to launch the AWS resource into the virtual network. That is a definition given by the AWS. So I need to launch a EC2. Go to the EC2, like I'm explaining it. Scroll down. Without network, without VPC information, you are not able to create EC2. That is why if person who is just created the account, if he is not aware how to create a VPC and he just tried to create EC2, is not able to create EC2, and he said that, hey, AWS is very boring, I don't want to learn it. Because normally teachers will start from the EC2 to comfort the student that yes, you are all aware. I'm going to explain you, Hers. Just hold down. Clear? Done, guys? No, again the wrong formula. /16 means what? 32 minus me 16, 2 to the power 16. I'll just show you the one Excel sheet as well. Don't do like this, now, guys. We just cover it. How many IPs? 65536. Okay, great. Now let me explain you how VPCs look like. Now, VPC is regional service. First of all, you need to understand. Regional service, what that mean, Rohit? That means we have a one region. Let me say that I am in AP Southeast 1. This AP Southeast 1 is which region, guys? AP Southeast is which region I'm talking about? Not Hyderabad, not a Mumbai. Mumbai, Hyderabad, the south one. AP East is what? Singapore. Mumbai and Hyderabad is a south. It's not east is written. Okay. So please make sure at least 2 or 3 codes you have to remember it, because somebody in an interview ask you, did you know what is the code of the Singapore? Because you say that you are working on the AWS and you are not aware about the codes, region code. It happened, na? Yeah, AP means the Pacific, Asia Pacific, correct. Now, I say that it is a regional service. And every region contain AZ. We already know that. We already cover it. Every region contain AZs. So how many AZs minimum? How many? 2? Guys, how many AZs we have minimum? 3. Great. So now you are our expert. And now you need to teach me. Okay. And we have a 3 AZs. AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. Correct? Now tell me guys, I say that it is a regional service. Regional service means what? The network which you are going to create, like VPC which you're going to create is a network, now virtual network is going to create, it's going to span where? Basically virtual network also going to run on the physical hardware, na? Yes or no? Without physical hardware, nothing is there. So we have 3 different data centers. This VPC which we are going to create, it will going to create a virtual boundary over all the 3 AZs. This network will be span over all the 3 AZs. Clear? Done? So this is going to, this line will be your VPC line. This is your AZ, all the AZs. If there is 5 AZ, 6 AZ, depends upon your region. All the AZ come under the VPC. I am hoping is it done. Clear? VPC is equal to one region only. It is not going to span multiple region, but it is able to span over multiple AZs. So in a normal term, if you're going to talk about what is VPC, VPC is a virtual network inside AWS. VPC is one region. By default, whenever you create your own VPC, VPC is a private and isolated until when? Until you configure it. Configure what? As public. Okay, whenever you're going to create your VPC, it will be only a private or isolated. Great. So we are talking about default VPC. Default VPC, it will be going to one per region. Okay, can be deleted or recreated. You can delete it or recreate it. The VPC CIDR should be what? It's 192, 131, sorry, 172, 131. So 172, 31, 0, 0/16. What happening here? And each and every region, it will be same. Now it's also going to give you what? Subnet. Subnet I'm not covered, but it also going to create a subnet of /20 in each AZ. I'm going to cover it. Don't worry. Subnet kya hota hai? I'm going to cover it. And also going to cover a create a security group and NACL. Now I'm going to cover it. Don't worry. Security group and subnet. What is the customer? VPC. What is the customer VPC? The customer VPC, which we are going to create according to, and we are freedom to choose our own CIDR range. Prince, we will going to cover it. Yes, if you're going to use a static IP address or any public IP address, nowadays all the IP address, public IP address is a paid one. Previously, the only AWS charging for the static one. Now they are charging any public IP, they start charging it. So this customer VPC is created by you, isolated network, or you can choose your own CIDR. You can choose your own CIDR. Okay. By default is in private in nature. Okay. But one thing you should be remember. The CIDR minimum is 128. Maximum you can use /16, not more than that. In between, you can use the CIDR. You are not able to use 29, you are not able to use 30, you are not able to use 31, you are not able to use 32. Okay? You're not able to use 15, you're not able to use 14. It is restricted by AWS. Only between this range, you are able to create your VPC. Correct. Minimum means minimum IP address you're going to receive. If I'm going to write /28 and I'm going to write /16, which range will be going to provide the minimum IP? This range will be going to provide the minimum IP na? 32 minus में 28 is equal to 4, 2 to the power 4. How many IPs? Okay. If I'm going to use 32 minus में 16, 2 to the power 16, how many IPs? Is more than 655 something? Correct? Now, can we create our own VPC? Let's start the demo. If the VPC concept is clear, can we create it? Or we just need to wait? Tell me. Or I need to give you study about subnet as well. Range is requested by the user. Range is created by the user, not requested. We can choose our own CID and create it. How we going to choose it? I'm going to tell you. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will going to tell you. Let's create. Only 2 people are saying let's create. So let me say that let's create it. Quickly I'm going to create, then we are going to discuss the subnet. So what you need to do? You need to open your console. And please make sure, if today you learn VPC, it doesn't mean that the process will be remain same. Yes, overall process will be same, but the layout might be changed. I access VPC, I think 2 months back. Now I am opening it again. Let's see what is changed. So this is the console. Go ahead here and type VPC, guys. If you want to do with me, or if I requested, you can create later. Because if I'm going to ask you do with me, it will take time. There is an assessment session is also going to provide it. Click here, create a VPC. Done. Now, if you find that VPC setting, VPC only, VPC more. What is the difference here? When we selected the VPC and more, that means we are not only just creating the VPC, we also going to create a subnet route table. But tell me guys, did we cover subnets? Did we cover route tables? No, na. We just cover VPC. So what we need to do? We need to just going to create a VPC. Clear? Now, name tag. It is optional. It is not compulsory. Name tag means what? If you know that my name is Rohit, so how you going to call it me as a Rohit na? Same way, if you're going to use this VPC for particular purpose, like if you run the application, which application? App 1 is going to run on this VPC. So how you going to name it? You're going to name this VPC. It totally depends upon the you. Either slash, either dash, whatever you want to use it. Then what you're going to type? You're going to type app 1. It's a prod VPC, dev VPC, test VPC. At least you're going to write something. Why you need to write like that? Because today you create it as a test VPC. Just put a name. Tomorrow you go and somebody else join this company. Or via reading this name tag, or that person is able to understand which purpose you created it. Yes, you can create as many as application. It is not restricted, but is always recommended to propose single VPC dedicated to the single application. Nowadays, account is dedicated to the single VPC. Okay, great. So let's talk about done. So I'm going to write the name. So I'm going to write here what we're doing. We are doing demo. And if you want to give the date as well, you can do that. But I'm going to keep it as a demo only. Once it's done, okay, where I'm in a new version. No, I just want to use Mumbai one or Singapore. I'm going to use. We can going to use Singapore. So I'm going to use demo. Now, what I'm going to put here, guys, what is written? CIDR block. Two things are written. CIDR manual, CIDR from PAM. First of all, let's talk about CIDR manual. Manual means what? You just calculated your own CIDR, how many IP addresses assigned, and you're going to put like that. If you have a network team, so you're going to ask to network team, hey, network team, we require to create one VPC, or could you please create a VPC for me? Either they will going to provide the CIDR range, or you need to create it. So that is a manual calculation. What is this PAM allocation? Anybody aware about this? IP address manager. Any idea what is this IP address manager? If somebody is from network team, do we have a network guy here? Do we have any network guy? Means network expert who is working on the network field? No? Okay, let me explain. Whenever the network team involved, they are going to maintain their CIDR IP allocation. Either they use some tool or either they use some Excel sheet where they are going to maintain their all the IP ranges. Why they maintaining it? They should understood that which IP is assigned to where. And in future, if they require some IP, they will see, okay, which IP is free or which CIDR range is free. Done. Same way, AWS created one software that is known as IP address manager. This is not part of your syllabus, but I'm telling you, if you're going to select this, what going to be happen? In this IP manager, you already created the CIDR range, already defined, everything is created. You just need to select the IP manager pool, and from that pool, you're going to receive the CIDR notation automatic, because I didn't create it. So that is why I don't have it. So automatically from drop drum, you're going to get the whatever the free IPs are available. Clear, guys? In our case, we are going to use this manually. Let me use 10.0.0.0/24, and let me change the name as well. I know, let me put RM. Okay, and this IP range I'm going to put 10.0.0.0/24 is sufficient, I think. Done. Now, are you required IPv4? We say no, I don't require it. Same way, we are not able to create the IP range like CIDR. Right now we are randomly selecting, but there is a logic to choose the CIDR. Okay, hold on questions. Let me cover this demo. Okay, hold your question. Now, what is this, guys? What that mean? Any idea? There are two things are written: default and dedicated. Default and dedicated. Right now, I am just selecting any number. In the I'm going to tell you how to calculate your CIDR range. What CIDR range you require. So right now we are just randomly selecting it. What is this? Default means we are going to use the shared resources, which is shared with different user. And whenever we say that dedicated means the dedicated resource is assigned to you. If the dedicated resource is assigned to you, you need to pay heavily because one single server is assigned to you. So that is when this physical server is belong to your organization, and then you need to pay more. So my recommendation is just use the default for demo. Now, name tag, add a tag. Like why we required add a tag? You need to write the owner of this VPC. You need to write the name of the team who is on this VPC. You need to write that it's a production box and which environment is using. So any kind of information you can write here, so that if somebody join later, it will be able to understand this is belong to which team. After that, you're going to create a VPC. Once you create a VPC, what happened? Okay, I think I created 5 VPC. Let me check. Correct. More than, if you see, it is not allowing me to create the VPC. Why it is not allowing me? How many VPCs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By default, in one region, you are able to create only 5 VPC, but you are able to increase the number as well. You can request the quota. So let me choose Mumbai. Let me check Mumbai mein kitne hai. Let me check. Only 2 are there. So let me create it. Create a VPC. I'm going to put demo quickly. I'm just typing the number 10.0.0.0/16 I'm putting. Why I'm putting 16? I'm going to tell you why. And demo I write and create the VPC. Done. This page will appear. Don't see right now here. Just go here, your VPC. Now, did you find my VPCs there, demo? I created maximum. After that, did you see VPC ID? As when you created a account, they will going to assign you the account ID, correct? That is unique to you. Similar way, whenever you create a VPC, it will going to assign you the unique VPC ID. That is belong to you only. I have 3 VPCs are there. One is the default VPC, 2 are the custom made by me. Done. Each and every VPC have a separate unique ID. I'm hoping it is clear. How they are maintaining it in the backend AWS, account ID return. After that, region ID return. After that, it is written the VPC ID. And via which they are isolating you. This is the virtual boundary they created. Same way, because we are using same data center, na? If there are two, you created one VPC, I created one VPC, how they are going, AWS understand which VPCs belong to which. That is why they created a unique ID for each and every service which you're going to create. Now focus here, guys. This is the CIDR I choose. Above also I created the same CIDR. Correct? So it is not like if I given one CIDR to one VPC, you are not allowed to create another VPC with the same CIDR. It is not work like that. Because whenever we're going to coordinate or communicate to the VPC, AWS, how AWS is going to do? AWS will be going to do with this IP range, sorry, this VPC ID. VPC is free of cost. 2, 3, 4, as many as you can create. There is no issue. But what is the issue happen here? These two VPCs are not able to communicate with each other. Okay, understood? VPC. Any confusion? In the future, if you need, you assume that your IP range is full. Whatever the IP you assign to your system is already occupied. You need more IP. Then how are you going to do that? You're going to talk about CIDR. Did you see CIDR section? How many CIDR is allocated here? Only one CIDR is located. If you want to add one more, go to the action, edit the CIDR, and you can edit the CIDR, add more CIDR range to this VPC. You can add it. Clear? Okay. Why VPC is not able to communicate? The question is asked if these two VPCs are the same IP address. Assume that Rohit and your house address is 3420 3420. Same city, same pin code, everything is same. Assume that somebody sending the parcel. Our parcel is aware I need to go here or I need to go here. Where is going to send the parcel? Is it confusion or confusion? Yes or no? Assume that one IP address is assigned here and one IP address is assigned here. If they need to communicate with each other, are they able to do that? No. Because this says that this request is for me, he say that this request for me. So that is why these two are not able to communicate. Any confusions, guys, till now? Any confusion till now? You are talking about the why these are not able to communicate, correct? I'm going to explain it in the VPC peering. Don't worry about it. I'm again going to explain it. Don't worry, I'm going to cover it. If it is clear, can I now start discussing other thing like subnets if everybody agree? It's very easy to understand now. Easy na? Now if somebody going to ask me, if somebody going to ask you, is AWS is tough? Then what are you going to reply? No, it's very easy. It is the simplest technology which I learned in my career. Previously, I'm used to HP Unix admin. I'm a SME for the HP Unix. HP Unix is harder than this AWS. I'm going to explain it. Just hold on. Okay. You just need to select that, go to the action, and then delete the VPC. What is the error message is receiving? Did you select this here? Which one you try to delete? It is not possible that is grayed out. Might be something is wrong. Every VPC is able to see. Just try to select this VPC first. If just seeing it, it is grayed out without selecting. Once you only select it, it will be visible. Let's focus to other concept. I just created in front of you. Are you able to create? I just created in front of you. Just hold down. VPC, we understood what is the VPC concept. Okay. We understood how it is work. Now tell me guys, I'm going to explain you in simple term. We have, okay, he opened one very big office. He startup. So Rohit decided what? Rohit decided that there is no sitting rule. There is no fixed seat for anybody. First come, first service. If somebody wanted to sit, he need to come office first. This is what Rohit decided. Okay. Multiple users are sitting. Now you come here at 6 a.m. Rohit came here and Rohit are sitting here today. Tomorrow Rohit came at 7 a.m. He enter into the room. He see this seat is booked. He sit here. At 9 a.m. Rohit came. He find that this seat booked, this seat booked, this seat booked. He find the seat here. So what that mean? This seat is not allocated to somebody. It is be randomly assigned to, or anybody come first service basis. Now assume that in this room 1000 people are sitting. 1000 people are sitting. Okay. And Rohit is belong to IT team. So Rohit is today sitting here. And assume that there is a 1000 people are sitting. HR team is sitting here. Or somebody, XYZ team is sitting here. This person facing the what? Facing the laptop issue. Is not able to log in. Some issue in it. What he required? He required to coordinate with the IT team. Hey, could you please check my laptop? It's not working. I'm not able to connect to the internet. I'm not able to raise a ticket. Correct or not correct? So is go here and asking, hey, are you from IT team? Why is asking here? Why it's not going here directly? Because the sittings are not fixed for everyone. Correct? Anybody can sit anywhere. So he said that no, I am not from IT department. Again came here. I'm not from IT department. And here and there go, and finally the person will reach to the Rohit, and then Rohit start working on it. Assume that one day 100 user are impacted from the IT, means some issues there. Did you understand what is the noise level of this room? Everybody is roaming here and there to searching for the IT team. Is it the right approach? Is it the right approach? No, na. So what is the right approach for you? What is the right approach for you? Tell me, how are you going to divide it or configure it so that everybody dedicated place for IT team, correct? Dedicated place for everybody. Create a fixed seats, create a room, correct? Sitting as per department, correct? Everybody is right. So assume that they decided to create a seating capacity. This is assigned to IT team. This is assigned to HR team. This is assigned to financial team, or this is assigned to admin team. This is assigned to another team. Next time, if they're facing the issue, this guy, what going to be happen? It will know that the IT team is sitting there. So directly come here and coordinate with them. It's easy way to communicate, yes or no? Great. Just remember this concept. It is going to use in subnetting. Now assume that everybody knows that Rohit is living in Delhi. Just take an example. Amit is a one person living in a Bangalore. He hear that Rohit is living in a Delhi. So he thought that, hey, I need to meet with Rohit. He just travel and landing into Delhi. He doesn't know my phone number. He doesn't know my address. Our Amit is able to reach to my house. I say yes, it is possible, but it will take lots of time. Lots of time means years. Amit is need to go each and every door of the house and knock it. Hey, are you Rohit? You are teaching in Intellipaat. Again go here, again go here. And one day might be finally he reached to the Rohit house. One day, we are not sure when. Correct, guys? It's a wasting of time, wasting of the management of the system. So what how we defining our city? Are our city, like you are living, are divided into small portion areas for better understanding or management? Yes or no? In one city, in a Delhi, we have a Dwarka area, we have a CP area, we have Connaught Place, correct? Every city have a different area like sectors, sector 49, sector 29, sector 25, road name, this. We define it now. We divided this sector. Now this Amit know that Rohit living in Dwarka. He reached to the Dwarka. The boundary he right now, if he need to search Rohit house, is a complete what? Complete Delhi city. But he know Rohit is living in Dwarka. It's a smaller portion. Yes or no? He need to just search a smaller targeted audience. Correct? And what is the better way of doing? Are the better way of doing to define it as in normal days we also using in our normal life? Correct? Let's talk about the subnet. Assume that you created the VPC. In this VPC, you assign 65,000 IPs. All the servers are running here inside the VPC. Now server A wanted to communicate server B with the IP address. So this will going to broadcast the IPs. Hey, are you this IP? Are you this IP? Are you this IP? Yes or no, guys? It increase the congestion in the network. Correct or not correct? And then it finally reach to this P. That is why subnet came in a picture. Somebody experts are working and they created the subnetting concept. What is subnetting concept? This is the bigger pool of IP. VPC is what? Bigger pool of IP. Inside this bigger pool, they created a smaller pool of IPs. Subnet is what? Smaller pool of IPs. This is the bigger pool. Like I will say 10.0.0.0.0.0/16. We receive 65536 IPs. Okay. This is the bigger network. And then we created a subnet, which is smaller pool of IP. Now tell me, how we defining the IPs, guys? Pool of IPs. How we defining it? Tell me, guys. How I'm defining the pool of IP? I am using CIDR to define the pool of IP, correct? If we defining the VPC pool of IP using the CIDR notation, and again I'm saying that subnet is a smaller pool of IP, then I need to assign the CIDR here as well. Yes or no? Tell me, guys, yes or no? Correct na? But there is a catch. What catch? Assume that Rohit have a bucket of fruit and Rohit have multiple fruits are there, or like an apple is there. Apple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now tell me, guys, if these three apple Rohit assigned to Amit or given to Amit, are this apple is available for Sumit? Next person, tell me. No, na, it is already given. So what is the next available slot? These 2 or 3, whatever the Rohit capacity is going to give, these 2 is assigned to Sumit. Now Ram came in picture. Is this IPs or apples which is assigned or given to Sumit or Amit is available for Ram? No. Whatever the remaining apples are available, it's going to assign to Ram. Clear? So consider this bucket as your VPC. Consider this small grouping like assigned to RAM is your subnet. VPC have this apple means IP address, which is you going to assign to this subnet, subnet 1, subnet 2, subnet 3. I'm hoping it is clear. Clear or not clear? How are you going to assign this? How are you going to assign it? That is true that we are going to assign it, but how, Rohit? If I given 10.0.0.0.0/16 to my VPC, how I'm going to divide it? So if you want to create a first subnet, select this. This is the first IP. This is the first IP or not? Write this IP. And then whatever IPs you want to assign, that I need to assign 256 IP to one person. So which CIDR I'm going to use? /24, create one subnet. Done, guys? If I'm say /24, how many IPs are reserved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 255. What is the next IP is available, guys? 1, 0, 10.0. This IP is available for you to utilize. This is already given to this subnet 1. If I'm going to create one more subnet, then from where I need to start? From the next IP address which is available. If you want assign 24, then it is assigned to subnet 2. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. So let me cover few things. I'm going to then cover the demo of the subnet, and then we will going to create a one high level diagram so that our project, you can say that a small project type we are going to create. Now, subnet is part of the VPC. Subnet is a part of the VPC. No, subnet is not going to be 32. I'm going to explain you why. Just hold down a moment. Okay. It is just not more than just a range of IP address. And you need to consider one. We already know VPC is a regional service. All the AZ come under this. Now, where the subnet will be going to create? The subnet is going to create inside under AZs. Why? Because whenever you're going to create a resource, actual IP reside where, guys? In the actual servers, actual physical servers. Where the physical server? It is part of the AZ. Your subnet will be going to assign on particular AZ. So subnet will be always assigned to a particular AZ. Clear? Clear, guys? Subnet reside within the availability zone, okay, which help you to reduce and high availability, which help you to create the high availability. Why? Because you are going to create your server here and server here. That is why you are able to achieve the high availability. VPC the regional service, subnet is the AZ service. I'm hoping it is clear. Okay, I'm hoping it is clear. As VPC is only allowed to create between /16 to /28. Similarly, subnet is only able to create under this. We are not able to use /32. Okay. There are few IPs are reserved whenever you're going to create a VPC. Whenever you're going to create a VPC, the IPs which is reserved, there are 5 IPs are reserved, and I'm going to show you in the demo as well. Just give me, I'm going to take 5 minutes extra. the first IP address. Assume that I use 10.0.0.0.0/24 to create a subnet. So what is the first IP address here, guys? This is your first IP address. In this case, this IP address is reserved for network address. We are not able to use it. It is reserved by AWS. Second IP address. In this CIDR, it depends upon your CIDR. I'm just taking one example. In this CIDR, what is the second IP, guys? Tell me quickly. 10.0.0. What is the second? 1. I'm just talking about IPs. I'm not talking about /24. /24 is a group of IP. I'm talking about single IP. It's the AWS standard. 5 will be reserved for each and every subnet, whatever you're going to create. It will going to reserve for VPC router. I'm going to explain you VPC router in upcoming session. Just quickly, I'm going to write it. Third IP address 10.0.0.+1 is equal to 2. It is reserved for DNS server. Fourth IP address is 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And last IP address. In this case, what is the last IP address? 10.0.0.255. Okay, it is reserved for the network broadcast. Done? Clear? Great. And why this /22 is reserved? Like we say, only we are able to use /22. We are not able to use it. Now tell me, guys, /22 give you how many IPs? 16. If you given this 16 IP address to subnet, actually how many IP you going to receive? -5. You receive only 11 IP address. If you going to use 30, if you create using 30, total IPs assigned here 4 -5. Is it possible? No, na. That is why 30 is not allowed it. /21 is not allowed it. /32 is not allowed it. Then you're going to say that, hey Rohit, why if it 29 is not allowed it? 8 minus 5. How many IPs? 3. Or it is make a sense to create a VP subnet only for 3 IPs. It's make a sense? No, na? Clear, guys? Let me perform the demo and then we are going to take a question. Creating of the subnet. So we need to open the same tab, go to the subnet level, create a VPC. Sorry, create a subnet. So what we required? Subnet will be the part of the VPC. So first we need to select the VPC. After that, subnet will also going to run in AZ. Then we're going to select the AZ. So first of all, you're going to select the VPC. I think we created this. So the VPC of CIDR is mentioned here. Name of the subnet, I will say subnet test. If you remember, I talk about AZ we need to select because it is going to create it inside particular AZ inside the VPC. So I selected AZ1 for example. So prefer AZ. I'm going to select AZ1. And how you are selecting your data center via like this. After that, what I need to do? I need to give the CIDR range. Either I give the complete CIDR range here, or I will create the CIDR range by selecting the subpart 10.0.0.0/24. It will also going to guide you how many IPs you're going to receive, and then you need to create the subnet. Done, guys? Yes or no? Your subnet is created. The subnet name, subnet ID is unique to you, and the which VPC it is created, it is also mentioned it. So subnet we created. This last one, if you scroll here a little bit, guys, focus here. How many IPs we received? as per this rule, we have to receive 256 IP. But as I mentioned, -5 is the reserved IP address. It will give you to 251 IPs. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay. Yes or no, guys, please? Great. So now your VPC concept, subnet concept is clear. Next week onward, we are going to discuss how to calculate the CIDR for VPC, CIDR for the subnet. Calculation means how you define it. If I say, right, it's not your responsibility. Might be in the future you are in a position where somebody going to ask me, hey, I have a 5 server. Could you please tell me what is the subnet requirement for that? And then we are again going to perform the create a one VPC. Then we're going to create 3 subnets. This is a small project we are going to do, and via which after that we are going to create one subnet as a public subnet and 2 others are private subnet. This is the by default subnet because VPC created na. If you, as I mentioned, when the VPC default VPC created, it's also going to create a subnet as well, and the /20 subnet is created. Did you find here /20/20? And you can see it. These are the /20 subnets. Any questions, guys? Okay. Why subnets are restricted to the AZ? This is your data center, correct? This is your data center, yes or no? Where you want to create your server and where you want to create your server. Assume that there are 2 AZs are there. Assume that AZ2, AZ1. That and the subnet is allowed to span over multiple AZs. And for example, one server created here, one server created here. Done. We are not aware now because subnet is span over it. We just selected subnet from where the IP will be assigned. If this AZ goes down, or your half of subnet is goes down, tell me, are you able to achieve high availability? Are you able to manage the it? No, na. So better way of doing what? We have it 2 AZ, AZ1, AZ2, and subnet is just allocated here. So that if you're going to create some resources here and here, it will not impact the other subnet. If this goes down, only this subnet is impacted. Other subnet is up and running, no issue at all. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
We are going to start discussing about how to calculate VPC numbers, how to calculate the subnet numbers. For example, if I am going to ask you one thing, I am your customer, I came to you and saying that to you all that I have one application which I am planning to migrate. So before discussing this, let me cover one more thing because without that you are not able to understand. So before discussing about this, how many IPs and subnets is required, let me discuss about the 1 tier, 2 tier and 3 tier design. Do you aware about 1 tier design? How many people are aware about 1 tier, 2 tier? And multi-tier is also there. Okay, now tell me, when we using google.com, when we accessing Google, everybody accessing Google, the page will be landed on the search bar where you typing something and enter it. Correct or not correct? So are you going to consider this a web tier, web page appeared? The first landing page. After that, once you enter something like you try to search Rohit Malik, then this web page is going to coordinate actual search engine, which is your app, And from where this app will going to give you the data? It will going to give you the data from the database, because AWS is, sorry, not AWS, Google is maintaining some records from where they will find the data, and this database will be going to share the information to the search engine application, and the search engine will be going to share and display the data into the web tier. Tell me guys, yes or no? Is that functionality is happening? This is a Google page, it's a web tier. Then you write something here, and that whatever you write, it will going to coordinate with the application, backend application, and the application will be going to search the same thing, whatever the name or whatever the character you're going to search, it will going to search on the backend database, and from the database they are going to share you the output. I'm hoping everybody understood that. So how many layers are there in a normal way? Web layer, app layer, and DB layer, database basically. If these three layers are running in one server, either is a virtual, either is a physical server, everybody aware about it. Server. So these kind of structure where all the services like web, app, and DB is going to run on the single server, it is known as one tier design. What is the drawback here? Now tell me, if we are accessing web tier, do we require a internet access? These web tier is working on some different port number like 443. We can say port number. This app required internet access? No, na. Are this app is going to work on the port number 443? No. There is some separate port number open for the application. Same way, this DB is also going to work on different port number and is also not required internet access or other things. Now, if these three things are running in a same server, like your laptop, three applications are running in your laptop. One is the web application, one is the backend application, search engine, and the database. Okay, because the communication happen between the application to application is work on the port number. It's not like it's directly going to access some port number. It's required to access the application. Even though when you're going to connect to the database, it's required a port number. It's not like you just have a IP address and then work is done. Now, are this web tier required access of this database? No, na. This web tier requirement is only access the app tier, this app part. This app responsibility to coordinate with this database, and database only going to coordinate with this application, and this application only going to coordinate with the web and DB both. If it is running in a same tier, same server, is this web application which is running in the same server is able to coordinate with database? Yes or no? They are sitting in the same server. Correct? If somebody have access through internet, so are they are not able to access this app and DB as well? Yes, na? Correct? So it is not recommended. Okay, it is not recommended to run everything in the same server. So whenever you see that your complete application, which include web layer, application layer, and DB layer, is running in a single server, it is considered as a one tier design. Okay. Now, when you break this web tier, app tier, and DB tier, and we say that yes, web tier required a public accessible. So we're going to say that this should be run in a separate server, and this app and DB don't require a public network. So we are going to run it into the second layer, second server. So there are two different servers are required to execute and run this. If you are logging into any account, like for example, you are accessing your bank account. Okay. So your data will be saved where, guys? I am talking about the applications. I'm not talking about the network layer here. I'm only talking about Rohit Application run in the 3 layers. Web layer means user interface, you can say that. Application core functionality, and the backend is database where the data will be going to fetch. Correct? If your company, your data, which data, banking data, is stored in the database, are you really wanna to put them in a public network, internet, so that if somebody hack it, that server where your database is accessible from internet, so anybody can hack it? Yes or no? Hacker will directly attack the database which contain your critical information. Which information? Your banking detail, your username, password, everything is stored here. So are you going to run the database into the internet, connected to the internet, or you're going to run into the private one? Confirm. Okay. So that is why the app and the DB is always recommended to run on private one, because app is your core application, core functionality will be run. Web tier is only designed to get a access from internet. Then this web tier which is running here is going to coordinate with the application internally in the private network, not in the public network. I'm hoping this clear. When there are two servers are running, with one server containing web and other server containing app and DB, it's going to consider a two-tier design. Now, because this app layer, web layer is able to coordinate with this app layer in some particular port number, that means you need to open the port number on the server level as well. But DB don't work on that particular port number. DB run on only like one separate DB port number. So are you really required to put your DB into the port number which the server where the other ports are open? Like for example, MySQL is running in which port number? 3306. So are you really required to open other port than 3306? No, it is not recommended. So what are you going to do? You're going to do what? You're going to run your web, app, and DB in 3 different servers: server 1, server 2, and server 3. Okay, 3 different layers you created. And if there are 3 different infrastructure is there, that is going to be considered as 3-tier design. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. App will only able to coordinate with this DB, not web tier is able to coordinate. Only the particular port number, like MySQL is running, so it is only allowed to run access the DB on port number 3306, not other than that. I'm hoping now you understand what is web 1 tier, 2 tier, and 3-tier design, and we have a multiple tier as well. Okay, are your application is also running on 3306 port number? Are your application is running on the 3306? No, if there is a one server, my app is running here, my database is running here, app required to coordinate with DB on the 3306. Our web layer, which is open here, is going to coordinate on the same 336 to the application. No, there is a different port number required, as well as this application might be coordinated with other application. Interconnectivity is there. This application don't require to access this DB. It is restricted. Only this application need to access the DB. If you're going to open this port to other application, so this app is also allowed to access this physical server or virtual server. So that is not recommended. Okay, whatever is running, we need to restrict the access. Okay, so there are 3-tier designs are there, or we have a also we can consider that we have a multi-tier where we're going to introduce load balancers and other layer as well. Yeah, API is going to be run. Yeah, correct. Now, if you understand the tier part, 1 tier, 2 tier, 3-tier part, now I'm going to ask you one question and you're going to reply back. Okay, I am your customer. I came to you and saying that, hey, I need to migrate my application. I need to migrate my application. My application is 3-tier application. My application is 3-tier application. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets I required to build for this application in AWS. I have 3-tier application which I need to move to the AWS. Could you please tell me how many VPCs? People are saying the 3 VPCs. Okay. And how many subnets? Somebody say 1 VPC, 3 subnet. Okay. Now your customer again came to you and saying that, hey, I am also looking for the high availability. I am also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets are required. Your customer is also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and subnet is required to build it. 2 VPCs, 6 subnet. Okay, anybody else? 1 VPC, 6 subnet. Or do you need to ask something to the customer, or are you going to directly jump into the answering the question? Are you going to ask something to the customer or not? Did you ask me? Did you ask me anything? Why should you not asking? So if I am going to ask you that I have a 3-tier design application which I need to migrate to the AWS. So first of all, did you guys ask me what thing? How many environments are there? Did you ask me this question? Prod environment, dev environment, test environment, staging environment. You're going to ask me now because they are planning to migrate the UAT. Multiple environments are there. You're going to ask the question, hey, in your application, which is 3-tier application, how many environments are there? Then only you're going to judge the correct number of the VPC. Yes or no? Okay. So make sure if somebody going to ask you anything, please ask questions. Even though during the interview they ask something, please try to ask as many as questions so that you can understand the concept what I am thinking. Okay, because I asked this question, what I am thinking and why I asked this question. Clear, guys? So assume that in your case, customers say that we required prod and dev environment. We don't have UAT test, staging, anything. We don't have anything. Correct? Now. So how many VPCs now you required, guys? Tell me. How many VPCs you required now? We required 1 VPC for the prod, 1 VPC for dev, because it is always recommended to divide your environment in 2 different network. One is dedicated for the production network, one is dedicated for the development network. Clear? Any doubt, guys? Now, let's talk about subnet. As I mentioned, Puneet, to create a network, it is always recommended there is a 2 separate network for 2 separate environment. If this dev and network is compromised, it is not going to compromise your production environment. Yes, if test is there, then we required 1 more. Okay. Nowadays, it is not only the VPC level you're going to give a segregation, you also going to give the segregation at account level. You created one dev account and you created one prod account. In this account means what? You have AWS account na? Same way you're going to create a 2 different account. One is dedicated for dev, one is dedicated to production. If I'm going to talk about the VPC in the account, dev account, I also required 1 VPC to deploy my environment. In the prod account, I also required 1 VPC deploy my environment or resources. So nowadays multi-account design is working. It is not like only single account we are going to use for deploy multiple things. One of my customer having 625 AWS account. How many? 625 AWS account. 625 AWS account. They created how? They created each application. They have dedicated production account, dev account, test account, or whatever the environment they have. Correct? Clear, guys? I'm hoping it is understood. So if somebody going to ask you how you going to divide it, at least if you say single account, to at least say that we are going to have a separate network. Now, subnet. How many subnet? As I customer ask you that 3-tier design means web, app, and 3 different servers are going to be run. So how many subnets, guys? One subnet you're going to dedicate it for web, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for app, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for what? DB. So you required 3 subnets. If you remember, in after some time, customer also requested, I also required what? I also required HA. Yes, in the DB might be they don't require. Let me take both the example. HA is required. Now, if a HA is required, how you going to achieve HA in AWS? When we are going to use 2 different AZs. Okay, clear? So you are going to use AWS and AWS. If you are using Gmail, if you're using Gmail, for example, Rohit, I'm just taking example, gmail.com. It is not my mail ID, I'm just writing it. You can go into create Rohit plus test @ gmail.com. Then Rohit plus prod @ gmail.com. It will going to send you the mail on the same Rohit, this one, but it is treated as a different mail ID. To creating a account, you require a separate mail ID. It is not going to work, but you can use the same mail ID, but just add a plus. Okay, now we have a AZ1, AZ2. There are 2 AZs are there. If some server are running here and same server running here, then you're going to consider as a highly available HA. Yes or no, guys? We already discussed it, correct? And subnet is working as where? The subnet is the part of the AZ. Subnet is a part of the AZ, correct? So if one subnet I'm going to create here, so I also required one subnet here for the high availability. If the app layer I'm running one server here, so I also required one subnet. In this case, I also required one subnet. So how many subnets I required extra? +3 for the high availability, because I'm going to consider the different AZ. Clear? Yes or no, guys? Clear? It is not part of your syllabus. This is the additional thing I am teaching you. It is not in your syllabus, because you ask multiple questions that how to calculate it, because calculation is not part of your syllabus, but still I'm providing it. In for the dev, do we require HA? No. So are you required additional subnet here? No. So how many VPCs we require to build it? At least 2 in this case, and 9 subnet as per the customer requirement. If the customer requirement change, this number will be changed. It is not going to be fixed. Okay, don't quote the same number to your customer. You first need to understand the customer requirement. Done, guys? Any confusion? Sometimes customer is not going to ask you how many VPs and subnet I'm going to require. No, they're just going to provide you, I have a one application which we are going to migrate. When you're designing the solution, then you need to think, okay, how many VPCs we are going to introduce, how many account I need to introduce, how many subnets I need to use. So that is you need to take care. You not okay. Okay, now I'm going to ask you. The people are asking why 3 + 3. So you mentioned 3 subnet. What is high availability? Could you please tell me what is high availability as per you? If I need to achieve high availability of my server level, how can I achieve it? How can I achieve it? I have one server. Okay, backup of what? Different AZ, Uditya, correct? So one server running in a 1 AZ, one server is going to run in 1 AZ. This server is going to run where, guys? This server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? Server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? And subnet will be AZ level. It is not multi-AZ. Correct? If this is the web layer, for the web high availability, I require 2 servers. So the web layer, how many subnets you required? The person who asked this question. How many subnets you required for web layer? At least. Why 1? Again, you guys confused. Why 1? Tell me why 1. I need a high availability to my, I need high availability of my web layer. Here 2 servers are running in 2 different AZs. So I require 2 subnets na. Same way, I have an app server. If I required a high availability, how many subnets I required? At least 2 for app layer. 2 here, 2 subnets here, and 2 for dev. How many are there? 6 na? HA is meant what? HA is only for AZ to AZ. VPC is a regional service. It is not a AZ service. VPC is what? Regional service. If it is a regional service, what that means? That means all the 3 AZs come under the VPC. Correct? After that, we only going to talk about discussing it. Now your customer came to you and saying that, hey Rohit, good. You tell me you already given me the VPC and subnet detail. Could you please provide me the CIDR for my both the 2 VPCs as well as the CIDR required for my 9 subnet? Are you able to do that? What question you going to ask to customer? What question you going to ask? The customer say that, could you please provide me the CIDR? Nothing else. Are you going to ask something or not? How are you going to calculate the CIDR? First of all, you need to understand. Nobody asked me that. First of all, you need to clarify how many server currently running for each layer. Each layer means for the web tier, how many servers are currently running? If customers say that I have currently 10 server which helping me to handle my web tier. Same question you're going to ask for the web. Customers say that I have 25 server which is running as a app servers. Then DB mention that I have a 5 DB servers. Clear till now, guys? After that, you're going to ask, because there is a questionnaire we need to send, how many IPs are assigned to this 10 server, this 25 server, and 5 server? Is only one IP is assigned, or there are 2 IPs are assigned to the physical or virtual servers? So in this case, like customers say that I have one IP for each server. For each server. Done, guys? So that is the information we received: 10, 25, or 5. Are I required any additional thing, or via this number you are able to give them CIDR range? In this web layer, they require 10 servers. So how many IPs are required as per you guys? How many servers are required? How many servers are required or IPs are required to create your subnet? I already provided you the data. Now think and tell me the number. What is the IP requirement here for the web? For the web, I'm not talking about total. I'm talking about the web. 10. So the CIDR should be 10 only, or we need to consider other things as well. Think logical and tell me. 10 CIDR, 10 number of IPs you require. Okay. Let me ask you one thing. So if I am going to assign 10 IP, where is the 10 IP? Where you going to receive 10 IP? In /28, how many IPs you going to receive? 16. And -5 is the reserve IP. How many IP you received? 11. So are you thinking that for the web layer, I need to provide this CIDR range because I require 10 IP address? That is not correct approach. Why that is not correct approach? Yes, for the today use case, we required only 10 IPs in the web layer. Okay, and the closest match for this is 16 and 5 is reserved, 11 IP I'm going to receive. But we are talking about today. Whenever we're designing and providing any solution, we need to consider at least future 5 year. When we say future 5 year, you need to ask, hey, are you seeing any growth in the future? Are the server count will be increased? Is any growth you are seeing in your past experience? And accordingly, you need to design your solution. If customers say that, yes, I am thinking that there is a four more extra server we required in the next 5 year. So this is the projection. It's just an estimate. Correct or not correct? So how many servers now? 14. Is this 4 number additional is the correct? No, na. Why it is not correct? It's just a projection. So as a safer side, it is your responsibility. You need to consider some buffer as well. Buffer means 5 to 20%, depends upon according to your network team, how they are creating the buffer. So you're going to say that, okay, I will going to take a 10% or 12% or 15% of buffer. So 10% is 1.4. So can I consider 2 here directly? 14 plus 2, 16 IPs I required. Okay, 16 IPs I required. Till now clear, guys? This is the actual server. This is the approx estimate, and this is the buffer. Okay, and you received the IP count. Now we are allowed to use /28, /27, /26, /25 until when? Until when, guys? Until /16, correct. So how many IPs in here? 16, 32, 64, 128, and what's here? 256. This is the IP. Now you required /16. So where this /16 fit? Are you going to use this /28? No. Why no? Because the 5 IPs are reserved by AWS. So you only going to received 11 IP. So what next is available? /27 minus by 5 is reserved. How many? 27. So the closest match is this one. So what are you going to plan? You're going to assign this /27 in web layer. Done, guys. One CIDR you calculated. Any confusion on that? Easy? Easy, na? Second, we require 25 for your app. 25 for your app. App required 25. Same question you're going to ask, what is the future growth? They say 10 more server, then buffer. 35 means I'm going to consider 4 more. Buffer, I'm going to consider 4 more, approx 10%. What is the total size here? 39. Okay. What is the closest match here? I'm going to use this 64 now. Minus my 5. I'm going to receive how many? 59. So I'm going to use this /26 for my app 1. Same thing you're going to done for your DB. Okay. Once you done this, okay, you received what? You received app tier, DB tier CIDR, and you also received what? Web tier. So currently, which subnet we calculated? Only one subnet, 1, 2, 3 subnets in the 1AZ. We also required what, guys? High availability. Same configuration you're going to do /26, /27, and / whatever the number we received. Yes or no, guys? And total amount, whatever the total number you're going to receive, it will be your VPC CIDR. But to calculate the VPC CIDR, you need to make sure you need to take the buffer, extra buffer here as well. Why? Might be in the future customer is requesting for third AZ as well. So you need to take some buffer at the VPC level. So now I'm hoping you are able to calculate the subnet CIDR and VPC CIDR. Clear, guys? Great. Now we are going to cover other thing which is known as router. Yes, in this case, extra buffer at which level? VPC level or subnet level? VPC level or subnet level? In your region, how many AZs are there? 3 AZ. Currently, your customers say that I am going to use 2 AZ. Might be in the future, customers say that, hey, Rohit, my requirement is change. I am looking for the next AZ as well. Third AZ I'm going to use. So if you don't have IPs in the VPC, are you able to create subnet here or use this AZ? No, na. So that is why we take a buffer at the VPC level. But it's not required. It is, if you say, no, I'm not required it. In a VPC, we are able to add additional CIDR. That is also you can achieve it, but it is always recommended to take a buffer. I already explained you whatever the total IPs you received. You already know that /27, /26, /24 I used. You already get the total IPs here. And if you're going to use the two AZs, guys, AZ1, AZ2, calculate this both IPs, whatever number you received here, the total IP you received. Is any confusion here? VPC is free of cost. Subnet is free of cost. There is no extra charges. Okay, guys, let me start the next topic. Until now, we discussed this. This is your VPC. This is your subnet 1, subnet 2. Done, guys? Now, some server is running here. A server. This is known as B server. A server wanted to communicate to B. What we required, guys? We required IP address to communicate it. If I need to send a parcel, you required courier guy and my address or your address I required if I wanted to share the parcel. Yes or no? Everybody agree? If this A server need to access google.com, now tell me, if this A server having this B server IP, are they able to communicate? Are they able to communicate? Take a simple example. Rohit is one person. Amit is one person. Rohit asked Amit, could you please provide me your address? So address I have. I never visited this address. Are Rohit is able to reach to Amit? Rohit is only address. What Rohit required? First, Rohit need to come out from the house and then it's required a complete path, route via which he can reach to Amit house. Rohit house, Amit house. So Rohit is going to do what? Rohit is going to open a map, and then enter what? Enter Amit address. Then this map service, Google Map service will be going to coordinate in the database. Going to coordinate in the database, yes or no? After if this address of Amit is listed in the database, then map say that yes, I have this address. If database doesn't contain Amit address, then it is very hard for them to navigate to exact location. True or not true? Somewhere some data will be going to store. Assume that Rohit is sitting here in the study room. In the living room, this is your Rohit TV. After some time, Rohit is frustrated and tired. He think, let me go out and take a entertainment. It's come here sit here and on this TV and relax and watching some videos. Now tell me how Rohit knows that he need to come to the living room if he wanted to see the television, and how Rohit knows that the remote he will be going to find in the almirah. Tell me, because this information is stored in the Rohit mind, na? Because Rohit is the owner of this house and already he know this. It is stored in the Rohit mind. So whenever he think that I need to watch the TV, his mind say that, hey, you need to go to the living room because your television in the living room. So Rohit referring his mind, correct? Same thing applies here. That map is going to coordinate in the database where the information will be stored and then start navigating Rohit. Go straight, take right, take left, right, left, and then right, you're going to reach to Amit house. Done, guys. After reaching Amit house, Rohit take 3 to 4 hours to reach Amit house. Now Rohit need to use washroom. Are Rohit is able to use washroom directly? Are Rohit aware where is the washroom? It's the first time Rohit is visiting Amit house. No, na, because there is no record. Rohit never visited that place, so Rohit don't have any information in his mind. He has no database, no record. So what Rohit is going to do? Rohit is going to ask Amit, hey Amit, I need to use washroom. Could you please guide me? Where is it? Amit say, hey, go straight and take right. You're going to find the washroom. And from where this Amit will able to help him? Because this is stored in Amit mind. Same concept, please remember. Whenever we're traveling in the discussing about the network, in the network, we have a routers. We have a router. This router responsibility to route the traffic into the particular destination, route the traffic and guide the traffic that you need to go there. Okay. No, I'm not talking about ISSP. That is a web layer. I'm talking about the routers. No. This server going to send the traffic to the router, and this router will going to send here at B. So tell me guys, is map is directly going to guide you or map is going to refer some database? Same way, Amit is directly going to guide or Amit is going to refer in his mind that where is the location? Refer somewhere, na? So this router also required data. Which data? Routing detail. Okay, which path you need to use. So that database is known as route table. Okay, till now clear? Any confusion in the logic? Now, whenever you create a VPC, by default, one router is created for you. But this router is not accessed by you. You are not aware where it is running. You have no idea where it is present. But in the backend, there is a one router present, which is handled and managed by AWS. Clear? We are not able to access this router. Here, Rohit, if there is, I'm not able to access this router, means I'm not able to modify my routes. If I need to modify my details that in future you need to use this path, go right, go left, then how I'm able to achieve it? For that, we have a route tables. This route table we can create, we can modify. Okay, we have a full permission. In the when we discuss about the VPC, I already mentioned that by default there is one route table is created, one security group is created, one NACL is created. What else is created, guys? These things are automatically created when you created the VPC. We already discussed it. So whenever you created the VPC, by default, there is a one route table is created as well. Done. This route table contain by default security group. I'm going to copy here. SG means security group, NACL means network ACL. In the security section, we are going to discuss it. What this route table contain? It will contain destination and target. Only two things is going to contain. Destination means what? For example, this A wanted to communicate to B. For A, what is the destination, guys? This B location. First, you need to understand the concept, then I'm definitely going to show you. Okay. A wanted to communicate to the B. So for A, what is the destination, guys? What is the destination? B. So B destination should be here. Target, where you going to send your traffic or where you need to search your destination. Whenever you create a VPC, by default route table is created. And whenever you create your route table, there is a by default route will be setted. For example, this VPC CIDR is 10.0.0.0.0/16. So by default, there is a one entry will be added. Your VPC CIDR, whatever your VPC CIDR. I am just taking this example. And what is the target of this? Local. What does that mean? It's saying that if this is your range, if any IP in this range, if somebody wanted to communicate, it should be searched locally only. It should be searched locally only. Now, A will be going to send the traffic to this router. A will be going to send the traffic to the router. Clear? Now, router itself doesn't contain any information. Router will be going to coordinate with this route table. Assume that there are 2 route tables are there, 3 route tables are there, 5 route table we created. So which route table this router will be going to consult? So this route table will be attached with your subnets. So route table will be going to attach like this. Why they attach? Might be we have 5. Out of 5 route table, this router need to refer which route table. So whatever is attached here, this router will be going to refer that route table. Clear? And after that, this router identify that this route is a locally. Locally means it's need to search only in this VPC, and this router containing all the subnet information. So it's going to identify that, okay, if I need to search locally, what is the subnet CIDR of this? And accordingly, it's going to forward the request to that particular subnet. I am hoping the concept wise it clear. Can I show you in the console? I'm going to show you that. Hold on. I already mentioned the route table will be associated with the subnet. The requester sending the traffic to the router. So router aware the traffic is receiving from which subnet. So he need to check the route table of that particular subnet. Let me show you. To open the routers and all, we are talking about the networking part. If you are talking about the networking part, so where I need to click, guys? What thing I need to open? VPC, great. VPC. I think we created in Mumbai. I'm not sure where we created. Which VPC we created? Anybody have any idea? Which one we created? Demo one. Okay. So we created this demo one. So demo one, we created this 2176 VPC ID. Did you see here route table in the VPC dashboard? Click here route table. Once you click search for your VPC, in VPC, did you find here? Correct. Did we created the route table till now? No, na. But still there is a route table created. And that route table is yes written here in the main section. What that mean? That means is the default route table created when we created VPC. With VPC, this route table is created. I'm hoping till now it is clear. So let me go here. This route table we created, guys, automatically created by us. So let me select this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find one routes? What is this? Your VPC CIDR. And what is written here? Locally. What that local means? In this VPC, you need to search locally only inside the VPC. Correct. Within the VPC, whatever you want to call it out. Clear till now? As well as we created subnet, guys. Correct? We created subnet. Everybody created subnet, correct? So right now I am in the subnet section and I am going to search my subnet. This is my subnet. Let me click here subnet. Once you click here, go to the route table. Once you go to the route table, did you see the route table is automatically attached? During creation of the subnet, did we attach any route table? No, na. But whenever you create a VPC, a route table will be created, and whenever you create a subnet, the default route table will be attached to the subnet. I'm hoping it is clear. Automatically creates attach. Which route table? Main route table, which is default route table, which is created during the VPC creation automatically. Done, guys. In this route table, what is the route entry? Done. Now, I don't want to use this main route table. Why? In our use case, what is our use case, guys? Web layer, app layer. Let me consider two. Route table attach here, route table attach here. It's having some routing rules here. It's having some routing rules here. Are this app and web required the same routing rules? First question. Are this app means some servers are running here? Are this web is going to coordinate and access the same server which this app server is going to access, or this app will be going to access the same server which web is going to access? Not now. Then how we able to segregate? First of all, you need to understand this web layer app server. This app server required to access google.com or required internet access. Router, route table, route table. Now this web server is able to access internet. Tell me, guys. Question mark. This is my routing entry. R is able to access internet. Think logical and tell me. As my web server is able to access internet. No, na. No. Why no? Focus here. What is our routing entry? I have only one route. IP required or not required doesn't matter. First, we need to understand what is our routing rule. It only say that the traffic will be going to search locally only. Local only. If local only, I'm not able to access any other server which server, which having a different IP address. Which different IP address? Only the IP address is allowed it to access and send the traffic is this CIDR, means 65536 IP, which is related to this CIDR. Other than that, you are not allowed it to access because there is no routing rule. At the router level, your traffic will be blocked because router doesn't know where to send the traffic. For example, your server tried to access 192.168.0.32. The traffic will be sent to the router. Router then coordinate with the route table. Route table is try to find what? This entry. But in this route table, did you find any entry? No. If no is there, are this router is able to help you to send the traffic? No, na. So it's going to do what? Block the traffic. You don't know where to send. Done, guys. So what we required, if I need to access 192.168.0.32, I need to add one more entry here so that my router is able to read this route table and able to identify that, okay, now Rohit is accessing this entry and target you need to mention. Okay, great. If it is clear, great. So let me do one thing. Let me create one route table for you. Let me create one route table for you. A route table is part of what? VPC. A route table is part of the VPC, correct? So right now, let me go to the route table. Go to the create a route table. Now, mention what? Route table name. I will say public RT. Anything you can put. As I mentioned, route table will be going to create it where? At the VPC level. So what information you need to pass? Select your VPC. Done, guys. And then what you need to do? What I need to do? Create the route table. No IP address, just create a route table. Now, we created this route table just now. I'm just selecting this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find routes? Did we create a routes? Did we modify these routes? Why this route is automatically created? Whenever, because route table is going to create it inside the VPC. That VPC is providing that my CIDR is this and this route should be there. Because if you are going to present inside me, what that mean? That means at least you need to allow everybody in my boundary to access each and every one. I'm hoping it is clear. The entry of the VPC CIDR will be automatically attached and the local route will be there. Done. So now you guys understood that whenever we create a route table, the automatically VPC CIDR and the local route will be added. Because whatever the CIDR in which VPC you created it, the VPC CIDR will be mentioned. Great. Now, let's talk about one more concept and then we are going to come back to the route table again. Let me copy this and paste here. Now, A wanted to access the google.com. But current routing rules saying that, what is current routing rule? Current routing rules say that target, destination, and target of this rule is 10.0.0.0./16 local. If it is local is there, are this google.com is able to access, you guys are able to access? No, na, you're not able to access because as we just discussed, the traffic will be reached here and then stop. Great. And when we try to access google.com, what we need to do? We need to go outside this VPC boundary now. We need to cross this VPC boundary. If we are not able to cross this VPC boundary, we are not able to access google.com, because Google is not running inside this. Google is running in internet somewhere else. So first of all, we need to cross this boundary. I'm taking one example. Assume that there is a one house, Rohit house. Rohit is staying in this room number 1, room number 2, room number 3. In Rohit house, there is no main gate. If you remember, I think every house having one main gate from where you're going to come in and going out. Correct? There is a one main door. In this Rohit house, there is no main door. So our Rohit is able to go out from their room number 1 and try to go out? No, na, because there is no door. If somebody wanted to come here and saying that I need to meet Rohit, are he allowed to go inside? No, because there is no door. Nothing is there. No door is there. How is somebody able to enter into your house? Don't say we need to use window. Okay. We don't have any access point from where he's going out. Now, Rohit is very frustrated for that. And Rohit say that it's enough. I need to go out from my house. I need to see the world, that how it is look like, and I need to meet my friends as well. No, door is not a port number. Now Rohit is going to call a carpenter. Carpenter will be going to create a door, correct, in their workshop, and then he need a time for the Rohit. Hey Rohit, yes, the door is ready. Can I come and attach this door to your house? Rohit given that, yes, you come and attach it. So this carpenter come and attach the door here. Now Rohit is able to go out, yes, via this door. Are other people are able to go out? No. Why no? Because only Rohit knows that there is a one door attached. But these guys are not aware that their door is already placed. So Rohit need to inform them as well. Hey, in future, if you want to go out, you need to use a door. Yes or no? Without that information, they are not able to go out. Now, focus here, guys. Consider this house as a VPC. Consider this room as your subnet. Consider this door as a internet gateway. Consider this as a internet gateway. What is internet gateway, guys? Tell me. Now, are you able to answer me what is internet gateway? What this gate is going to do? This gate is allowed servers to go outside and communicate to other people. If we are attaching the internet gateway to the VPC, VPC help is internet gateway. Internet gateway. So what that mean? That means what? It's allowing VPC to connect with the internet. Done? Yes or no? It's act as a doorway connection via which your VPC is able to connect to the internet. Done, guys? Easy. Now assume that you created a gateway and you already connected this gateway to the your VPC. Done. Now tell me, are the server A is able to connect to google.com? People are saying yes. Did you see the picture? This high level diagram. What is missing, guys? You attach the gateway. Are this router is aware this gate is there? Are this router is aware the gate is there? No, na. So who is sending your traffic? Who is sending your traffic? Router, and router is not aware. Did you see this table? Are it containing any gateway entry? No. So traffic will be stop here. What we need to do? I need to mention gateway here. And what is I need to mention here? If you're aware about the IP address of Google, then you need to mention that. It is only allowed you to just access one particular. We are not able to mention DNS. We only able to mention the IP address, CIDR range. So we need to provide the CIDR range of Google. If we are not aware, we need to access multiple a website, and we are not aware what is the IP address. So what we need to mention? Anything exclude this one. Please send the traffic to the internet gateway 0.0.0.0/0. Done, guys. I'm hoping it is clear. There are now two entries are there, via which if now A wanted to connect to the internet, it's send the traffic to the router. Router will read this route table and then send the traffic to the internet gateway. After that, this internet gateway responsibility to handle this request. Let me perform the demo for you. So currently we are in the VPC dashboard. How many VPCs we have, guys? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 VPCs. I need to create internet gateway. Did you find internet gateway here? Click this internet gateway. Done. How many internet gateways present? 1, 2, 3. Correct? Let me create internet gateway. Write the internet gateway name. Test demo. You just need to create a name, nothing else. Create internet gateway. Look like your carpenter is preparing a gate. Test demo is created. Door is ready. Are this door is attached to the VPC? No. What I need to do? I need to attach it like a carpenter will come and attach the door to Rohit house. You just need to select this. Go to the action. And I think you find that attach the VPC. Total, how many VPCs we have? I need to search for the VPC. How many VPCs are visible here? Only one. Why so? Why so? How many internet gateway we already have? 3. And we just created one more extra. And this 3 is already attached to the VPC. It's proved that one VPC will always going to attach with one internet gateway. Always means automatic not going to attach. We need to attach it. But we are not able to attach multiple internet gateway to single VPC and vice versa. One internet gateway is dedicated to one VPC. Like one door is only dedicated for one wall. And attach it. Did you see attach? And it is attached to this VPC. Done? Everybody agree? Now, this use case is done. Subnet. Now we need to guide router that, hey router, I have a internet gateway. How I'm going to do that? I need to modify this route table. So where I need to go, guys? Into the route table section. Search for our route table. I just created this route table. Go to the routes. Right now I'm in a route tables. Selected my route table, which I just created. Then go to the route section. And you're going to find that I have only one routing rule are there. Edit routes. One route is already there. I need to add a route. What I need to mention? Either if you already know the IP address or either you 000. Then what you need to select, guys? What I need to select here, guys? Tell me where I need to click. Internet gateway. This is our internet gateway. And what I need to do? Save the change. Done. How many routes are added here, guys? Now 1, 2. Now I'm hoping you understand how to add and the routes. Let me edit this route again. Are I am able to delete this first entry? Did you see any entry of remove it? No. Why? This is our VPC CIDR. We are not able to delete this. But this entry, which I just created, I have a permission to remove it. Okay. So this CIDR we are not able to remove because this is my VPC CIDR. If your VPC have a different CIDR, then it's appeared a different CIDR. Done. Currently, how many route tables we have in our demo VPC? Main and public route table, which I just created, custom build, correct? Let me check my subnet. This is my subnet, guys. Go to the route table. Which route table is attached here? Main route table. Where I put internet gateway entry, guys? In my public route table. Are any server running in this subnet is able to access internet? No. So what I need to do? If I need access, I need to change this route table where internet gateway is attached. You need to select here. What is written, guys? Route table association. Association with which? With your subnet. Click here. This is your route table association with your subnet I am doing. This is your subnet ID. And from here you can change it. Currently we have two route tables, main and public route table. Once I select this, did you see the routing rules are changing when I'm selecting here? Changing now? Focus here, guys. Changed. Okay. So we required internet gateway and then I need to save it. Done. Now my subnet, which subnet, guys? This subnet is able to access internet. Why? Because internet gateway is attached. I am hoping now you are able to understand that what is route table, how to attach it, deattach it, how to modify the routes. Did you find this entry? This entry is proof that you have access to the internet gateway. This entry is allowing you to show you that you are able to access the internet. No. So I'm hoping great. Now let me do one thing. Right now I have a two route table. One router entry this one and one is this one. Just hold on, guys. Now, guys, tell me which server is able to access internet, A or B? And B is not able to access. Correct? Okay. So by seeing that, now you guys are able to identify that which one is a public accessible, which one is not public accessible. If you heard about one term, public subnet, private subnet. Did you hear this term, public subnet and private subnet? Many people heard, many people not. So now by seeing this, are you able to tell me which one is a public subnet and which one is a not a private subnet? Subnet, which subnet is a public subnet? subnet 1, or I will say A and subnet B. So if somebody going to ask you, what is the public subnet? What do you understand about the public subnet? The simple, straightforward answer is the subnet associated with the route table. And that route table contain the internet gateway entry. That subnet going to become a public subnet. The subnet associated with the one route table, and that route table doesn't contain internet gateway, it become a private subnet. Clear? Okay, I'm hoping now you are able to answer them. If route table contain the internet gateway entry, it will become a private public subnet. If the route table doesn't contain the the internet gateway, it is going to become a private subnet. Why we required different route tables? Why we are not using the main route table? In our use case, our web server and app server. Web server required internet access. App server required a security. Need to run in a private zone. So in which you're going to attach internet gateway, guys? In this route table, na? If we are going to use single route table, so that means both the route table containing the internet gateway. So via which your app server is also internet accessible. That is why we required a different route table for different applications. Or like DB, we require different route table, application we require different route table, and web we require different route table. Great. Now you are expert in route table routers. Now tell me, guys, if there are two VPCs, let me do one thing. There are two VPCs, which is showing in this picture. Now, server A wanted to communicate to server C. Are they able to communicate? No. Okay. Are this A server is able to connect to the internet? Why no? Did you see here internet gateway? No. So I am hoping now you're able to understand the high level diagram. This is the HLD we are talking about. By seeing the HLD, you're able to identify multiple things. That I have a route table, I have two servers, I have one internet gateway is not correct. So this is known as high level diagram, via which we are able to understand the flow of the traffic and how my infrastructure is look like in AWS. Now I'm going to again ask you one thing. Assume that IGW attach here, IGW attach here. It's contain IGW entry. It's contain IGW entry. It's only contain local. It's only contain local. Now guys tell me, are my A server is able to communicate with C? If I say yes, think logical and tell me how it is possible. Are this A is able to access internet? Are this C is able to connect to this internet? These servers are able to connect to the internet. To connect to the internet, what we required, guys? In our house, there are two different network, public, private. This CIDR is what? Private IP address. We also required what? Public IP. Correct, guys? Yes or no? If this server assigned public IP and this server assigned public IP, then you are able to connect how? Via this. Done? Yes or no, guys? Okay, because both are connected via internet. Now, are this B is able to connect with this D and C? No. Everybody agree? Great. Now, if they are connected through A and A and C is connected to internet, are this network is secure? Is a public area? Anybody can attack it? Correct. And tell me, if they are both are running in the Mumbai region, both the VPC are running in the Mumbai region. Take one example. Are they are using the same data centers or not? Then why should I go outside using internet and then come into it? Do we have alternatives? Why should we are not able to connect to the privately? Same concept applies. Assume that you have a laptop, you have another laptop. This laptop wanted to communicate to this. You required a cabling, LAN cable. Correct, guys? Yes or no? After that, what? IP address here, IP address here. Are these both IP should be same or different? Tell me. It should be same or different? Different. Great. Similar way, consider this laptop as your VPC1. Consider this laptop as your VPC2. What we required? CIDR. CIDR. But this CIDR should be different. No overlapping IPs. After that, what I required? I required a connectivity like a LAN cable. I required what? I required a peering connection. Okay. So what I need to do? I need to, let me remove it. I need a private connectivity between this that is known as peering. Okay. Once the peering is done, guys, now B is able to communicate with C or D. Tell me, guys, once the peering is done. If there is a cable between these two VPCs, as B is able to communicate to C and D quickly, you're missing one fundamental thing. You're missing one fundamental rule. What is the fundamental rule? You have a path. You have a path. As we created a gateway, when we created a gateway, are your router is available? There is a gateway. What is the fundamental rule? We created one path which is known as peering path, this connection. Are this peering connection is known by this router and this router? No, na. When they are going to understand it, we need to add a routing rule. That is a fundamental thing. We have to clarify it. Done, guys, clear? So what should I need to add? If B wanted to communicate to D, in the route table, what should I need to add? Route table, destination and target. In this layer, what I need to add? You're trying to connect from here to here. What is your destination? What is your destination? CIDR range of this VPC. Second VPC or subnet, whatever you required, if you need to restrict CIDR. And target is peering connection, idea of peering connection. In this case, what you need to modify? VPC CIDR for different VPC like 10.0.0.0.16 and then peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Conceptual while. Once you have a route table, you are able to correct it. Let me perform the demo quickly. So we are in the same VPC dashboard, and now I need to connect two VPCs. Where you going to find it? Same left-hand side, you need to search, and you're going to find the peering connection. Click on the peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
I need to create a peering connection to communicate between two applications. If your company configure separate VPC for separate application, yes, we require a peering connection. But it depends, either peering, either transit gateway. But consider right now we're talking about peering, so we require a peering connection. If your company say that, no, I only have a one VPC, then you don't require a peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Recommended approach to create a different account, different VPC for different application. But it's up to customer. Okay. Now we need to open VPC here, which everybody know how to access VPC now. How to create it, how to access VPC, what is dashboard, how the VPC dashboard is look like. Yes, if there is no VPC, then we don't require a peering. It totally depends upon the requirement. Na? On the left hand side, scroll down and you're going to find what? Peering connection. But first of all, what you need to see, in which region you are currently. So choose your correct region. So now my request for everyone, I think you already created one VPC and you created multiple subnet over it. So now your homework is create one more subnet. Sorry, create one more VPC and create at least two subnet. Why I'm saying that? Because we required two VPCs. We never recommended to use default one so that you are going to remember that and your practice will be completed. Create a VPC. Sorry, not a create a VPC. Create a peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection. So until now, what we understood that we can connect VPC to VPC, but which VPC we can connect? Which VPC means, are these two VPCs should be in the same region? Are this VPC is only belong to my account? Or I can, like for example, Naveen have one account, AWS account. Rohit have one AWS account. Rohit created this VPC. Naveen created this VPC in its own account. Are we able to peer them? Okay. So let's see when we are going to perform the demo. So once you creating a peering connection, you're going to identify first thing you need to provide the name. So I'm going to put here test. Once you create a peering connection, make sure you're going to delete it if somebody going to follow me. I have a phone. Naveen have a phone. Rohit know Naveen phone number. So what Rohit required? Phone number first. Now Rohit dial Naveen number. Then call is initiated. Is Naveen have full rights to accept my call or reject my call? Incoming call? Tell me guys. Yes, na? Same concept applies here. We have two VPCs. Consider that this is Rohit and this is Naveen. Now Rohit need to call or connect with Naveen. So what Rohit required? Phone number. Correct, guys? Same thing. If Rohit wanted to connect their VPC, this VPC, to Naveen VPC, what Rohit required? Rohit required CIDR detail as well as the VPC ID of Naveen as well as account ID of Naveen. Done, guys? Once you have this, you going to initiate, Rohit going to initiate request and saying that, hey, VPC A wanted to connect to, saying that VPC A wanted to connect to the VPC B. So it is an incoming request for Naveen. So Naveen have a full rights to accept it or deny it, that I don't require connectivity with you, like a phone call. Clear this concept. Coming to that point, let me show you here. Read here carefully. What is mentioned? Requester. Like in our example, Rohit is trying to call. Who is the initiator of the call? Who is the requester of the call? Rohit. Who is the initiator of the call? We have a two-person, Rohit and Naveen. Rohit wanted to call Naveen. So Rohit required phone number na. And who is initiating the call? Rohit. And who is rejecting the call, incoming call? Accept it, red button or green button na. So if you press the green button, means you wanted to talk to Rohit. If you press the red button, you means you are not wanted to talk to Rohit. Same concept applies here. If you see that one is the requester who like a Rohit who is trying to call it. Okay. So which VPC? So we need to select the VPC. Assume that I am selecting this VPC. Just take assumption. Now tell me guys, if how this CIDR I received, because from where you initiating? You initiating from this region. We already selected it. We already selected the account. You are presenting in this account. So that is why it is able to give you the which CIDR or which VPC is running on the Mumbai region. Because currently you are in a Mumbai region. Clear? Clear? That is why it is automatically fetching the CIDR detail because you are the initiator. Now, come to this part. Are you wanna to connect? Because what? VPC1 wanted to connect to the another VPC2. The VPC2 are running in your own account. Which account? This account, or it is owned or running on different account. Like I'm talking about Naveen. If it is running on your own account, did you require to give account ID? No. Why no? Because you already log into the same account. So account ID is not required. It is already you logged in. In case I need to connect to the other guy, other VPC, which is running on a other account, what I need to do? I need to select this account. Now, as Rohit wanted to call Naveen, what Rohit required? Phone number na. Now Rohit wanted to connect to the other account. Are Rohit is aware about the Naveen account number? Where it's going to connect? No na. So he need to connect with the Naveen and asking the, hey, could you please share me the account number? Then whatever account number you receive, you need to mention here. Account number means what? This is your account number. Okay. In the both case, either your own account, either your other account, what you required, either your other account, either in. The requirement is in which region this other VPC is running. It is running in the same Mumbai region or it is running in another region. Okay. In my case, I have multiple VPCs in Mumbai. So your requirement to connect to Mumbai or Mumbai to Singapore, whatever you have. Now people are going to ask me, hey Rohit, Mumbai is a different data center and Singapore is a different data center. Then how they are able to connect and communicate? If you remember, I already informed you, AWS created their backbone network. Backbone network means in the Mumbai, they have 3 different data centers, which is AZs, which is already connected with each other with a fiber optical cable. Singapore also have 3 different data centers, which is already connected to the fiber optical. Similar way, this Mumbai and Singapore is already connected. And this connection is already established by the AWS. Same way, this Mumbai is already connected to USA. This Mumbai is already connected to Australia region, Sydney. It is already connected to the Paris. So each and every region is already connected to the private connection. I'm hoping it is done. Okay. Assume that you are using a different person, Naveen account, or you wanted to, if you're going to, either you're using a other account or if you're going to use another region. So if I'm going to select other region, let me choose, I'm just going to give you simple example, Singapore. Why I am not able to select the VPC from here? Because right now I am in the Mumbai region. My URL is accessing which information? Mumbai information. Is this Mumbai information also holding Singapore data center information? Tell me, guys. No, it is not going to hold any information regarding how many resource, how many VPCs are created in the Singapore and another region. Similar way, if there is a one account you holding and one VPC you created, I am not aware how many VPCs and what is the VPC idea. That is why instance of asking the CIDR range, we need to mention the VPC ID. But if you select is same region, if you selected the same region, because we are, it is a AP South 1, what is the URL say? AP South 1. So it's containing and maintaining the database. If you click here, it will going to find that all the VPCs are listed on this link. Okay. Automatically, the CIDR detail is also collected if we are using the same region. I'm hoping it is clear. What is the one requirement of the creative VPC peering? What is the one requirement? Did you remember CIDR? CIDR. Are the CIDR need to be same or different? Yesterday we discussed. This CIDR should be same or different? Different. When I say same, it's also contain overlapping IP. Okay. there is no overlapping, means there is no IP conflict between this VPC and this VPC. Then only you are allowed to create a peering connection. Let me show you. So assume that this is my one CIDR. Let me select other CIDR. This is my another CIDR. Might be somebody say that these CIDR are different. Correct, guys? By seeing that this is /16, this is /24. Rohit, this CIDR is different. I am able to create a peering connection. Is it true? Is it true? First of all, when we say is a different CIDR, that means there is no IP conflict. If you tell me, is this first IP is same on the both CIDR range? So are you going to say that these are the same different CIDR range holding different IPs? No, na. If it is no, so are it is going to be allowing you to create the VPC pairing? No. And somebody, I think, try to create a subnet and they are getting the overlapping IPs. That means some IP in the CIDR1 is already utilized in other subnet. And that is why the error is you received. I'm hoping now the concept is clear. Let me show you. Guys, tell me, do you see any error message? What is written? Overlapping CIDR, same error you received in your subnet creation. And it is not allowing you to create a subnet, as well as it is not allowing you to create a VPC pairing. Why? Focus here, VPC1 CIDR range, VPC2 CIDR range, they both are overlapping. This CIDR holding 65536 IPs. This one holding 256 IPs, but these 256 IPs are the part of this 65,000 IPs. Because starting IP of this is 10.0.0.0.0 until when 10.0.5.255.255. It is already occupied and given to this VPC. And what is the starting IP here? 10.0.0.0. What is the end IP? Are this range is already part of this range? Yes, na? That is why it is saying that overlapping IPs. So make sure whenever you're creating a peering connection, there should be no overlapping IPs, as well as when you're creating a subnet, there is no overlapping IPs which is already consumed by other subnet. What next I need to do? I just need to select a different CIDR to create a peering connection. And create a peering connection now. If you wanted to give a tag, feel free to give a tag. Create a peering connection. Now, there is one thing is missing, saying that pending acceptance. What that mean? Now Rohit is trying to call Naveen. Now Naveen need to respond back and saying that yes, accept or reject the call. So what Naveen need to do? Naveen need to log in into their account. If I am using different account ID, he need to go to the VPC dashboard, go down to the peering connection. Once peering connection dashboard will be appear, similar information will be visible to Naveen account if I'm using a different account. And Naveen need to click here and go to the action and saying that accept it or reject it. Why this is visible to my account? Because my VPC1 and VPC2 is running in same region and in same account. Clear, guys? Then what I need to do? I need to accept it. Because until now I didn't accept it. What that mean? That mean status is pending. It means initiation of the creating a communication between two VPC are initiated, but still the connection is not formed due to we didn't receive the approval. So I need to give the approval now. Accept it. It will going to give you the brief about it. Who is the requester VPC ID? Accept VPC ID. What is the CIDR range? From which region to which region you want to connect? And account to account. Which account you want to connect which account? VPC is a regional service. VPC hold all the AZs running in that particular region. That means if you're connecting the VPCs, what that mean? You automatically connecting your AZs as well. Yes, we need to give the approval. Why approval? Why approval? There are two different apps are running, app 01, app 02. App 01 running in the VPC1, app 02 running in a VPC2. VPC-A say that I need to connect, but without approval, our application 1 is able to communicate to VPC2. We need a solution board need to approve it. Yes, as per the solution, they need to communicate, and there are two different owners. Application owners, if anybody working, these owners need to approve that yes, we as per the solution design, we have to communicate with each other, and that is why we require this connection. Once you approved it, what going to be happen? It's active. Till now clear, guys? Just give me 1 second. I'm just removing it. If the connection is completed, it will going to remain same until you're not going to terminate it. Now guys, tell me. Now server A is able to connect with server D. Tell me guys. We have a peering connection. Our server A is able to connect to the server D. Tell me. We already done the peering connection now. Say yes or no. One reply only. Why no? Need to assign route table. Great answer. So now in this route table at this level, what information I need to provide, guys? At this level, what information I need to mention here? At destination level, at the target level. You need to tell me. Think and let me know. VPC CIDR, which VPC CIDR I need to mention here? Show this diagram. Refer this above diagram and tell me the exact what thing I need to mention. The diagram is here. You need to tell me at this level, which destination, what is the destination I need to put? Refer the diagram and tell me. Correct. I need to mention 192.168.0.0.16. If you wanted to communicate to this complete VPC. If you say that, no, Rohit, we just require to communicate to this subnet. So what you need to do? You just need to mention the subnet CIDR. Correct? If you say, no, this server only. So whatever the IP of this server, you need to mention the server IP. And then what you need to mention? /32. /32 represent what? Single IP. Via which you can restrict particular subnet to access only one server, or access complete subnet, or access complete VPC. I am hoping you understand it. And in the target section, what are you going to mention? You're going to mention this peering connection ID. And in the both level, you need to modify the same. This VPC CIDR and PCX is the peering connection. So let me perform this in a demo. Where I need to go? I need to go to the route table. First of all, I note down which VPC I'm using. I am using demo VPC as well as ED8A 10.0.0.0/16. Now, where you need to go? You need to go to the route tables. Once you reach to your route table, you need to identify the which route table is running on the demo and in which your A server is running. Because in the case where server is going to communicate to the other server, so accordingly demo VPC. So first of all, you need to identify the demo VPC. We have two route tables, this one and this one. According to your use case, which subnet you wanted to access, then you're going to select that. For example, I selected this. I selected this route table. Once done, selection of the route table is done. Then what? You need to go to the routes. And then you're going to edit the routes. What is the VPC CIDR? What that mean? That means you need to enter this CIDR in this route table. So you're going to add a route and going to mention what? Going to mention CIDR block 172.31.0.0/16. Target, guys. Where I need to click? Where I need to? Peering connection. This is our peering connection. And save the change. And you're going to find that there is peering connection created. Same thing we need to perform it at the different route table, which is attached with my, like I'm taking this one, which is attached with my different VPC. Edit routes, add route, enter your CIDR range, and what you need to mention, peering connection. Done, guys. Clear? Now your complete network connectivity is done. Now you are able to communicate between subnet where this route table which you modify is attached to the subnet where the route table which you modified. I'm hoping it is clear. Is I audible? Now, my next question is, I have VPC 1, I have VPC 2, and I also have VPC 3. I done the peering connection between these two. I done the VPC peering between these two. One server A is running here. One server B is running here. Our A is able to communicate to B. Our A is able to communicate to B. If this A wanted to do SSH or RDP or ping to this B server, it is not able to perform. Directly, it's not able to access the VPC2. Clear, guys? But indirectly he can. What that mean indirectly? What that indirectly? He required one more server here. First, this A need to have access to server C. It sends some file to this C server. Then the person need to access this C server. Now you are not connected to this. Now you connected to this. From server C, whatever data you copy from A, then you are able to send it to B because we have a connectivity. But directly, it is not possible to send any data to connect to this server. I am hoping it is clear. Some A, B, C, D data is written here. Your task is to send this data to B. Are you able to send it directly? No. But you have to achieve it. Anyhow, this is the task assigned to you by your boss. How are you going to do that? First of all, you need to check, are this A is able to connect to this C? If you say yes, you have the connectivity, peering is there, you have access to this server, username password is working for you, you have rights to perform something on this server. From this server, you're going to send this ABC to this server. Can we do that? Yes, done. We have a connectivity. We have access. Now, from this server, are you able to connect to this? No. So what you need to do? You log out from this machine. Then you log in into this machine. Once you log into C server and then looking for the path where you copy this ABCD, and then from this C server, you try to access and move the data to B. For B accessing, you required a access, you required a connectivity. Then you are able to copy this data here, but not directly. Clear? You required intermediator. When application is communicating, they are not going to send data here and then here. No. Application needed direct connectivity to communicate. API calls they are sending. So this connection should be there. So what you understand, if there is a 3 VPCs and they need to communicate with each other, how many peering connection you required? If 2, we required 1. If 3, we required 2. If there is one more VPC, then guys, one more connection, 2, 3 more connection, total 5. If one more VPC is added, now guys, how many peering connection? 5 we already have. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. If 6 is there, 9 we already have, plus 5 more connection, 14. 7 is there, we require 20. 8 is there, we require 27. 9 is there, how many? Tell me guys, how many? If 10 is there, we require 45 peering connection. So via this calculator, what you understand? If the number of the VPC increase and they need to connect with each other, the peering number is also increased very very big numbers. If there is a more peering connection, did you see some complexity here? Or it is feasible if we have a 10 VPC and handling 45 peering connection? It is very hard to manage it and track it. So it is not recommended to use this peering connection if you have more than 3 VPCs. But Rohit, in this case, if we require to connect to the VPCs, we have transit gateway, which I am going to cover once we have EC2 completed. Via this transit gateway, we are able to reduce the number of peering connections. Okay, this is the advanced level of networking. I will complete it once our EC2 section is done. Any confusion, guys? Now we are going to cover net gateway. Net gateway. There are two types of net gateways are available, or we can say this connection type. There are two connection type is available inside the net gateway. One is the public, one is the private. So first of all, we are going to understand what is the use of this net gateway. Great. So now talk about net gateway. Assume that there is one house. In this house, there are 3 and 4 rooms. B is living here, A is living here, C is here, and 3 friends are living. Unfortunately, due to Corona, this A is affected with the coronavirus. So as per the Corona rule, so this person should be isolated. Yes or no, guys? If this person is infected with the Corona, this person should be isolated or not? Then this B and C decided and requested A, hey, could you please keep inside this room? You already have washroom. So the A, B and C is going to lock the door so that this A is never going to come outside. And they requested, hey, A, if you required food, anything, any material, we are happy to help you out. One day, during the isolation time, A feel that he need to eat pizza from particular shop. Are A is able to go there and order the pizza? No. Then how is able to achieve and receive this pizza? Somebody say that use Zomato, somebody say Swiggy. But if you go here, the Swiggy will be going to drop here only. Are this A is allowed to come outside this room? So what he need to do? He need to request either B or either C. Assume that B is the person who is accepting their request. And B say that don't worry, I am going to bring pizza for you. So B will be going out, coming to this pizza store, standing here and placing the order. Now tell me guys, are B required this pizza? Are B required this pizza? No. Who requested this pizza? A. Are this order, this guy who's standing, or this pizza owner who is taking the order, is able to identify that actual order is given by A? What he can understand, that order will be placed by this B. Yes or no? He never knows the order will be received by this A person, not by the B. For him, the order will be placed by this B. Correct or not correct, guys? Correct? Now, order is received by this B. B again come and then hand over this pizza, knocking the door and saying that your pizza is here, please eat. And then pizza will be bring to A. Concept clear? Same concept applies on the net gateway. Let me show you. Assume that we already know that we have a VPC. Now let me do one thing. Let me copy the icon. Where is my diagram? Now guys, we wanna to access google.com or download some software from internet. RB is able to do that. RB is able to do that. Consider this B, or I will take a A. Consider this A as the A which is infected from the coronavirus. Done. This is the private subnet. And this is your public subnet. This house is your VPC. Clear? This B is running in a public subnet, is able to go outside and coming in. Done? Understood? Now, if this B wanted to download some software from internet, how is able to do that? It is running in a private one. To resolve that issue, AWS introduced the net gateway. AWS introduced the net gateway. This net gateway is going to run in the public subnet. This net gateway is going to run in the public subnet. And if you remember, I talk about there are two types of connection we can form. Public net gateway. When the net gateway is chosen as a public net gateway, it will going to run in the public subnet. Done, guys? Till now clear? And this net gateway is what? Is a server. In the back end, there is some servers are running. And on top of that, there is some app software is installed by AWS. For us, we are not aware which server it is running, how it is configured. For us, we receive a net gateway. Now, are this A is aware that there is a net gateway? No, na. We need to do what? We need to modify the route table. Route table destination and target. Now think logically and tell me where this A wanted to connect. A wanted to connect to the internet. What is the destination here, guys? What is the destination we need to modify? Yes or no? This is my destination. And what is my target now? What is my target? If I am going to put IGW in the target, then this subnet is going to become a public subnet. But our case is what? We need to keep this subnet as a private subnet. Recall the example, which I just example. A need to send the traffic where? To the B, which is running inside the same VPC. So what type of connection is going to form? Private na? Yes or no, guys? Tell me. Great. So route table will be going to hold the net gateway information. What that mean? That means once you done the route table entry, now this guy need to access Google. Traffic sent to the route table. As per the route table, router will redirect to the net gateway, which is also a private network. Now, as our example say, on behalf of A, B will travel to the pizza store and bring the pizza. If this guy need to download some information, now net gateway will be going to coordinate with internet. Clear till now? Let me give you one more example so that you can understand how the functionality is there. Rohit is here, Amit and Sumit. Amit is very busy. He need to send the parcel to Sumit. So he write to Sumit from Amit, an address of Sumit. Rohit visited Amit house to meet Amit. And then Amit requested, hey, Rohit, could you please help me to courier this to the Sumit? Rohit said, yeah, why not? I can do that. The parcel will be handed over to Rohit. Now Rohit is so smart. To Sumit is keeping same. Address of Sumit is keeping same. Instead of to Amit, from Amit, it's remove and mention Rohit. Instead of from Amit, he removed the Amit name and putting their own name. And then courier this. And the parcel will be received to the Sumit level. Now tell me guys, once the Sumit receive this parcel, Sumit is going to understand what? Who sent this parcel? Rohit. He never going to understand that the parcel will be sent by Rohit. True or not? Sorry, sent by Amit. True or not true? After that, Sumit received one parcel from Rohit as per him. This is the Diwali gift. Now or New Year gift. Now Sumit need to reply back. What Sumit done? Sumit buy one gift, packed it, and say that to Rohit, address of Rohit from Sumit. Send back to Rohit. Rohit received this parcel. By reading it to Rohit by Sumit, our Rohit understand that this parcel is actually for sent by Sumit, which belong to Amit. Yes or no? Yes, he know na, because he changed the name. He sent some parcel and same parcel is reply back. So he know na, actually Sumit is returning the gift because Amit sent the gift where I change my name. So what Rohit done? Rohit done same thing. To Amit, address of Amit by Sumit. Change this detail and hand over to Amit. Amit understood that this parcel he received from Sumit. Sumit understand he received the parcel from Rohit. But this Sumit never understand that this parcel will be received by Amit. Same concept applies here. When the traffic will be sent here, net gateway is going to remove the source IP address and putting their own IP address when requesting to the internet, so that this internet person never reveal the identity of this A server. I'm hoping it is clear. And the parcel will be sent back to Amit. Sorry, this net gateway. And net gateway already recording it. Yes, this parcel is basically received for B server, and it's going to send this data to A. What is the benefit we get? By using the net gateway, your A server will be going to become a private server. He never going to reveal their identity on internet and never going to be accessed from the internet, but he can able to access internet through net gateway. Clear guys? Yes or no? Yes, no, yes, no. Correct. Now, this is known as public net gateway. What's about the private net gateway, Rohit? You understand it is hiding the identity, changing the IP address, it's fulfilling the request for others. Correct? It's work like a proxy. Correct? Now, we have a VPC. We connect it to the on-prem data center. We connect it to the VPC, other VPC. In this case, net gateway running here, and one server is also running here. I'm talking on private. Okay, right now I'm talking about private, guys. Where is my diagram? So this net gateway is also going to run on the private. Your server is also going to run on the private. Now, there is one server B is running. A wanna to communicate to B, but don't wanna to relieve their identity. He say that I don't wanna to relieve identity to B that I am accessing you. How he able to do? A will be going to send the traffic to the net gateway. Net gateway will be going to send to this VPC via peering connection or transit gateway. B will be going to respond back, and net gateway again going to send this traffic here. Clear, guys? Now in route table, what you going to do? This subnet or VPC CIDR, you going to mention what? Net gateway. In net gateway route table, what you going to mention? You going to mention the CIDR of this server and peering connection. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Both are connecting to the same server, but the method of connectivity is different. Both are using the peering, but this server is sending the traffic to the net gateway. Then net gateway responsibility to use the peering connection. Clear? Concept wise clear, guys? Now, in the same AWS console VPC dashboard, on the left hand side, you're going to find the net gateway. Then what? Create a net gateway. If you already, as I already informed you, there are two type of net gateway you are able to connect. Public, private. Let me select this private one. What is written here? It's not going to reach means the internet. If it is not going to connect to the internet, which subnet you need to select, guys? Private one. But we are talking about the public one. So first of all, how are you going to create? Name of the net gateway, I will put test. Subnet of the where you going to create it, I will choose the subnet. I will say that this subnet I'm going to choose. Done, guys. After that, you can find that elastic IP address. As I mentioned that net gateway is handled and maintained by AWS. Are you aware how many servers are running in the backend? No, na. Correct? Are they, how they're configured, how they are running? We are not aware about it. Assume that they are running one server. Assume that if this server goes down, they are going to create one more server. And in AWS, when you stop the server and start the server, your public IP address is changed. That is a dynamic public IP address. But when we keep creating a net gateway, we have to provide the static IP address. It's going to remain fixed. In a AWS, how you going to get the static IP address? Static means what? It's never going to be changed. Either your server stop, terminated, again created, you are going to use the same static public IP address. We require public IP address to access to internet. How we are able to do that? Via this elastic IP address is known as static IP, public IP. Do we have static IP? No. Then how I am able to create it? Just click here. Public IP is not free of cost nowadays. So make sure if you're going to create anything, it's not a free. Done, guys. Automatically one elastic IP is created. I'm going to show you how and where it is created. For now, just hold on. Then what? Did I need to create anything? No, na. I just need to mention, I am writing down my subnet. I just need to create the gateway. Gateway takes some time for creation. See, it is in a pending. In the backend, some servers are creating and some configuration is going on. Meanwhile, let's talk about the elastic IP. If you see here, there is nothing is attached. No primary public, no primary private. Why? Because it is in creation stage. In the left hand side, you find that elastic IP. Did you see we have a one elastic IP? This elastic IP is a static one and it is a public IP address. And this is the ID. Like whenever we create a resource, there is one ID. Same thing whenever you create a elastic IP, that is a static IP, it will going to give you the ID. Done, guys, till now? Now, once our net gateway is ready, what we need to do? What we need to do, guys, still is pending, is not created. We need to modify the route table. We need to modify the route table. Which route table? Server A, net gateway. The route table associated with this server, which is try to connect to this net gateway and via which they need to access internet. This route table you need to modify 0.0.0.0.0/0 and net gateway entry. Clear till now, guys? Any confusion? Any confusion? No. See here, it is available, the IP address assigned and the IP, both IP addresses assigned. Great. So let me go to the VPC. We created in the demo VPC. Okay, this is created in the demo VPC. In the demo VPC, I need to go to the subnet and identify my private subnet. We created one private subnet as well, na? Or we just created one? Okay. We only created one. Yes. Demo IIT we created. We created on the demo IIT. See, both are the same. Net gateway is running here. I choose the wrong one. So I need to go to the private subnet of the same VPC. Go to the route table and access this route table. And now in this route table, I need to modify the routing rule. Click on the routing rule. Edit routes. Add route 0.00 slash net gateway. We have a net gateway. Save the change. See here. Now any traffic is going to send to the net gateway. Now net gateway responsibility to connect to the internet gateway. I'm hoping it is clear. People are not speaking. I'm considering all okay. Now, the net gateway, I think concept is clear. You understand the peering connection. You understand the net gateway connection. That is known as propagated routes. The propagated routes need to be updated automatically in when you're going to use direct connect, when you're going to use the transit gateways. There are multiple options where the propagated routes will be there. But in this case, we need to modify manually. In this case, we need to modify manually. Now we are going to talk about network security. No, when you need to understand. There are two net gateways are there. Okay, one is public. So right now I am talking about the public net gateway. Now A doesn't require internet gateway. A will be going to send the traffic to net. That part clear when you? That part A doesn't require internet gateway. Not required for A. But net gateway is running where? It is running in the subnet layer. Subnet layer, it is running in the VPC. So it is going outside from the VPC when accessing google.com. So or it is going to pass through the internet gateway. Yes, this subnet required internet gateway. This subnet doesn't require internet gateway. Clear? Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay, great. Now we are going to talk about the security. Security, we have two things in the network security. One is the security group. One we have a NACL, which is also stand as network access control list. Before going to dig down more about NACL and the security group, first of all, we need to understand that what? We need to understand the incoming traffic and outgoing traffic. Hey guys, I'm again repeating it. There are two types of subnets are there. Public subnet, private subnet. You need to answer, guys, how this public subnet become public? How this public subnet become public? Tell me, guys. When the internet gateway is there, yes or no, attached to the route table. When this private become private, when there is no internet gateway, this concept clear? Now requirement here, this A need to access internet.
but it is not able to do that because it is a private subnet, and the requirement is this private subnet need to be private, but still it's need to access internet. How you able to do that? For that, they create a net gateway. So net gateway is running where? Net gateway is going to run here, guys. Where? In the public subnet. If this public subnet doesn't have any internet connectivity, our net gateway help you to connect? No, na. So please don't confuse about either we use a net gateway or either we need an internet gateway. Without internet gateway, you never going to access internet. Simple, straightforward rule. Net gateway is just utilized when you need to hide your server identity. And there are two type of net gateway, public one, private one. In the private one, did this act as accessing internet? No, na. So then why you guys are confused that net gateway is alternative for the internet gateway? If you are using a private net gateway, it's only allowed to communicate privately. It is not allowed you to go outside. No public IP assigned to the net gateway. Only in terms of when we're using public net gateway, it's allowed to communicate to internet gateway. How? Because net gateway is going to run inside public subnet. I am hoping now it is clear. Yes, it is chargeable. Pretty simple, just you need to select a private net gateway and nothing else. Only the IP address is not you are going to assign. If you say here, I'm not going to create it because it's going to charge me, but I'm going to show you. When I choose a private one, did I need to select IP address? Rest are the same name and subnet, and then you just need to click create. Nothing else. Net gateway creation is not going to say that you are not able to create it. You can create the net gateway. But to use this net gateway, definitely you require a connectivity. If in your case, we say that we need to connect to the VPC to VPC, and I need to connect to the via net gateway, then the peering is required. So right now we are discussing about the security. Security, I already mentioned there are two things, security group and NACL. When we talk about network security, why I'm talking about network security? Because right now we are talking about network part. Before discussing about the network security, you need to understand what is inbound traffic, what is outbound traffic. Now guys, I'm going to ask you one question. When you connect to Google, or first of all, I'm going to ask you, what is the inbound traffic? What is outbound traffic? How many people are aware about it? Everybody aware? Freshers, non-IT guys? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. So you have to reply na, so that I can understand. Okay, now you open the browser. You open the browser. And what you type, guys? You type google.com. Enter it. And then this page will be appeared. Correct? So are you going to consider? Think logical and let me know. From your laptop, you open the browser, enter the google.com. As I mentioned, it will going to connect to the Wi-Fi, then ISP, then it's reached to the google.com. Yes or no? Agree or not agree? So are any traffic is going outside from your laptop? Tell me. The request is going outside or not? Everybody agree? So it is going to be considered as outbound traffic. Done. Clear. Did you see this page? And if I'm going to write Rohit Malik, I received some output. Now tell me guys, once Google received that information that Rohit is searching for Rohit, our Google is replied back yes or no with some data which is visible on your browser, yes or no? So can you consider this is the inbound? Now any confusion? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. Now any confusion? Outbound means you're sending some request outside your laptop boundary. Inbound means you're receiving some information from outside your laptop boundary. And this inbound and outbound is very, very important when we talk about security. Assume that this laptop wanted to connect to the Google. How the connection will be formed, guys? Tell me how the connection will be formed. Any idea? Source IP, source port number. Source IP means what? Your laptop IP address. Yes or no, guys? Correct or not correct? In this case, request is an inbound or outbound? Traffic is going out, outbound traffic. The source IP will be your laptop IP. Let me consider this is my laptop IP. Done. What is the destination IP, guys? IP address of Google. When you send it, you're going to receive the IP address via DNS. Consider this is your IP address. Done. Source port number and destination port number. How I am accessing the google.com? Via HTTPS. Everybody agree? HTTPS working on the port number 443. So I am trying to connect with Google via the HTTPS. So I am sending a request to the Google and saying that, hey, Google, I need to connect to you with 443 port number. Clear, guys, till now? Now you have a monitor or TV and you have a laptop. If you wanted to connect these two devices, are you going to use a HDMI cable? Correct? Are this HDMI cable is installed in the port here? HDMI port. Same way in the TV, we have a HDMI port. In TV, you can find that there are multiple HDMI port, USB port, multiples are there. Correct or not correct? There are two ports required. One at laptop level, one at monitor level. Same thing applies to our normal connection as well. Destination port number, we already know 443. From laptop, you wanted to connect to the monitor. Monitor port number, you already know. But you also required one HDMI port in your laptop. Same way, in the laptop, there are multiple ports are available. From that port, there is a temporary ports are there. According to different operating system, different temporary ports are there. This is the temporary port range. Out of this temporary port, it will go into select one port and try to connect with Google. Assume that it selected this port number. There is one connection form. All the requests sent and received on these port number only. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Clear? Now tell me, guys, simple way. Many people say, what is port? HDMI is what? Physical port. Monitor, laptop also have a physical port. How you connect it, guys? Physical cable. Are you able to attach with a single HDMI cable multiple screen? Tell me, guys. No, na. One physical connection will be only going to connect with one device. Same concept applies in the computer connection. If we have a LAN cable, two laptops are connected. If we say that this end is connected, and this connection is only utilized one application, sending one file, and you want to send another file, are you able to do that? No, na, because this cable is already used. That is why the computer genius came with logical port number, so that single connection, physical connection, will be utilized for multiple connections. Clear, guys? Yes or no? This is the connectivity. When you call somebody, there is a connection happen between your phone to that guy phone or that person phone. If the connectivity break, your connection is lost and you are able to seamlessly communicate it. And in your network, in your house, your parents are using, your kids are using phones, and all are going to use the Airtel connection, and they are trying to call somebody in the same time. Are they able to establish a connection? Yes. How they able to establish a connection? Because they are working on the virtualization. Are there is a physical cable? Are there is a physical cable? No, na, but still you are able to connect. Same concept applies. Over the network, I have one cable installed. If this cable is only, we have one port number, it is only allowed you to communicate one connection. But you can find that your laptop is able to open multiple tabs. You are accessing multiple websites. Each website connection is formed as a separate connection. How you are going to form this connection? Via this temporary logical ports, which is already available on your operating system. And from that temporary port, thus your operating system going to assign you one port number to create a connection with your destination. I'm hoping now it is clear. So every connection using one port number. Great. Assume that in this case, it is using 1427. Okay, 26, whatever you mentioned. Then connection received at Google. For Google, it is a inbound or outbound? Guys, reply na. Inbound. And for you, it is outbound. Google search your data and it will going to reply back with the output. Now, this connection will be, traffic will be inbound or outbound for Google now? It will going to become outbound. And now you receive a data from Google, it is going to become a inbound. So what you understand? Via this example, you need to understand a single communication having both type of traffic, inbound traffic and outbound traffic at the both level, your source level at the destination level. Clear, guys? Every connection which you're going to create, there is a temporary port will be assigned to that. That is simple, straightforward. Okay. If the new connection form, new port number is assigned until your connection is not disconnected. Now, at the outbound level, this is your source and destination. For Google, at this level, what is your source and destination, guys? You initiated the traffic, source IP, source port number, destination IP is there. Now Google is replying. The source IP and destination IP will be changed now. Now your destination is what? Your laptop IP at Google level. So destination port in which Google receive a request, which port number? 1027. On the same port it will be replying. Done guys till now. So in this case, the source and destination is different. In Google level, the source and destination is different. Why I'm teaching you this? All the network security is depends upon the port number and the IP addresses. Let me change the diagram now. Let me say that this server is running on AWS. This server is running on AWS. If it is running in AWS, what we required, guys? If the server is running in AWS, what we required? Where the server will be going to run? Where the server will be going to run? AWS, I know. It's going to run inside the subnet. It's going to run inside the subnet. And then where? Inside the VPC. Now tell me guys, if the traffic is initiated from outside, if the traffic is initiated from the outside, what we require to reach to the internet gateway? Great. Now you guys are experts. All the traffic we need to pass through this internet gateway. Now, you need to understand the concept now. Traffic will be go inside. There the two security layers are applied. One applied at the subnet level. One applied at the subnet level. Whatever the security applies at the server subnet level is known as NACL. And there is one more layer of security applies at the EC2 level. That is going to be considered as security group. Till now clear? Till now clear? Okay. If you see in this diagram, I'm just giving you, are this traffic is inbound traffic or outbound traffic? This traffic, inbound. This traffic is outbound traffic or inbound traffic? Outbound. So there are two rules applies. Inbound rule, outbound rule. In the both level. Because traffic is coming into your subnet, first need to check the security at the NACL level. Is my data is correct, port number is correct, which I need to know. Once it's done, it's enter into the subnet.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
SG is a short form, which means security group. NACL stand for Network Access control list. Both are the type of firewall. Both are the firewalls. These firewalls are basically used to secure or restrict access at VPC level, or we can say that network side. Okay, these firewalls are helping you to manage the what? It's going to managing inbound traffic and outbound traffic. So when I'm saying that inbound traffic and outbound traffic, what that mean? That mean that I am not talking about your laptop side. I'm not talking about your laptop side. Don't start thinking, okay, from my laptop, if the outgoing traffic will be there is some firewall is there. No, we are talking about at the AWS level, this portion. Okay, so the firewall rules which we are going to apply in either in the security group or either in the NACL, it will only going to apply at the AWS level. At the AWS level. And as yesterday we discussed, the security group will be applied on EC2 level and NACL will be going to apply it at subnet level. Whenever you create your VPC, the NACL and security group also created automatically, like your route table is created. Done. In this picture, I already explained you the NACL will be securing your subnet. Okay, but how it is going to securing your subnet? If you remember, we also say that one route table is associated with the your subnet, which is already created. Same way, when you're going to create a subnet, automatically one NACL is automatically associated or attached to your subnet. Let me show you quickly. So where we need to go? We need to go to the same VPC section. And everybody aware how to access the VPC. And once you scroll down a little bit below, and you're going to find the network security. In this network security, we have two things: network ACL, security group. Okay, but right now what I'm focusing, I'm saying that we need to see the subnet. Whenever we create a subnet, the NACL will be automatically attached. So let me open my subnet. First, verify your region. So we created our VPC on the Mumbai region. Let me go to the Mumbai region. Let me open my subnet. Either click here, either click here. Which subnet we created? I think this subnet we created. I'm not sure, or this IIT one we created. I think IIT one we created. IIT one we created, na? Demo IIT one. I think this one we created. So let me select this. Did you see here? Previously we checking this route table level, correct? Now we are checking the NACL. Once I click here, did you identify there is a one NACL is already attached or associated with this subnet? Are we done it? No, we didn't done it. Automatically, when the VPC is created, the NACL will be created, and that particular NACL is going to associated with your subnet whenever you're going to create what, guys? You're going to create your subnet. As we are able to change our route table or change the association of the route table at the subnet level, and we are able to modify the routing rule, same way we are able to change the association of the NACL at the subnet level, as well as we are able to modify the inbound and outbound rule at NACL level. Any confusion till now? Okay, if you find below, there are two rules are there, inbound rule and outbound rule. Inbound and outbound, you already aware about it. So this is my subnet and this is my NACL. So when the traffic will be going to come inside, that is the inbound traffic. So which rule it's going to read? I already mentioned it is a firewall. Which rule it is going to be refer? It is going to refer outbound rule or it is going to refer the inbound rule? Tell me guys. Inbound rule. So before entering the traffic into the subnet level, the NACL will be going to execute and going to refer the inbound rule. Great. If it is clear, that means great. Now, how these things are working? So you need to understand one small difference between this NACL and security group. NACL is, so right now I am focusing on the NACL part. So let's talk about NACL. NACL is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall. Then security group is stateful firewall. Now, what is stateless, Rohit? What is stateful? This securing your EC2, this securing your subnet. But what is this stateless and stateful? Consider I have a building, office building. Now tell me guys, if you're trying to enter into this building, are somebody going to check you are authorized or not authorized? So there is one person sitting here, security guard sitting here, it's going to check. Once you are authorized, you have an ID card or everything, you come inside, and when you going out, are this person is again going to check you? No. No means what? Why? Because this person already know that you already authorized to go inside. If you already authorized to go inside, that means you are also authorized to come out. So it's never going to check when the traffic is going to come out. Clear guys? Small. Second one. Or I will going to discuss the same thing in server level. This is your server. So if I am going to talk about server, so which firewall I am talking about guys? If I am talking about server, so which firewall? Security group. Great. Security group applies here. Now traffic is coming in. Say that SSH, everybody aware? RDP, SSH. To access your Linux box is going to use SSH. RDP when going to access your Windows server. So once you coming in, security group going to check the inbound rule. Inbound rule for what? Are this SSH or this IP address from the CIDR range from your request will be coming, it's allowed it or not allowed it. If it is allowed it, your traffic will be going to come inside. Now, once you enter SSH IP address, username at the rate IP address of your server, then after the server received it, after the authentication is done, you're going to receive the console of that server. Everybody agree? You are able to access that server. What that mean? That means there is some reply came from the server. Server will be authenticate and sending some reply. So when the reply is going back at this level, security group is not going to check. Why? Because it's maintaining the state of the request. It say that, okay, I received one A request, I need to reply back to the same request. So that is why it is not going to check the at when you're going to reply back at the outbound level. Clear, guys? Only one time it's going to check the security at the inbound level, and it's maintain the state that definitely if there is an incoming traffic, your server will be definitely going to reply back. So that is why it's not going to check the outbound rule. Straightforward. Now you need to ask me here with, okay, this is the incoming traffic. For example, this server wanted to communicate to B server. So traffic will be initiated like this. Yes or no? It is the outbound traffic. Who is initiating the request? This server is initiating the request. If this server is sending the request, your laptop is try to access google.com. So who is initiating this request? Your laptop now. Same way, is if this server EC2 need to connect to other server, so the traffic is going out. In this case, or it is going to look for the security group. Tell me, or it is going to look for the security group outbound rule. Why no? Why no? Why no? Think logically. Consider this first action. Your laptop is try to access this server. So traffic will be coming in. First time this server is going to receive the traffic. First time. The traffic will be land at the security group level at a first time. Na? It's receiving the traffic. So it is going to check at the inbound. And the same request is going out. So it is maintaining the state. Yes, I received a request and now my server is going to reply back. That is why it is not checking the outbound traffic. But in this second case, who is the initiator? This server itself is the initiator. The traffic will be going to hit at first time. So it will going to check your outbound rule. Clear, guys, or not clear till now? Now this server, B server, is going to reply back on the same communication, or it is going to check at inbound level. No. I'm hoping now you understood the concept of the security group level. It depends. Who is the initiator? Which initiator? Communication initiator or traffic initiator. If traffic is coming out from your server, then it's going to check at the inbound level. If the server itself requesting something, then it's going to check at the outbound level at the security group. This is the same concept which Office example I gave. No, I just talking about security group. Hold on. That is why it is known as stateful. It's maintaining the communication state. Yes, there is a incoming traffic. Yes, there is a outgoing traffic. And if it is a outgoing traffic, definitely I'm going to receive a reply on the inbound. If it is the inbound traffic, yes, I need to reply back to the outbound. That is why it is not going to check vice versa. Now, NACL. NACL, I mentioned that it's a stateless at the security group level. Now, there is one building, prison, jail, whatever you wanted to call it out. This building is all the people are not allowed to go outside this building. Okay, because due to some restriction laws, they need to stay here because I'm talking about prison or I'm talking about jail. Okay, so if somebody wanted to meet this guy, this person, so the person will be going to come. Now tell me, at this inbound level, at the entry level, is somebody going to check it? Police guy.
It's going to check, na, you are authorized to meet this person. Are you allowed it to meet? Correct or not correct? Okay. Once you meet somebody inside and going to come back, are the security team is again going to check you? Yes, they are going to check you, because might be you change your cloth and the prisoner is going out. Correct? At the both level, they are going to check it again. Clear? Now, how this concept work on the NACL level? NACL is securing what, guys? NACL is securing what? Subnet. Great. So NACL traffic will be coming in. It's an inbound traffic. Or I'm going to check my firewall at this level, inbound level. Yes. And then traffic will be going back. Or it is going to check it again. Yes. Vice versa. If the initiator is from inside, the traffic is going out. The traffic will be checked at the outbound level, and then its reply came. It's again going to check at the inbound level. At both level, the traffic should be allowed. If there is no allowed at the outbound or inbound level, it is not going to work. And that is why it is known as stateless. It is not maintaining any state of the communication. I'm hoping you understand the concept at least. How to do that, how to configure it, now we are going to learn. And using this both security group and NACL provide you the layered security approach. Both are the firewall. One is the stateful, one is the stateless firewall. And these are the network firewall basically. And by using this tool layer, security group and NACL of firewall, it's going to provide you the layered security approach. Why I'm saying it's a layered security approach? Because first layer of defense is where the first defense you are going to received at subnet level once you entering into the subnet. Second layer of defense at the EC2 level. Correct. Stateless means it is not going to maintain the state. State means what? If I am going to say hi to you, I am waiting for your reply. Yes, the communication happen two-way, na? I send something, hi Venue, hi Naveen. So definitely you're going to reply back. Yes or no? I know that you're going to reply back. If I am going to put one filter, I first reply hi. Then the filter, there is a layer is there. Is going to check this word is proper or not proper. The bad word is not used. If the bad word is not used, it is going to send to you, Naveen. And then Raveen is going to reply back. Okay. And this Naveen is replying back to me. At that time, the incoming traffic is not checked. So what that mean? That means I know that I am going to receive the reply. So that is maintaining the state. Only filtration is done where at the outbound traffic, because I am the initiator. I am running inside the EC2. Done, Naveen. That is security group. That is maintaining the state. NACL. If I first say hi, it's again filter, and Naveen is replying back. NACL is never going to maintain a state. What maintain a state? That NACL just say that I send the traffic, I consider this traffic as separate traffic, and Naveen is going to reply, I'm going to consider as a separate traffic. It's not going to consider as a single traffic. It is going to consider the same communication but differently. No, I can't say that. I can't say that. Both are a different role, both are the different functionality. Now, in the secure EC2, let's focus on this diagram. Correct? In the laptop, either you connect it to the LAN port, either you use the Wi-Fi. Only one medium you use to connect via your internet. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Now guys, all the traffic will be going to come in and going out. From where it is going to come in and going out? Via this LAN cable and the port. Yes or no? Everybody agree? Great. If this LAN port is not there, are you able to communicate outside? Assume that you also don't have a Wi-Fi. Are you able to communicate, send any traffic, or attach your laptop into the any network? No. Correct. Now, if this is the only port from which you are able to communicate outside, this port. So where you going to place your security person? Like this is your house. In this house, this is your main gate. So where the security person will be sit? At this level, or you're going to place the security guard here? Or you're going to place security guard here? Tell me. The security guard will be sit at the main gate entrance only? Yes or no? Great. Same concept applied at the EC2 level. If your laptop containing some network port from which you are able to communicate, either LAN port or either Wi-Fi adapter, both are working as a one device is attached via which you communicated. Same concept applies to the EC2. EC2 containing one ENI. ENI. What is ENI, guys? What is ENI? Elastic Network Interface. Elastic Network Interface. What that mean, Rohit? You consider this elastic network interface. So you consider this elastic network interface as a LAN port or LAN adapter, which is installed in your laptop. If there is a something virtual LAN adapters are there, which is known as elastic network interface. Elastic means what? Virtual. Network interface means the LAN port which is attached to your laptop. Same thing. If we have a ENI, so from where the traffic will be go out and coming in via this ENI only, So where your security group basically going to attach? Your security group basically going to attach at this level, ENI level. Okay, because only via that ENI you are able to communicate outside or able to receive some network. But for the representation point of view, we are going to show the security group as complete EC2 is there. Okay. As I already mentioned, it is an elastic network interface. It is same adapter like your laptop containing the LAN port. In the LAN port, you have a one interface, one card is installed, one port is attached to your motherboard. Same way in the server, we have a elastic means virtual network interface. Why virtual? Because this EC2 is VM virtual machine. It is not a physical machine. I'm hoping clear, guys. Yes or no? ENI is elastic network interface. It is similar like your LAN port, which you receive in your laptop. It help you to communicate outside or connect to the network. All the traffic will be going to come in your EC2 or going out from your EC2 through this ENI. If ENI is the medium from which you are going to communicate outside and receiving the traffic, so you need the security group will be definitely going to attach at the ENI level. I'm hoping now it is clear. I already repeated 3 times. If still you don't have any understanding, feel free to ask question. Great.
If you have a ENI, either 2 ENI, 3 ENI, 3, 4 ENIs, still you require a security groups. Two VMs are not going to use the same ENI. Are your LAN port which is attached to your laptop? Are you able to attach to other laptop? Saurabh, are you able to use this for other laptop? Same concept, na? ENI is not going to create any security group. Whenever your VPC created, as I already mentioned, NACL and security group is already created by default, but you can create your own custom security group and NACL. Actually, I thought I will give you the exact information, but what I understand that people are confused when I use this term. For you, you just consider that the security group is attached to the EC2. Now it is clear, guys, because we represent the same as well. Don't confused. But I thought I will give you the exact information. That is, I say that it is attached to the ENI, but we only going to represent like this, and we are only going to say that it is going to secure the EC2, because ENI is where it is a EC2 part. So if somebody going to ask you what security group is providing, so you can say it's securing your EC2. Don't say it is securing your ENI. Now, how NACL works? First of all, you need to understand it. Normally, NACL contains some policy or rules. So the first tab, which is known as rule number, then the protocol, and allow or deny. Now, you need to understand what that means. We have CIDR also, but I'm not talking about the CIDR right now, because if I'm going to add it, you guys are going to confuse. So slowly, we're going to understand the concept. So rule number is what? It's just a number given to your rule. It's just a number given to the rule which you're going to add. Like I need to create one rule. I placed 10. I just mentioned the rule number 10. And the rule will be from, number will be from 1 to 332,766 rules. You can create or add a number, you can provide rule number. At rule number 10, at inbound level, I mentioned protocol is HTTPS, which basically you can consider as a port number 443. It's work on the 443. Everybody aware about it. And I say allow. And then again I'm putting 11. And I say FTP. FTP is one port. It is also, it say deny. I again mention rule number 20. Any rule number you can mention. I will say SSH allow. SSH work on the port number 22. And then I say rule number 2, HTTPS deny. There are 4 rules I placed. Okay. This is your server. This is your subnet. And this is your NACL. Now traffic is coming to access HTTPS. HTTPS request is sending by some other resource. So which rule is going to check at NACL level, guys? Inbound, na? It is a incoming traffic. Yes or no? So it's going to check the inbound rule. And it's come to inbound rule here. And now tell me, it is allowed to enter into the secure subnet or denied? Tell me, guys, which rule will be going to implemented? I mentioned this 10, 11, 22. Why? Because I am need to teach you one thing. Which thing I need to teach you? When I say this traffic is allowed or not allowed, first of all, you need to understand the functionality of the NACL. How NACL works. NACL will always going to start with lower rule number or smaller rule number. So which is the very smaller rule number here? Is 10 is smaller than 2? So which one rule number this NACL will read first? Rule number 2. In the rule number 2, what is written? HTTPS deny. After that, what is written? Rule number 10. 11, 20 is more than. At rule number 10, what is written? HTTPS allow. Now guys, if the NACL start reading from here, it's read that HTTP deny. So are it is going to deny or allow it? Tell me guys. You need to understand. If it's read the deny, once it's read that I have a HTTP deny, it's immediately going to deny the request. After that, it's never going to read the other rule number. Clear? Once it's read the entry, which entry? The protocol which the traffic is initiated. If it is find this protocol in the rules, in any layer, first come and then serve, and it's not going to search other rules. Done guys, clear? Understood or not understood? Great. Now, let me open the console so that I will give you the little bit you are able to understand the NACL. In the security layer, we have a NACL. So right now we are talking about the NACL. We have multiple NACLs are there. Hold on, Navi. Did you see here? Yes, 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 and then no. What that mean? What that mean, guys? Tell me, guys, what that mean? Yes means what? And where this yes is written? Guys, forget about the whatever you're discussing, how the rule is. Just focus here, what I'm doing. It's a default one. It is a default one. Default one means what? The NACL which is created when you created the VPC. One NACL is automatically created when you create a VPC. And whenever you're going to create a subnet inside that VPC, this NACL will be going to applied to that particular subnet. I'm hoping it is clear. So let me pick any one, any default one. So let me choose our demo IIT or demo, anything I can put. Demo IIT, I click. Inbound rule, outbound rule, two things are there. Inbound rule right now. Did you see some rules are already existed? Did we created this rule? Did we created this rule? No. Whenever the VPC created, there is inbound and outbound rule is automatically created for you. Let me check, give you the outbound rule as well. So currently I'm in a outbound. You find that there are two rules, 100 rule, star rule. Same way in inbound as well, we have a 100 rule and starred rule. This is the rule number which give you the which rule is going to execute first. The rule number give you the priority. If it is written 1, the first rule number will be going to execute is 1. I'm hoping it is clear. Done. Because
It's always going to read from lower number to larger number, NACL. Okay. It is not directly jumping into the any number. It's always start with reading the rule number for lower priority first. Now, what is the source? Source means what? From where the traffic will be you going to received. Clear? If you just want to access, in this case, all a network. If you say that I have two VPCs, only this VPC one, which is subnet running here, is allowed it to received traffic from where? From only from this subnet. So this VPC subnet. So what you're going to mention here? You're going to mention the CIDR range of this VPC or that particular IP via /32, correct? So if you're going to mention that information or other traffic, even though the traffic from this VPC is allowed it to go inside the NACL, tell me. Think logical and tell me, guys. Think logical. Quickly. Did you understand my question? Did you understand my question? So who is going to ask this? Hey Rohit, could you please repeat the question? Instead of keeping you silent, please speak. There is a one VPC, one subnet here. The CIDR of this VPC is 10.0.0.0.0.16. We have one VPC. CIDR of this VPC is 192.168.0.0.0/16. In this subnet, in the NACL rule, instead to the source, you put 192.168.0.0.0/16. Now, there is one more subnet here. One server running here. This server is known A. One server running here, server B. And one server running here, server C. Now tell me, are the server A is able to communicate to server B? This is your entry. Now question understood, guys? Now question understood? Everybody say yes. It is able to communicate. What do you understand about the source? What do you understand about the source? Source means what? From where you're going to receive the inbound traffic. Right now, I'm talking about the inbound traffic. Are this subnet or this VPC is allowed into the NACL? No. That means you are in same VPC, but you are not able to communicate because you denied it. You don't have any entry. Done? Understood? If there is no entry, Rohit, how you saying that is denied? If there is no entry, then how you saying it is denied? Did you see star rule here? And it say that what? Deny. This star rule is automatically created. If you miss anything to add above, other thing is automatically considered as a deny. Done? Clear? Only this VPC is able to send the traffic, but what first requirement? It should be connected. You can place any CIDR, but that communication should be there, na? If the connection is there, then this server is able to send the traffic to the B. I am hoping now you understand the concept. Same thing. Outbound traffic. Now, instead of source, it is say destination. Why destination? Because from this subnet, your server is sending the traffic. So you are trying to reach to some destination now. So you required IP range, IP address to access the network. In the network, how you communicating? You required address. So address should be the part of the CIDR which you're going to mention here. Once you allowed it, then only is going to communicate outside. Now, this is the NACL which automatically created. If I need to create my own custom NACL, then Rohit, straightforward. Go here, create your NACL. Write the NACL name. I will say test demo. Done. And then you need to select the VPC. Which VPC? I will say demo IIT. Let me create into the demo IIT. And then create a NACL. Nothing else. Just name it. Select the VPC. NACL is created. Which one we created, guys? This NACL we created. Let me open this NACL. We just created this NACL. What is the different you received? Please focus here, guys. Let me open the inbound traffic first. Rule. Did you see anything here? Difference. Tell me, did you see any difference? There is no 100 rule is there. There is no 100 rule is there. And when we talk about the default NACL, it's contain the 100 rule. The 100 rule number contain what? By default, which entry is created? Its entry is allow all the traffic. Clear? So whenever VPC themselves create a NACL, it will going to provide two entries. 100 rule, rule number 100, where all the traffic is allowed it. All the port numbers are allowed it. Done, guys? As well as star rule is there. When you created your own NACL, only the star rule will be there. No 100 rule will be there. That is the difference first. What the difference? The NACL which you created, by default, it is configured for no incoming traffic and no outgoing traffic is allowed. Outbound also, you can see outbound as well. When you create your own custom network, that it's not going to allow any traffic, and in inbound traffic and outbound traffic, it is restricted. So if you need to customize it, we need to create our own rules. How to create rules? And then add the rule and rule number. I can choose our own rule number. I will say 22 rule number. Which thing you wanted to communicate? All TCP, SSH, Telnet, SMTP, name server, DNS, all the port numbers are mentioned here. So you're going to select that. In this case, I selected HTTP. From where I will say all. Okay. And then I say allow or deny. I will say allow and save the change. Now, right now I'm in the outbound traffic. Server wanted to try to access SSH. Or it is allowed it to go outside. See this rule and tell me, guys. This server tried to SSH. No. Which traffic is allowed it only? Only HTTPS traffic. Clear, guys? How you able to restrict the traffic? Going out traffic, coming in traffic. Now, as I mentioned that it is at a subnet level. So if it is a subnet level, what that mean? What that mean? whatever server is running inside this subnet, they will going to receive the same security policy. Clear? Yes or no? Understand the question? I will going to take your question later. Clear, guys? It is not talk about single server, it is talk about the complete subnet. In the subnet, if 100 servers are there, all the 100 servers are impacted with this rule. So you need to keep in the mind, understand your server. Like if there is a 50 server, you need to understand the each 50 server requirement, inbound traffic and outbound traffic for the each 50 server. Then you need to modify this NACL accordingly. Now, one question, can we set the rule number any? Yes, from 1 to 32,766 rule number you can add, but it's up to you which rule you wanted to say that is a higher priority. Then you're going to give them the lower number. Rule number you don't require to learn. You can add SSH at the first level. You can add SSH at 32,000 level. It's up to you. Great. It is fine because it is not going to, because in NACL what happened? Incoming traffic, it's treat as a separate traffic. Same server will be going to reply. It will going to treat as a separate traffic. If going to act and treat as a separate server, what going to be done? It's going to be search the same port number on the inbound, and when you reply back, it is going to search at the outbound as well. How you going to associate this at subnet level? Go to your subnet, select your subnet, go to the NACL. Right now I'm in a subnet, guys. I selected one subnet. In this subnet, this is the NACL attach. You can modify the NACL as well, like we're doing in the RT route table. Select here. If you have a other, because in this case we don't have. If you have other, you are able to attach the other NACL. Okay. Because I think I am accessing different VPs, different subnet. I'm not accessing the same subnet which is created on our VPC. I'm hoping it's clear, guys. NACL clear. Security group, I am going to discuss when I am going to discuss about EC2. Why? Because it is going to secure your EC2 level. Okay. So currently, now I'm going to start your EC2 section. Most of the your network part is done. Two things is pending. One is the transit gateway, TGW, as well as the endpoint. Endpoint I'm going to cover when the S3 is completed. TGW we will see after EC2, or if you are say that route later, I will happy to do that. Okay. Security group I am going to cover with EC2. So now you are very comfortable in NAC as a route table is able to associated with multiple subnet. Same way NACL will be able to associate with the multiple subnets. Very simple, straightforward. We need to require a CIDR, but CIDR might be single IP as well. /32 you can use. Simple. We already discussed it long back. If you just want to communicate to one server, just you need to mention /22. Because when you created a VPC allow you to communicate to each and everywhere. Because if it is denied and you are not aware about the NACL, so it is not going to function. So you need to understand whenever the VPC is created, it will going to allow all the traffic. And whenever you're going to create your custom one, it is not going to allow the traffic everybody. Okay.
Why 100 rule that is defined by AWS. I can't say why 100 is used. Naveen, we already discussed multiple times in the route table as well. In the main, it is written yes or no. Yes mean it is the created and it's a default VPC. Whenever you're going to create VPC inside the VPC, when you're going to create a subnet, the default NACL where the yes is written, it's going to attach to the subnet. Same thing in the main section of the RT. If written is yes, during the subnet creation, one route table, which route table where the yes is written is create, attach. And we already covered this multiple times. I am hoping Naveen you understood now. During the subnet creation, something is automatically created, attached. Na? So which thing is going to be attached? That is the default route table, default NACL is going to attach. But it's our responsibility to change it according to our use case. Now, guys, we are going to discuss about EC2. What is this EC2 means? ECC. That is why it is written as E and C, two numerical. First E stand for elastic. First C stand for compute. And last C stand for cloud. I think everybody aware about elastic means what? Virtual. Cloud means what? Data center. We already know that. Compute means what? We are talking about CPU and memory. Compute means what? CPU and memory. So in the name itself, it is give you the clear understanding when we say that EC2, what are we going to receive from the AWS? We are going to receive only the CPU and memory. Yet in top of we can install operating system on the EBS and hard disk and everything. But hard disk is whenever we say in the eServe laptop, we have a hard disk, we have a CPU, we have a RAM. Correct? Combination of this become a laptop or it is equal to a server. And EC2 is also a server. That means Rohit, it also containing RAM, CPU, hard disk, and network. Yes or no? It's going to consider it. But Rohit, you mentioned only CPU and memory. Why so? Because network we just completed in the VPC subnet section ENI. True or not true? This is a separate service offered by AWS. It is not part of the EC2. We can create new ANI attached to the EC2. That is possible, but that is treated as a separate service. Hard disk. In the AWS, we have a EBS, which is also treated as a separate service. But without EBS storage, we are not able to install operating system. Correct? So this combination of all the service going to offer you the server. But if you're going to talk or ask me, when you create a EC2, what you received? You only received RAM and CPU actually. Because you are only going to pay what? You only going to pay the amount of this RAM and CPU. EBS will be going to charge separately in the EBS section of the EC2. It is going to be considered as a EBS service. Done, guys? Understood? And what is this EC2? EC2 is basically similar like a virtual machine or virtual server, which we are going to rent. Because here, when we talk about AWS, we are going to rent it. We are not going to buy the physical hardware. Okay? It's think like you're renting a compute power, renting a CPU and memory. Once we're going to cover the EBS, then you're going to understand. So just now we started the EC2. So just focus about here, elastic block storage, but just focus here, guys. We will going to cover it. It's not that I'm going to leave this EBS. In the back end, we have a physical box. This physical box contain what, guys? And then we have a hypervisor, and then we create VM.
Then what is EC2? This single VM is going to be considered as one EC2. This other VM is going to consider as a one EC2. And this is known as a virtual server. Any confusion? And in top of us, what we required? Operating system, operating system, operating system, operating system. And then according to our requirement, we installed app, 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 and then app. Correct? So what is the benefit we receive? Multiple time we discussed, because we are renting here, the hardware cost will be decreased, correct? To deploy your application. It help you to faster deploy your application, because in the on-demand section, characteristic of on-demand, we are already discussed that the EC2 is run very quickly whenever it's required. Okay. So if you're going to ask me what is this, it is a renting. Renting what? Renting the compute power. When we say compute power, I'm talking about only CPU and RAM, memory, instead of buying it. As we already discussed, it is the on demand, in the on demand section. And what benefit you received? It reduced the hardware cost. Now guys, when you planning to buy a laptop, so first of all, what you decide? You're going to buy a Windows laptop or MacBook? Yes or no, guys? Tell me. Is it my understanding is correct? What that mean? You're deciding the operating system. You're deciding the operating system. Once the operating system is decided, what you guys going to do? You're going to select CPU and RAM. Correct or not correct? Hardware configuration. You also going to configure what? Network, Wi-Fi is there or not Wi-Fi is there. Then storage, you're going to check what is the storage requirement. 1 TB storage, 2 TB storage, 500 GB. So when you're going to buy it, you're going to see this, correct? And same concept applies on the EC2. EC2 is what? You're receiving CPU memory storage, similar like your laptop is a server, virtual server. So let me open the console. And where you're going to write EC2 here and open the EC2. So this is the EC2 dashboard, which contain how many servers are running, 0, how many servers are present either in a stop stage, 0. What is the load balancer? We will going to cover it. So hold down for the moment. So this is the dashboard what is currently configured in my account. Which region? In a Mumbai region. I don't have a server, so I need to create it. Did you see launch server instance? Done. Now, when we doing EC2, when we doing create EC2, or when we creating VPC, when we creating subnet, when we creating route table, when we created NACL, first thing what we need to mention, guys, we need to give the name now. We need to give the name. Same thing applies here. I will say test demo. I will say test demo. Now, as when you selecting your laptop, first of all, you decided which operating system you're going to choose. Same concept applies in the EC2 level. Guys, what we are selecting here are this is the operating systems. Tell me. These all are the operating system. So what we are doing here, guys, we are selecting our operating system. But Rohit, what is this AMI? AMI. Instead of ISO image, we are using the AMI. Amazon, it is already there. Machine image. What is this image?
machine image. You can say that's a template, correct, Vinay? If you already working in a VM, you can say it's a template. What is this image, guys? To explain you image, let me do one thing. Let me click on here. It will going to open the list of the servers available, operating system available. Multiple operating system, different versions. Now, let's first talk about what is this AMI. And this is the first section of the EC2. Now tell me guys, how many, everybody using window? In the window, do you hear about recovery point? Did you know about recovery point? Everybody know that? What is this recovery point? What is this recovery point as per you? For example, today you buy the laptop. What is today date? 30 May. You configure it. You configure Wi-Fi. You configure username, password. You created, installed Zoom. You installed Chrome browser. You change wallpaper. You installed Miro. You done font change. Some fine tuning you're doing it. Correct? After doing this fine tuning, you take a what? You take a recovery point or you create a recovery point. When this recovery point is created after doing this task on the same day 30 May, what is this recovery point will be going to do? This is your laptop. Now tell me guys, installation of Zoom, where this installation of Zoom is going to be installed? If I say install, I done installation of Zoom. If I say I install Zoom, where it is going to install? It is going to install an operating system. Yes or no? Correct or not correct? So where this operating system installed, guys? Where this operating system installed? Where this operating system lies? In the C drive when we talk about window. So what that means? That means we have a hard disk. So in this my operating system lies. And if I am going to change my wallpaper, if I am going to download some file, if I am going to configure my Wi-Fi, where this information will be going to store? In your hard disk level. That part clear, guys? Whatever configuration you're doing at the operating system level, it will going to store at your hard disk level, which is boot drive, correct? Done. When the configuration is stored in the hard disk, so which level of backup you required? You're going to create an image or take a backup of your hard disk now? Yes or no? You're going to take a backup of your hard disk or you're going to take a backup of something else? So what is this recovery point? So whatever is going to be configured and you created recovery point at 9 p.m. IST, and after 1 month on 1 July, your laptop crashed, operating system corrupted, anything happened. So you required to recover it. From where you going to recover it? The backup which you take on 30th May. So whatever backup you take on this level, this point, it will recovered. And after that, if you change something, it is not available for you. It is clear now, guys. What is the recovery point? It is clear. And when we using a recovery point, it is very fast as compared to installing the operating system. Assume that your boss giving you 2 laptops and saying that, hey Rohit, you need to install operating system onto this 2 laptop or 2 servers and then install some software. It's provided some software list.
provided some configuration you need to done, Wi-Fi and every configuration, password and other things your boss say. Now tell me how many hours it's required to install operating system from ISO image from scratch, and after that you need to install this configuration. So do you have any idea how many hours is required to install operating system? Anybody? 2 to 4 hours. Correct. Not 2 minutes, not a 2 minute, not a 30 minute. Basically, to configure your one single machine, it will take minimum 2 hours to install the operating system. Because nowadays your laptop is pre-installed with operating system. You just press power button and some configuration you done, and within 15 to 20 minutes your laptop is ready. That doesn't mean that you're installing the operating system. No. I'm hoping this clear. Great. So it will going to take 2 hours, or we said 3 hours to install the operating system. After that I need to do configuration here. 1 hour for the configuration. Total how many hours? 4 hours for single machine. I will say I'm very good. I will parallelly work on the both the machine and I will complete this task within 5 hours. Okay, that is great. And assume that now your boss came to you and saying that, hey Rohit, we have 100 server where you need to perform the same task which you performed above. Correct? And within 24 hours you need to provide me update, and this all the 100 server need to be updated. Is it the feasible solution which we are using? No, na, because 4 to 5 hours for single server, or I will say 2 server you are doing it. Half of the server, 50 server. 50 server multiply by 4 is how many hours? Are you able to achieve in 24 hours? No, not possible. So what should I do? I just going to pick one particular server. When I'm in a college, when I'm doing my BTech, during that time I am using a ghost image. There's a software known as ghost image. What I done, whenever I'm configure my lap desktop, that time desktops are there, no laptops are there. So whenever I configure my desktop, change something, I take a ghost image. I take a image of my desktop. And after some time, if my laptop or desktop is not working properly, is crashed or hard disk corrupted, anything happen, what I do? Next time, I just going to use this image and restore back my data. And within 5 to 10 minutes, my complete operating system installation, my all the data which I configured, it will going to bring my desktop on the same level when I created the image. Okay. Now you need to understand the concept now. I'm going to take a image. I first going to work, install operating system, doing the configuration. And then I'm going to take a image. Image is what? You can say backup, or you can say recovery point, because recovery point, everybody aware about it. And using this image backup or whatever you wanted to call it out, restore the other servers. But what is the prerequisite here? The physical hardware, it should be same. If the audio driver is here, it should be same here. It should be same here. It should be same here. If it is not same, it is not going to work. Clear, guys? Now, that is the concept wise. Now let's talk about the AMI. What is this AMI means? AMI is, now, AMI is what? AMI is as somebody mentioned me, it's a template. That's true, it's a template. Is it template as well as you can say snapshot? What is snapshot, guys? Snapshot is point in time backup, correct? Point in time backup. If today I'm going to take a backup at 8:41 and after 1 month, if I'm going to restore from this backup, so which data I'm going to receive? Today date data, na? So that is, it is known as point in time backup. Okay, that, so this is the snapshot. And what it basically is going to contain, this template and this snapshot is going to contain what? It's going to contain configuration. Configuration of for what? For a VM, virtual machine. What is this configuration contain? This configuration might be your operating system configuration like Linux, Windows. I'm just giving you one examples. Then application, the application which you install, like we are installing Zoom call. Like in this case, I will say web server I installed, correct? Now, some configuration settings, like in a laptop case, we done wallpaper changes and all, correct? Or in a normal term, you can consider a AMI is a blueprint of your virtual machine, and from via which you can create another similar virtual machine. Now, how this AMI you are going to create and how it is created by AWS. Once you have understanding of this AMI, then you are able to understand the complete EC2. This is your server. Now, when you install the operating system, where it is going to installed, we already discussed it, where it is going to installed. At the hard disk level, C drive is also part of your hard disk, and different operating system installed in different terms. OS installation. Done. Now, what this server means, this means CPU, RAM, network, and storage. This is your hard disk. After that, you installed Zoom call. Where it is going to install? It is going to install on operating system. It is also part of hard disk. Wi-Fi configuration. Where this configuration will be going to store? It will going to store on the same operating system, and operating system is part of the C drive. In case of Windows, means it is part of the hard disk. So all this information, operating system, Zoom call installation, Wi-Fi configuration, store where, guys? It is stored at this layer, correct? Now, if you know that all the information is stored here, if you're going to take a backup, backup is what? It's a simple, you can say image I'm taking. And in a AWS, the image and backup will be taken in the, when we create AMI, is known as snapshot. Okay, which is known as point in time backup. Done. And from this backup which you're going to create, you're going to restore your other server. Now, understand the concept, guys. Here, focus here. This is your laptop. You attach one external pen drive. You take some backup. After taking the backup, are you going to keep this pen drive attached to your laptop? Are you going to keep this pen drive attached to your laptop? No. You remove this pen drive and going to store somewhere, some location, either some almirah, some box, some location you're going to store it. Done. And whenever next time you required it to use it, So in your mind, you already know that I use my blue color pen drive, which is located in my Almira, and in Almira it is stored in this particular box. Yes or no, guys? And then you're going to attach it back and restore the backup. Done. Now come to this AMI section. We say that the snapshot will be going to taken care as a backup. Backup how going to store? It will going to store on the snapshot. Snapshot is what? Is a backup, is a actual data. Like this pen drive contain actual data, this snapshot contain actual data. True. Now, if after taking the snapshot, so snapshot will be going to store somewhere. Yes or no? It's going to store somewhere, na? Some locations, space it's required. Where the snapshot will be going to store? The data in the snapshot will be going to store on S3 bucket. What is S3 bucket? I'm going to explain it. But this S3 bucket will be handled by AWS. You are not aware where they are stored, what is the location, you are not aware about it. If you are not aware where your snapshot is stored, are you able to use them? No, na. So what AWS is also doing it? AWS is also creating one file. That file name is AMI. And this file contain what? This file contain location of snapshot. It's also containing permission, who have permission to access this AMI. It also containing the root volume mapping, means block level, block device mapping with your snapshot. Correct? And combination of this both will help you to restore the operating system or install the operating system, or you can say that this is the AMI. Any confusion, guys? If somebody going to ask you what is the AMI, AMI is nothing, it's just a snapshot or image or template we created. That template snapshot will be going to store in the S3 bucket, and there is a one AMI file will be created. That AMI file will be going to link to the my backup, because whenever I'm going to utilize that same operating system, same stage, what I need to do? I need to access the pen drive where it's stored. Similarly, I need a snapshot information. Where is my snapshot is running? Any confusion, guys? Any confusion, guys? Snapshot, you S3 bucket, you can call it out, not a database. You can consider as a storage. It's a block level storage. We will going to cover in the S3. It is not a SAN. It's a block level storage. Now, the first of all, we are talking about the AMI. Correct? Currently, do we have any EC2 running? Do we have an EC2 running? No. If there is no EC2 running, and if I need to create a server, so first of all, what I need to select, guys? I need to select the operating system. From where I going to select the operating system? From this AMI. What that mean? That mean AWS themselves created one server, installed the operating system, do some configuration, correct? Do some configuration, take the snapshot, store in the S3 bucket, and created one AMI file. That AMI file is visible here. So are we taking care this? Are we created this snapshot? Are we created this AMI? No, na. This is created and maintained by AWS, but we have a full freedom to create our own snapshot as well. We have a full freedom to create our own, but currently this AMI is provided by AWS and it is stored by AWS. If it is already available for everybody in the world, did you going to pay anything? No, it is already there. Correct? But you need to understand few things here. Amazon machine image. Now you find there are multiple tabs. Quick startup, my AMI, AWS market space, and community AMI. This is the different categories they divided the AMI. My AMI section means that the AMI which I created. Right now, did you see any AMI I created? No, zero AMI. How we able to create it? First, I need to create a EC2, then do our configurations, and then create a AMI. But first, what I required? EC2 creation, and EC2 creation required what? I need to use some AMI. So if it is required one AMI to create a EC2, from where I'm going to get the AMI? For that, AWS is providing a quick startup that is offered by the AWS. Hey, if you don't have any AMI, come here and utilize this AMIs like macOS, Red Hat, SUSE, Ubuntu, Microsoft servers. So everything is listed here. After that, AWS Marketplace. Assume that I build one software and this software is very famous. Now I thought that, okay, let me sell this software through AWS. So this software will be going to run on operating system plus some software. Which software? My software. I bundle up and listed here in marketplace. So if I click here, did you see here? Open VPN. Open VPN is what? VPN software. If I'm using Open VPN, did I am not going to receive operating system? Yes, you are going to receive operating system plus this. Understood or not understood, guys? Yes or no? Palo Alto. Palo Alto is what? Firewall. Say yes, no, yes, no. Give me confidence that we all in the same page. Okay. Now we have 4 minutes. Let me cover it. So AWS created their own, AMIs. Now see here. This is one AMI. Okay, this is one AMI. If you read here, it's talk about what? It's talk about operating system. After that, you see HVM. Here also you see HVM. What that mean? It's a hardware VM that is known as bare metal. Clear? Via reading it, you can understand this. This AMI is basically operating system is going to run on the bare metal one. Means the virtualization will be the bare metal virtualization will be there. After that is talk about kernel detail and the storage. It is going to use SSD storage. After that, you see AMI ID. And here also one AMI ID. What is this AMI ID? As I mentioned that whenever some resource will be going to create inside the AWS, some unique ID is assigned to them. Correct? So Rohit, but in this case, I am referring one AMI, but why there are two different AMI ID? If you focus here carefully, what is written here, guys? What is written here? What is it written? ARM base x86. What is this? No, it is not 132-bit or 64-bit. Both are 64-bit. Hardware configuration, correct.
It is basically which type of chipset you're using. Are you using an ARM-based design or you using the x86 design? As I informed you, the hardware should be same. If there are two different hardware type, are you going to use the same AMI? No, na. We need to create two different AMI for two different hardware chipsets. Yes or no? Everybody on the same page or not? That is why it is giving us two AMI. But Rahi, why is going to give the AMI? It is saying that this AMI in the backend, actually two AMIs are created, one for x86, one from ARM. But both are offering the same software, same configuration, same operating system. If you're going to choose x86, so it will automatically going to refer this AMI. If you're going to choose ARM base, then it is going to choose this AMI automatically. I'm hoping it is clear. Second thing, as I mentioned, it is operating system plus software plus configuration. Combination of this is going to known as your AMI, correct? And how it this three configuration will be there? Taking a snapshot means backup. Okay. Now, if you read here, it's talk about which software version you're going to receive. It say that in a system D, this one, this one, this one, these are the packages are installed. All are talk about the software and configuration details. And operating system, we already know it's going to be Amazon Linux 2 kernel 5.10. I'm hoping it is clear till now, guys. Am I clear? So one question I see that people are asking, what is the difference between x86 and the ARM base? Did you know there are two chipsets? Chipset is what CPUs. One is developed by one company, one is developed by one company. There is some design principle, architect they need to follow. One is the ARM base, one is the x86. Normally, x86 is designed by whom? Who is using x86? Is the designing principle. Intel, yes, Intel is using. AMD is also using it. x86, both are developed and built by AMD and Intel as well. Okay, both are based on the x86 chips. Nowadays, they are also using ARM-based design. Correct. So these are designs. How the chipset is designed. Chipset means your CPU's design. And then you're going to select your AMI. Once your AMI is selected, your operating system selection is done. And after that, what we need to do? We need to select our CPU and memory, which we are going to cover tomorrow. Yes, AMI. In this case, the AMI which is offered by somebody else, people like AWS offering you, other companies are offering you, they are utilizing some storage space. You're not going to pay a single penny until you're not going to create your own store AMI. Once you create your own AMI, then you're going to create is you're going to utilize the storage. That storage consumptions you need to pay. When you clear, I think, correct. The marketplace AMIs are depends upon the customer to customer. For example, I am going to sell my software. So I'm going to define my own pricing. Clear?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NESCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NESCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.
We'll be covering the top 30 AWS interview questions, carefully compiled based on their frequency in real interviews. There are going to be 3 modules, easy, medium and hard, with 10 questions each. So without any further ado, let's get started. Like I mentioned, cloud computing started way back, meaning there must be thousands of other options available in the market. So the most obvious question becomes, what is AWS and what are its primary services? AWS or Amazon Web Services is a cloud computing platform that enables users to build, deploy, and manage online infrastructure without the need for on-premise hardware. Additionally, AWS has a pay-as-you-go model which allows users to only pay for the resources they have used. And some of the famous services offered by AWS include EC2 and Lambda in computing, S3 buckets and EBS in storage, Amazon RDS and DynamoDB when it comes to databases, and much more like Route 53, IAM, SageMaker, etc. Although keep in mind to only mention the services that you are familiar with. We don't want to venture into any unknown territories during the interview, because there's an 80% chance that the next question will be based on one of these services. Which brings us to our next question. Explain the key components of Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is a scalable storage service by AWS. It stores data inside a bucket, and every single bucket has a unique name. Not just within your Amazon account, but globally the name should be unique. Next, we have the data which is stored in these buckets. They are called as objects. These objects consist of data and metadata. Lastly, we have the key, which acts like the unique identifier for the objects in a bucket. It acts as a path to the object. Additionally, S3 bucket also has versioning for object recovery and encryption for both server side and client side for data security. Moving on to our next question. What are the different types of cloud computing models? There are 3 types of cloud computing models: IaaS or infrastructure as a service, PaaS or platform as a service, and SaaS or software as a service. Infrastructure as a service is like renting an empty plot of land. You have to build the house yourself, including laying the foundation, building the walls, installing plumbing, electricity, and so on. Basically, the land is just the starting point and you have to construct everything from scratch, like Amazon's EC2, Google Compute Engine, etc. Platform as a service is like renting an already existing house. Here you focus on designing the inside, like painting the walls and placing the furniture. You don't worry about the infrastructure, like plumbing or electricity, just how you use and design the space, like AWS Elastic Beanstalk, Heroku, etc. Finally, software as a service is like moving into a fully furnished house where everything is already taken care of, like the furniture, kitchen, appliances, utilities, and even the decorations. All you need to do is just live in the house. It's ready for use the moment you step in, like Microsoft Office 365 and Zoom. One of the most popular topics on AWS is EC2. And now that you have mentioned it twice, it's only natural that the interviewer gets curious about your understanding of EC2. Which brings us to our next question. What do you understand about Amazon EC2? Amazon EC2 in its most basic terms is like renting a virtual computer in the cloud. So instead of setting up a physical computer, you can rent one on Amazon whenever you need it. You can even choose the size and the power of the computer and use it for as long as you want. And you'll only have to pay for as long as you use it. Once you're done, you can turn it off or delete it. After this simple explanation, the interviewer might want to check how deeply you have understood the concepts, or if you have ever put your theoretical knowledge into practice. Hence our next question. What is the difference between stopping and terminating an EC2 instance? When you stop an EC2 instance, it shuts down, but it does not get deleted permanently, meaning you're just temporarily shutting down your system. You can reboot it later whenever you want to, but the public IP might get changed. Terminating an EC2 instance, on the other hand, is deleting the instance completely. The compute and the storage are also released, meaning all the data stored in the instance will be lost forever. So in very simple terms, stop equals pause and terminate equals delete. Now after this question, it is quite a common one to inquire about the availability zones and regions within an EC2 instance. You can even see them in your AWS account while creating your EC2 instance. Which brings us to our next question. Explain the concept of availability zones and region in AWS. Now, region is like a geographically isolated area within AWS. Think of it like a large city in a country. So for example, if you want your application or website to be closer to users in India, you can choose a region within India, like the Asia Pacific Mumbai region. An availability zone, on the other hand, is like an isolated location within a region. You can think of availability zones like the neighborhoods in the city. So if something goes wrong in one neighborhood, the other one can still keep the servers running. In total, AWS has 34 geographic regions worldwide and 108 availability zones. Now, a very common question that might arise in your mind is, how does AWS manage so many servers? One of the answers lies in our next question. Define Elastic Load Balancer in AWS. An Elastic Load Balancer distributes the incoming application traffic across multiple targets, ensuring that the servers are always up and running, meaning highly available. It makes sure that in case one server fails, the traffic is automatically rerouted to other servers or has high fault tolerance. Additionally, ELB even regularly checks the health of servers, ensuring that traffic is routed only to the healthy ones. Alright, that's all you need to know about Elastic Load Balancers. Now moving on to our next question. What are the differences between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? Both horizontal and vertical scaling are strategies designed to manage and improve the performance and capacity of a system due to the increasing workload. Horizontal scaling is the addition or removal of resources such as these EC2 instances to distribute the workload evenly. Vertical scaling, on the other hand, is increasing or decreasing the capacity of individual resources to boost the power of existing hardware or instances by upgrading configurations. Moving on to our second last question. What is AWS IAM and why is it important? AWS IAM, or Identity and Access Management, is a service in AWS that enables secure control over the access to AWS resources. Or in very simple terms, IAM defines the who, that is the users, groups or roles, and the what resources they can access, such as the specific AWS services and resources. One of the reasons that makes IAM so popular is its ability to provide granular control over applications, such as allowing an EC2 instance to access an S3 bucket but not an RDS. Additionally, IAM also has the ability to provide temporary access to AWS services for users, applications, or even AWS resources. And finally, we have our last question for this module. What are security groups and how do they differ from network ACLs? To understand network ACLs, imagine you're hosting a party in your office at the floor level. Now, the building's management only allows the employees from your company to enter the building. This means anyone who is not from your company is stopped at the front gate. As for security groups, the room in which you're hosting the party is guarded by a security guard, and only specific departments like IT or marketing are allowed to enter the party room, even if they are on the same floor. Now, this double-layer security ensures that even if someone sneaks onto the floor or the subnet, they still need permission to enter your party room or the instance, enabling multi-level protection. Talking about the difference, security groups work at room level, making sure that they protect individual instances like the party room. Network ACLs, on the other hand, apply to the whole subnet. They control all the rooms on the floor by gatekeeping the main entrance. Another major difference lies in the security group being stateful and network ACLs being stateless. That is, security groups keep a log of who they let in, while network ACLs do not remember who they let in. Meaning, each time someone tries to pass through, the gatekeeper checks all the rules all over again, even while leaving. And with that, we have reached the end of this module. Now let's move on to our next module, the medium module.
Now that we've done with the easy module, let's start with the medium module with our 11th question. How does Amazon Route 53 ensure high availability and low latency? Now, Amazon 53 is a DNS or a domain name system. Now, the point of DNS is to convert human-readable names into IP addresses that machines can understand. If that sounded gibberish to you, let me show you with the help of an example what I'm trying to say. So, say this person wants to visit the website Amazon.com. Now, Amazon.com has an IP address associated with it, and there are multiple servers with multiple IP addresses. Now, how would this person know which one of these servers is Amazon.com? That's when Amazon Route 53 comes into their rescue. Amazon Route 53 can translate the human readable name, that is Amazon, into an IP address. And this particular IP address can further be used to locate the server with which that you are trying to connect. That is how Route 53 works. This is one of the primary services provided by Amazon Route 53. That is, Route 53 is a DNS or a domain name system provided by AWS, which is designed to translate human-readable domain names into IP addresses. Like I said, it is just one of the primary services of Route 53. Route 53 also assists in other services, such as there can be multiple servers for a single website. Now, naturally, it's very common to have multiple IP addresses or multiple servers. You must have heard of CDN, Content Delivery Network, that there also you have like multiple IP addresses. Now, all of these IP addresses are pointing towards Amazon.com's website. Now, Route 53 has another one of its features in which it can route you to the server which is closest to you and has the lesser amount of traffic in it. By traffic, I mean that in all of these servers, say hypothetically speaking, in this particular server, say Amazon has like 5 servers. First server there are 6 people, second server there are 10 people, third there's 4, fourth one there's 19, and the last one there are 12 people. You can see that in the server at the center, it only has 4 people. So it naturally becomes easier for Route 53 to connect you to the one with the lowest number of people on its server right now, so that you can have a seamless experience with the website. That's another feature of Amazon 53. That is, Amazon Route 53 uses latency-based routing to direct user requests to the endpoint with the lowest network latency relative to the user's location. Lowest network latency as in the network which has a fewer number of people on it, so that you can have a seamless experience, and the server that is closest to you, so that the fetching of the data happens at a quicker pace. Moving on to our next question. Describe the key features of AWS Lambda. Now, AWS Lambda is another one of AWS's interesting concepts. To understand this, think of it like you are hiring. AWS Lambda is like hiring a freelancer to work for your company. Now, this freelancer only responds to the clients. Say there's a client who is subscribing to your newsletter or your website, and only when the client subscribes to your newsletter is when you send an email, a confirmation or a confirmation email that thank you for subscribing to our website or something like that. So this trigger, the client subscribing to your freelancer or your AWS Lambda is a trigger, and based on that trigger, your AWS Lambda or your freelancer is sending an email to the client. That is basically how AWS Lambda works. So you just have to set up Lambda, and based on certain triggers that will be caused by the user actions, Lambda will automatically respond to it. And another fun fact about Lambda is, because Lambda is a freelancer, it's not just waiting there for the event to happen. It only happens when the trigger is happening. So that means you only have to pay for the services when that trigger happens, or for how much a compute and network storage the Lambda is using. And Lambda only uses it based on the triggers. So, or in technical terms, AWS Lambda is a serverless compute service that allows you to run code without provisioning or managing servers. AWS Lambda can manage servers on its own. Once you set up the servers, it can manage the servers on its own and respond when it's responding to the triggers. Moving on to our next question. What is AWS CloudFormation and what are its benefits? Now, AWS CloudFormation is like a template in its most simplest form. It is creating a template. Why would we need a template? Look at this example. Say there's a construction crew who had to build a house. So now they just somehow on a whim they constructed a house, and that house turned out to be really good. And now the people of the society, they're all like, wow, that's such a great house. We want the same house for us. Like the exact same house, the exact replica of the house. We want you guys to make the same house for us. But the construction workers had made this house on a whim. So they have no blueprint, no plan, nothing. So hence when they try to make the other houses naturally do not turn out like the first house. Or maybe if they had like immense amount of luck, then maybe they might. But this crew didn't. So hence the other houses didn't turn out like the first house. But if they had a blueprint of the first house, when they're constructing the first house, if they had a blueprint, they could have used the same blueprint for constructing the remaining of the houses as well. And the remaining of the houses will also turn out like this first house. That is exactly why we need a default template. That is where your Amazon CloudFormation also comes in. So if you consider AWS in AWS's terms, say you have this whole template where we have a Lambda, an RDS, an S3 bucket, there are IAM users. Now there can be specific configurations, like we've also already discussed in case of Lambda, that there can be some configurations you must have done within the Lambda, that when the trigger is happening, you're supposed to respond. Within the S3 buckets, you must have done certain configurations. RDS will look into what RDS is. RDS also, you must have done certain configurations. You must have selected certain databases. IAM users, you must have set certain policies for the IAM users. Now, how will you remember all of it? How will you remember that this is the exact configuration I gave? That is where AWS CloudFormation comes in. It can create a template which you can use as many times as you want to create as many replicas as you want to. So in technical terms, AWS CloudFormation is a service that enables you to define and manage AWS infrastructure as a code by letting you create a template in JSON or YAML format that describes the AWS resources and configurations required for your applications. Now there are multiple ways in which you can create AWS CloudFormation templates. You can just type in as a code, or you can even make the templates using the designing part which AWS themselves provide. You can design the infrastructures, you can design services together, and then you can build templates. So moving on to our next question, explain the differences between Amazon SQS and SNS. So now Amazon SQS is like when you are chatting with your friend on WhatsApp. So you send your messages, right? You send like a number of messages. Say this friend is like super close to you. So you're sending like hundreds of messages. Hi, how are you doing? Why aren't you responding? What are you doing? Blah, 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 and a lot of messages. Now, all of these messages, they're stored inside a stack, which follows the FIFO rule, or the first in, first out rule. That is, the first message that came in is the first one to go out. Like your hi, which was your first message, is supposed to go out first. Then the next message will go, then the other message will go. Who makes sure that all of these messages are stored in the form of stack and the first message goes the first? That is done by Amazon's SQS. So Amazon SQS is a messaging queuing service designed to ensure the reliable delivery of messages by placing them in a queue where they can be processed asynchronously. So the first message comes in, it's sent to the second person, it's sent to the receiver, and then the next message is coming from the sender, it gets stored in the queue, and then it's given to the receiver. So the service that makes sure that all of this stays in a stack is called as Amazon's SQS. SNS, on the other hand, is like broadcasting. It's one to many. SQS was one to one, and SNS is one to many. So say it's like a radio broadcast is happening. Now the radio broadcast everybody can hear. Whoever has subscribed to their particular FM, or whoever is tuning into the particular FM, they can all listen to that particular radio broadcast happening. So that is how Amazon's SNS works. Or Amazon's simple notification service is a publish subscribe messaging service that enables application systems or microservices to communicate by broadcasting messages to multiple subscribers. So if we were to look at the differences between the two, Amazon SQS is a queue-based service. We looked at the queue, the FIFO queue. SNS is a publish subscribe, which means it's one to many. When it comes to Amazon SQS, the messages are retained up to 14 days because Amazon SQS's main motive is to make sure that the messages that is coming from the sender is safely given to the receivers. SNS, on the other hand, it doesn't really bother about retaining. It's just about broadcasting, that everybody who has subscribed to that particular channel, they all get the message. That is all that SNS bothers with. So SQS is usually paired with SNS so that it can make sure that when the broadcast is happening, every single subscriber who's connected to that particular broadcast is getting the message. So that's why mostly SQS and SNS are like paired up together. Moving on to our next question. What is Amazon RDS and when should it be used? We already looked at what RDS is, so let's look at it in a technical form. Amazon RDS, or Relational Database Service, is a fully managed service provided by AWS that simplifies the setup, operation, and scaling of relational databases in the cloud. But why would we need a database in the cloud? We can just use a database on our own computers, right? We can just install MySQL and then continue using it. Why would we need Amazon's cloud? Let me tell you why. RDS also has like a lot of services under it, like MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle, and SQL Server. So now let's look at why you would need Amazon RDS. Say you are managing your own, you have a website hosted on the internet, a clothing store or an e-commerce website, any large-scale website, and now you have a database to manage. This database is fully managed by you, right? So you have to make sure that every single time some update is coming, you have to manually update it and patch the updates, right? Next time, the backup. You have to make sure that all of your database, whatever data is being stored into your database, you are actively creating a replica of it. You're actively creating backups of it so that if anything happens to your data, the database remains secure because you cannot mess around with users' data. Next, scaling. If your website grows, like your website is getting a really huge, really high traffic, and your website manages to grow, that is your website manages to scale up, then you need to keep on adding more databases. That's up to you. And you never know when the scaling is happening. You might be sleeping at 1 o'clock in the morning, and that's when the database scaling is happening. Then you have to wake up at that time and then scale your database manually. Next, monitor. You have to keep on monitoring for some fishy activities. If somebody is attacking your database, you have to make sure that you are patching up, you are protecting, you're setting up firewalls, you're doing everything manually to protect your database. SQL injection and all, you have to protect your database on your own 24/7. Next, high availability. In case due to overloading, say you were having multiple databases, multiple servers, in case due to overloading or something, one of the databases fails, you have to make sure that you manually reconfigure or manually reroute the traffic to the healthy servers. So all of this, if your website is small, if it's a small scale website, then still it might seem hectic, but not that much. It is manageable. But if your website is a large scale website, this whole process can become hectic and really stressful after some time. That is where Amazon's RDS comes to your rescue. Because RDS can do all of this work, this patching, updating, scaling, monitoring, high availability. RDS can take care of all of this without you having to worry about any of this. Moving on to our next question. What are the core components of the AWS's well-architected framework? The AWS well-architected framework is a set of best practices, guidelines, and principles designed to help architects and developers build secure, high-performing, resilient, and efficient systems on AWS. What this means, or what the well-architected framework is basically asking you to do, is whenever you're setting up infrastructures or whenever you're setting up services on AWS, it's totally up to you to manage the servers and get the most out of it, to optimize it so that your users and you both can have a seamless experience with Amazon, with AWS in general. So when you're designing the services, there are a lot of factors that you need to consider, mainly the pricing models, then the servers you need based on the website's traffic, and then there are lots of things that you need to make sure are all optimized properly so that you can make the most out of the services with the least losses. So there are some of the things that you can do in order to achieve the AWS well-architected framework, such as operational excellence, security, reliability, performance efficiency, and cost optimization. Operational, I'll explain all the points one by one. Operational excellence is like monitoring, automating, and making continuous improvements. So when it comes to AWS, it's a fully automated cloud-based platform. So you don't have to manage everything manually. That is the main point of using AWS, that it is automatic. So operational excellence is monitoring, automating, and making continuous improvements, right? So you can set up certain services like the Amazon's guard dog, which can make sure, which we will discuss about guard dog more in the PPT. But right now, all you need to understand is that guard dog can do all of this stuff for you, like the name guard dog. It can monitor your services and check out for any fishy or shady activities and make sure that all of your services are under the whatever limit or whatever threshold that you have specified for the application's use cases, the CPU, RAM, and everything. Guard dog can monitor all of that to you and send you notifications if something fishy or something unexpected is happening. Next, you have security. For security, protecting your data systems and assets and follow best security practices. For this, you can set up IAM users. IAM users is like assigning whoever is logging into your AWS system. You can use IAM to configure their whatever resources they are able to access within your system, whatever, how much of that access can they, like if they are able to access your EC2 instance, what all can they modify in the EC2 instance. You can set such granular control with IAM. So you can use that. You can leverage it to your requirements and make the best out of it. Next, you have reliability. Reliability is ensuring your systems can recover quickly from failures. You can use databases like RDS to make sure that even if one of the servers goes down, RDS can automatically connect to another server, or RDS can spin up another database, another healthier database, which will make sure that there is no downtime, or the downtime is like reduced largely. Next, you have performance efficiency. Use cloud resources efficiently to meet your system's needs and requirements. For this, you can, whenever you're configuring EC2 instances and all, make sure that every single configuration that you're making is according to your requirement. The rest, the scalability and all, you can assign different platforms. You can use Beanstalk and all to configure that for you. But whenever you're doing the basic configurations, make sure that everything is within your control. Next, cost optimization. For cost optimization, you can use services like AWS Lambda, which will only get triggered based on the user actions. So that also makes sure that your servers are not using the computing and the networking resources uselessly. Whenever they're gonna, only when the request is there, will your resources respond to it. So that makes sure that a huge part of your budget is like saved. Moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of elastic IP in AWS. Now, elastic IP, to understand elastic IP, say you have a main server and there are like multiple computers, multiple IP addresses connected to your main server. Now, something happens to your server and then you have to restart your whole server, which means that the previous IP address gets changed into a new IP address. Now, the problem is all of these computers now have to connect to another server which has this particular IP address. And this can cause a huge downtime for your website. So to avoid this downtime, you can use elastic IP. Now, what elastic IP does is, even if anything were to happen to your server and you were to restart it, the IP address will not change. It will remain connected to the same server with the same IP address. Or in technical terms, elastic IP address is a static public IPv4 address provided by AWS that you can assign to your AWS resources such as an Amazon EC2 instance for consistent communication over the internet. That means that no matter what happens, your IP address remains the same. So moving on to our next question. What is AWS Elastic Beanstalk and how does it simplify application deployment? I already discussed about AWS Beanstalk. So now let's look at exactly what it is, or in technical terms. Say there is a chef. Now this chef is an excellent chef. In our metaphorical example, he is a excellent chef, or in real life, it becomes an excellent coder. Now this excellent chef wants to build a restaurant because he knows that he can handle the food and everything on his own. So he wants to open his own dream restaurant. But the problem is he has to do the construction work. Now, will he do the construction work on his own to build up the restaurant? Will he do it on his own? No, he will not do it on his own, and he'll hire a set of construction workers who will build the restaurant for him. And then he can go on and inaugurate his restaurant and start serving food and continue being an excellent chef. That is basically how AWS Elastic Beanstalk also works. It is a platform as a service which offers the offering that simplifies the deployment, management and scaling of web applications and services. Basically, if you have a code written in Node.js and everything, you can just upload it to Beanstalk. Beanstalk provides a platform, so you can just upload your code the way you upload your code to GitHub. Same way you can upload it to AWS Beanstalk and it will host it. You can host it using Route 53 and other services, give it an IP address. Now, depending on the traffic, it can automatically adjust, scale the websites' servers and the databases and everything. Beanstalk will take care of you. All you need to do is just make sure that your code is not crashing and any bugs no bugs and all are happening. All you need to do is just basically maintain your code. The rest, every single thing that's supposed to happen in the backend, like the management of servers and databases and the availability of the servers, the fact that your website is always up and running at all time of the hours, depending on the traffic, your website is able to handle the traffic. All of that is taken care by Beanstalk. All you need to do is just make sure that your code is perfect. Moving on to our next question. What are the main features of Amazon DynamoDB? Now, we already looked at Amazon DynamoDB is also another database provided by Amazon. We already looked at a database called as RDS. RDS is like your SQL. It's a relational database. And Amazon DynamoDB is like your MongoDB. It's a NoSQL database. But most of the features of this DynamoDB is the same as your RDS as well. The scalability, patching, update, everything DynamoDB can also do. So in technical terms, Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service designed to provide fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. So the features of DynamoDB, it's a fully managed and serverless system, low latency with high performance, seamless scalability, global availability, flexible schema design. Now it's a fully managed and serverless. By that, your AWS automatically handles hardware provisioning, software patching, setup, backup and scaling, the same as your RDS. Low latency with high performance, provides single digit millisecond latency. That is a lot. The speed with which DynamoDB works is just awesome. Seamless scalability, it automatically scales up and down to handle large volumes of data and requests. Global availability, supports global tables for multi-region replication. Flexible schema, schemaless NoSQL database. Now, I believe most of you must already know the difference between a SQL and a NoSQL database. So it's not as strict as RDS is, but still it provides, when you need to store large volumes of data that you can access anytime you want to, you can go for Amazon DynamoDB. But if you have large volumes of data which you need to be arranged in a specific format, in a very strict format with all the foreign foreign keys and primary keys and everything, you can go for RDS, which follows the ACID properties. Moving on, how does Amazon VPC enhance security in AWS environments? Now, Amazon VPC has two subcategories in it, which is the public subnet and the private subnet. I'll tell you why we need two of them. Now, say you have a server, you have a main website running on a server and multiple websites are connected to it. Now, there will be a front end and a back end. The front end is the part, the front end part of the website that you will display to every single computer or every single IP address that is connecting to your main server, right? And there will be a backend, which will be the database where all this data from all of these users is getting stored. Will you show it to the rest of the world? No, you will hide it because it's private information about all of these users. So you cannot display it in the front. That is your public subnet and your private subnet. Public is where you can show it to everybody, it's accessible. Private is the kind of data that you cannot share with everybody. So that is how Amazon VPC works. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud is a service that enables you to create an isolated, secure section of the AWS cloud where you can define your networking environment. Similarly, if you go back to our AWS Beanstalk, if you were to host your website there, the database and everything that's happening in the background is, you will be offered a default VPC when you're creating your AWS Beanstalk. This default VPC makes sure that all of your database and servers, whatever is happening in the backend, is safe and secure, so that the front end keeps on happening. So there are, like I said before, there are two parts of it, public subnet and private subnet. Moving on to our next question. What is the AWS Transit Gateway? Now, the AWS Transit Gateway is like a service that enables you to connect multiple Amazon VPCs, on-premise networks and other resources in a hub and spoke model. So it's like, it acts like a central hub. So there can be multiple VPCs, like multiple private subnets. Now, all of them, if you group together, there will be a central spot, a central hub for all of these private VPCs. That is your AWS Transit Gateway. Moving on to our next question. Explain the role of AWS Guard Duty in enhancing cloud security. So say you were throwing a party at your house and now there's a suspicious guest at your party, or aka our Mr. Thief. So now the thief is disguised as one of your friends, so you don't know that this guy is actually a thief, and you're busy enjoying the party. Now this guy comes in and is trying to steal your stuff, steal your valuables. So the guy is going around the house and going into separate rooms to see what all valuables there are so that he can steal it. Now say you had a bodyguard in this house. So the bodyguard notices this guy being suspicious, this guy going into different rooms, and he's not really interested in the party, he's much more interested in seeing what's behind the rooms. So your bodyguard notices this suspicious activity and reports it to you. Now this guard is exactly how AWS Guard Duty works in. I said guard dog before, it's not guard dog, it's guard duty. So AWS Guard Duty is a managed threat detection service designed to enhance the security of your AWS environments or your party by continuously monitoring for malicious or unauthorized activity. Now, AWS Guard Duty has this quality to monitor all of your services. So once you activate your AWS Guard Duty, it can keep on monitoring all of the resources that you're using in your AWS accounts. And if it knows the habit of every other service, like how much of the compute and network resources your EC2 is using, how your RDS is performing, how many database and servers it's managing. But if it notices something unusual or something which is not a regular activity, it immediately informs you. It sends you a message that this unusual activity is happening in your account. We need to do something about it. What do you want me to do about this? So that is how AWS Guard Duty functions and monitors all your services for you, so that in case some unusual spikes or any other unusual activity is happening, it can report it back to you. Moving on, how do you optimize costs for a high traffic AWS application? There are multiple ways you can do that. You can right size your resources, use saving plans, leverage Amazon CloudFront, optimize database cost, right storage your classes. Right sizing your resources means that you can monitor usage with AWS Cost Explorer and CloudWatch, so that you know how much of the expenses is happening. You can monitor it for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, or maybe the whole month, and you can see that maybe some of the services are not used as much as the other services. You can reduce the number of resources being allocated to those services, so that you can make sure that your cost is within your budget and you don't spend anywhere where the money is not required to go. Next, you can use savings plan. You can commit to savings plan for predictable workloads, not for unpredictable ones. That's like out of your control. Leverage Amazon CloudFront. Now, Amazon CloudFront is again, it's a CDN. So you can cache your resources in certain servers so that the cost for your data to go from the main server to the other server is reduced. Like every single time loading the data from your primary server to the secondary server takes a lot of it wastes a lot of resources unnecessarily. So if you use CloudFront, it can cache your resources in the other servers so that this traveling cost is reduced. Next, you can optimize database costs. You can use Aurora Serverless and DynamoDB on-demand capacity to make sure that it is acting according to the demand there is, and it's not using any unnecessary space for storing the data or for storing the non-existent data. It is only taking the space as much as the data is available. Next, write storage classes for frequently accessed data. Inside Amazon S3, Amazon S3 buckets are also like storage classes where you can store data in it. We have discussed about this already. So for frequently accessed, in S3 also there are like certain categories. We'll look into the certain categories in the upcoming questions. But in S3 there are like certain categories. So one of the categories is S3 intelligent tiering, where you know that the data is going to be frequently accessed. So you can just put it in intelligent tiering, which largely reduces your cost. Moving on to our next question. What is AWS Direct Connect and what are its benefits? Say there is a office. There are two. It's one office is located say in Hyderabad. Other one is located in say Bangalore. So this office one has to send its resources from these two offices they're from the same branch only. So they have to send, office one has to send some confidential files to office two. Now if they use a public postal service to do so, the message might get sent, or a hacker might interfere in the middle, attack your particular server, send some malicious program in there and leak all of your confidential data, which is basically putting your whole company in a huge risk. So to avoid this, what you do, you instead of taking a public postal service, you take a private courier service and then you send your data. And now obviously because it's private, the data safely reaches the second office. So now this private courier service is basically how AWS Direct Connect works. So AWS Direct Connect is a dedicated network service that enables businesses to establish a private, high-speed and low-latency connection between their on-premise data centers, offices or co-location environments and AWS. So the benefits are mentioned here itself. It's private, it's high-speed and it's low latency. Moving on to our next question. How do you monitor and troubleshoot performance issues using Amazon CloudWatch? Amazon CloudWatch is a service in Amazon using which you can monitor every single services that are put into use. So if you were to consider an example, say there's a kitchen and there are two chefs preparing food. So now there's a senior chef who's observing both of them and making sure that the food is delivered on time. Now, every single food has a specific timer to be prepared. So maybe say it's like 30 minutes. You're giving the chef half an hour to prepare a certain dish. And if the chef is not able to perform it within half an hour, there's a timer which goes off, that 30 minutes is exceeded. And then the senior chef comes in to check and the dish has not prepared and the dish has not even been prepared by this point. What went wrong? So there are like log files in which this particular chef has written down every single thing that she was doing, and then she has also mentioned what went wrong and why wasn't the dish finished in the 30 minutes it was given. So after observing these logs, the senior chef came to know what went wrong. Maybe the microwave wasn't turning on, or maybe the electricity wasn't there, or some issues, she couldn't find a particular ingredient. So that particular issue is mentioned in the log. Now because of the log, she came to know what was wrong, and she was able to troubleshoot it and fix it. So Amazon CloudWatch is a powerful monitoring service that allows you to track and manage the performance of AWS resources and applications in real time. Now all of these things that we did in this particular kitchen is basically how Amazon CloudWatch works. That is, it can set up alarms that okay, after this EC2 instance was supposed to use this much of the CPU and this much of the RAM. So if it's exceeding that, it can set an alarm that, oh, this was not supposed to happen. And that alarm will notify you that the EC2 instance is performing abnormally. Something is wrong, check it. And then it even has this CloudWatch logs in which every single resource and every single second or millisecond, whatever your resources were using, all of that is mentioned in the CloudWatch logs. So if something went wrong, you can go through the CloudWatch logs and then you will come to know what is wrong. Another interesting fact is that all of this can be monitored through a screen, which is none other than the CloudWatch dashboard. It gives you the live monitoring feature in which you can see how your EC2 instance is performing, how your RDS is performing, what resources they are using. So that's how basically Amazon CloudWatch works. Moving on to our next question. What are the differences between Amazon Aurora and Amazon RDS? Now, Amazon RDS we've already discussed about. Aurora is another, you can say, a faster version of RDS, or in other words, you can think of Amazon RDS as a normal car, as a simple car, and Amazon Aurora as a sports car. Both of them are cars, but one of them is a sports car and one of them is a simple car, which is pretty self-explanatory. But if you were to consider the differences, RDS performs well when you have a smaller website, which doesn't have like spikes sometimes, and which when the spikes are happening, RDS might slow down. But when Aurora is there, Aurora, like even when there's a huge traffic on the website, Aurora continues to excel in retrieving the data and displaying the data. So that's why Aurora is preferred much more as compared to RDS. If you were to look at the services offered or the databases offered by RDS and Aurora, RDS offers MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle and SQL Server. Aurora on the other hand offers Aurora MySQL and Aurora PostgreSQL. Moving on to our next question. What is Amazon Kinesis and how does it support real-time data processing? So say you're hosting a multiplayer gaming platform where there are multiple players who are connected to your live game and their live data is coming in the form of streams. Now, how do you make sure that all of their live data is getting connected and that nobody else is cheating in the game? None of the foul play is happening inside your game. This is done with the help of Amazon Kinesis, because Amazon Kinesis provides tools to manage and analyze continuous streams of data from sources like application logs, IoT devices, or social media feeds. It is mainly used for when you need to process real-time or live data, then Amazon Kinesis comes into play, because it has the capacity and the tools to process the stream of live data that is coming. Not only does it fetch the data, but you can also operate and work with the data with the help of Amazon Kinesis. Moving on to our next question. What are the differences between Amazon S3 storage classes? We already talked about Amazon S3, and I also said in the beginning in one of the questions that there are different type of storage classes within Amazon S3. So let's look at them one by one. There are 7 different categories to start with. First one is S3 standard that we use for frequently accessed data. Next one is S3 intelligent tiering for automatic cost savings for data with unknown or changing access patterns. Now, it's possible that during certain times of the day, if you have, say, a restaurant or maybe, say, a juice store, a fruit juice store, then it's not like people will come early in the morning at 4 o'clock, they're like bhaiya juice. They won't do that, right? So it's like there are certain times when the customers come into your shop. It might be during the breakfast hours, or it might be during the evening when people are casually going for a stroll. So, but at that time, the problem is when the traffic is coming, it will be huge, right? So it's not throughout the whole day, but when the traffic is there, it's gigantic or it's huge. So for managing that, you can use S3 intelligent tiering. Then you have S3 standard IA for less frequently accessed data. Then S3 one zone IA, that is also again for less frequently accessed data. Then S3 glacier instant retrievals for rarely accessed long-term data that does not require immediate access. So you know you need this data, but it's not frequently accessed. It might get accessed, but not frequently, like a storehouse or warehouse kind of data. Next, you have S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval, where you monitor resources usage with AWS Cost Explorer and CloudWatch. Lastly, we have S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term archive and digital. When you know that you have a lot of data, but you need to preserve this data, you can use S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Moving on to our next question. What is the role of Amazon CloudFront in improving application performance? I already talked about how Amazon CloudFront is a CDN. The basic use case of CDN is, say if your website is located in India and there are customers accessing your website from, say, the European countries like German. Now, naturally, a customer, if your website and server is located in India and there are no servers in Europe, then naturally, if a person is sitting here in Mumbai, then that person is accessing your website. Naturally, that the website's content will be first accessible to that person, and the person sitting in German, it will take a lot of time for your resources to get loaded and then go to their server. So the problem arises if you are maybe launching some kind of merch on your website. So all the people in Mumbai, they can like directly buy it because your server is located right in Mumbai. But the people in German, by the time even the news that the merch is getting launched reaches them, all the merch the merch will be like out of stock, so they won't get anything. So that's where Amazon CloudFront comes to your aid, because with CloudFront, what you can do is the data that is going into the European countries, it is cached in the servers so that the data is accessible in a faster way. So that every single time the data is not directly getting accessed from your original server, but it is getting access from the CDN servers, which are like located every single where globally, which saves a lot of time. It saves like a lot of time. Or in technical terms, Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network service that plays a crucial role in improving the performance and reliability of web applications. Moving on to our last question. What strategies can be used to ensure disaster recovery in AWS? Disaster recovery is such an important concept when it comes to any online cloud platforms, because when you're uploading your data on cloud, you upload a lot of your data, like huge volumes of data and private data. So disaster recovery becomes a very integral part of keeping all your data safe and accessible. There are certain measures that you can keep, that you can follow to make sure that disaster recovery happens seamlessly. Let's look at them one by one. First one is backup and restore. Naturally, regularly backup critical data to Amazon S3 or Amazon S3 Glacier. Next, you have Pirate Lite, which is maintaining a minimal version of the application. You don't have to store the whole application as a backup. Just make all the services that you're using, which you can even do with the help of your CloudFormation, create templates. But whenever you're creating these templates, make sure to create a minimal version of the application so that the next time, if in case something happens to the bigger version, you still have the smaller template to work with. So next one is multi-region active. That is running your application simultaneously in multiple AWS regions. We discussed about AWS regions and availability zones, right? So if one of the regions fails, then the other region will be there and it can act as a backup to recover the data in the first region. Backing up the data in multiple regions so that if one region fails, data is safely backed up in other region. You can fetch the data from the other region. Multi-region active passive, if say something were to something happened and all the active region servers went down, then you have the passive ones, in which the data is kept safe, but they were not actively running. So it's like kept there passively, so that if something were to happen to all of the active servers, the data will still be stored in the passive servers. Next, you have data replication. It is the same as your multi-region active-active and multi-region active-passive. You're replicating your data and you're storing it in multiple regions. Continuously replicate data to another region or storage service to ensure availability during disasters. Next, you have infrastructure as a code. This is your cloud formation. When you're creating templates, write in the form of codes so that you can save. You can't save the services, but you can save the code. You can type it down the code and save it somewhere in your computer. That way, if something were to happen to the main services, you will still have the code to run all of this, and all you need to do is just upload this code to CloudFormation, and CloudFormation will spin up your templates just like this. Next, monitor and automation. You can set up CloudWatch and Guard Duty to make sure that in case some failures or some unusual activity or spikes is happening, before the disaster happens, all of these services will notify you about it so that you can take the required actions.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers an AWS certification course for solutions architect certified by NASSCOM, and it aligns with industry standards. Through this course, you can learn all the important concepts of AWS, and upon completion of the course, you will receive a NASSCOM certification. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of AWS.